Here are 100 mixing tips that will help you take your mixes to the next level. We set out to create the most comprehensive mixing tips video on YouTube, and this is the result. Of course, I'm not expecting you to watch this whole video in one sitting, unless you really want to set yourself a challenge. But if you can make it to the end, you're going to know everything you need to know in order to reach professional quality in your mixes. You're going to learn tips for mixing in general, tips for compression, EQ, volume balancing, reverb, delay, and some more advanced techniques. 100 tips is a lot, so we're obviously going to touch on every aspect of the mixing process. Here at mastering.com, we taught over 3,627 self-recording artists about mixing and mastering on a one-to-one basis. So we know what works and what doesn't work when it comes to getting results for our students. Now, before we dive in, we just updated our popular EQ cheat sheets and frequency chart. And as you're about to see, your understanding of EQ and the frequency spectrum is one of the largest factors, if not the largest factor, in reaching industry standard quality with your music. While there are a lot of different frequency charts you can find online, this one is unique because it highlights each area of the frequency spectrum and identifies how they sound when you cut and when you boost. And we've gone through several versions of this to make it super easy and simple to understand. And then the frequency cheat sheet that goes with it gives you some practical advice on when you might want to cut or boost those different frequency ranges for certain instruments and certain situations. So if you want to grab those PDFs for free, just go to the link in the description below or head to mastering.com/charts to get instant access. All right, pause the video now if you want to go do that, and then we'll move on. Let's dive straight in with tip number 1, which is to train your ears. And I'll hand you over to Dane now to explain why this is so important.
The next few tips have to do with ways of training your ears. I know it's not the most appealing topic, but for all of the tips and tricks videos that I'm sure you've consumed up to this point, none of them really help you unless you can hear the differences in settings that are being demonstrated. So ear training is one of the most important aspects of your growth as an audio engineer because it helps you connect the moves that you're making in the tools with the difference in sound that those moves make. This will dramatically help you to reduce the guesswork when it comes to using all of the different tools you have at your disposal. I've already done a video called The Simple Habit That Changed My Mixes Forever, where I go deeper showing 5 different methods you can use to train your ears. Compared to a lot of our other videos, it doesn't have that many views, so I'm sneaking it in towards the beginning here so more of you hear it, because you need to. And there are several ways to train your ears, so tip number 2 is to use a dedicated ear training platform. Something like Sound Gym, Quiz Tones, the free Media College frequency trainer. There are plenty of others. Just do some research and use ones that work best for you. Sound Gym is an online platform that gamifies ear training to improve skills in all kinds of different plugins and effects. Things like frequency identification, compression, changes in reverb, distortion, stereo panning, etc. All of this will contribute to better production and mixing. Quiz Tones is an ear training app for iPhone and Mac OS. Focuses on enhancing listening skills through quizzes on frequency identification and EQ adjustments, targeting musicians, producers, and audio engineers. The Media College Frequency Trainer is a totally free online frequency training platform with 4 levels of fixed frequency identification. These are pure sine tones that you have to identify, so they don't help with the context of the music. However, a tip with using this is to try and memorize where these tones sit in your voice. For example, I know that my falsetto doesn't go much higher than somewhere between 600 to 700 hertz. 1K is really comfortable for me to whistle, and 2.5K is the top of my whistling range. I also know that my lowest note on a day that I'm not sick is a C2, which is around 65 hertz. All of this helped me to memorize and identify these frequencies when I'm hearing them. Keep in mind, though, that hearing the fundamental of a kick at 60 hertz is going to be more of a feeling than something you hear. This is especially true as you go below that frequency with anything percussive in that range. Now, identifying these frequencies in the context of a full song or groups of instruments is going to sound different. And it's more difficult, especially depending on how sharp or wide the resonances are that you're dealing with. So be sure to spend time memorizing frequencies that are actually relevant to the different instruments you commonly work with. For example, the fundamental, which tells us the pitch of any sound, of a kick can range from anywhere between 40 to 100 hertz. You'll notice that on a Ptech EQ, we only get access to 60 and 100 hertz. Those are fixed frequencies on the knob. This makes it great for use on kicks and basses. Snare punch can come from 100 to 300 hertz, sometimes higher, and it's common around 200 hertz. All of this is why the most important companion to these dedicated platforms is to actually mix on a daily basis. Without this, you're just training your ears to hear frequencies and effects in isolation. This is one of the reasons I like Sound Gym so much, because it trains your ears to hear different frequencies, reverb, and other effects, both in isolation as well as in the context of music. But it absolutely does not replace daily mixing practice. Aim for 20 to 30 minutes per day, 5 days a week, combined with daily mixing work. Feel free to up the ear training time to as much as an hour per day if you're brand new. But at the very least, you should be matching that with the time spent actually mixing. Our next tip has to do with becoming familiar with different frequency ranges, along with words used to describe how they sound. This way, we're not just using objective numbers, but we're associating them with the feelings we get around these frequencies, which is paramount as to the reason we train our ears in the first place. As mix engineers, we have to understand the connection between objective information like frequencies and the feelings those frequencies can play a role in. With ear training, it's important to not overwhelm yourself. So start by picking any frequency within these 5 frequency ranges. First, we have low frequencies, which range between 20 to 200 hertz. The instruments commonly found in this range are bass, 808s, kicks, floor toms, snare, and more. The feelings from this range can be subby, boomy, muddy, deep, punchy, fat, etc. Next, we have low mids between 200 to 500 hertz. The instruments common to this range are rhythm guitars, lower end of the piano, lower strings like viola or cello, brass such as trombone, baritone, saxophone, and warmth of vocals. The feelings associated with this range are warmth, roundness, and muddy if overemphasized. Then we have mids, which are between 500 to 2K. And the instruments common to this range are vocals, guitars, snare drum, higher strings, violin, brass, which includes trumpet and saxophones, woodwinds, flute and clarinet. The feelings associated with this range are clarity, presence, and can be nasally or boxy if not managed well. Nasally or boxy is usually in the 500 to 1K range. Then we have high mids, which are between 2 to 6K. The instruments common to this range are lead guitars, piano, snare drum, hi-hat, cymbals, stringed instruments overtones, brass and woodwinds, bite, and vocal sibilants, which are S and T sounds. The feelings associated with this range are brightness, articulation, harshness, or aggressiveness if levels are too high. And then we have highs, which is basically everything above 6K. The instruments common to this range are cymbals, hi-hats, tambourines, triangle, and other percussion. Also, the airiness of breath of vocals and acoustic guitars. The feelings associated with this range are airiness, sparkle, detail, and can be sibilant or piercing if exaggerated. Now, we could break this down even more and get more specific, but this is a good place to start. And remember, actual experience in tweaking these frequencies is going to be huge. I remember the time that I memorized what 3K sounded like. It's because I spent forever trying to remove it from some instrument. I can't even remember what. But once I found that frequency, it seemed to never leave my memory. So pick a frequency somewhere in each of these ranges and memorize it. Start there. And then move to memorizing 2 frequencies in each. If you can get up to memorizing 2 frequencies in each range, then you're going to be doing really well. Another cheat code is to remember that you can simply double each frequency to get its octave. An example is that an octave above A440 would be A880 or 880 hertz. And an octave below A440 would also be A, but instead would be 220 hertz. Tip number 4 has to do with using references along with a reliable frequency analyzer to learn and understand the overall frequency curves of your favorite genres. Using references is something that can and should be done throughout the entire production cycle. But when it comes to ear training specifically, you can pull in a few of your favorite songs from different genres and pay particular attention to how the curve changes from song to song. The key here is to use an analyzer like the Waves PAS analyzer that allows you to set a slow RMS response time so that you're getting a high-level look that more closely resembles what you're actually hearing. For those that wish to use the free Voxengo Span analyzer, go to the settings and change the smoothing to 1/3 and the resolution to 8K. This will have the same effect of ensuring we get the big picture of the entire frequency spectrum rather than seeing every partial and harmonic detail that will actually distract us from the big picture. Once things are set up properly, take the time to make the connection between what you're seeing in the analyzer and what you're hearing as you jump from song to song. Make note of the particular volume balance going on between the instruments. Pay attention to the overall frequency curve as you jump from song to song. Feel free to also grab a bell-shaped EQ curve and boost around different frequencies while noticing how it affects the different instruments in the song. Try boosting the low end to see if you can find the kick. Try boosting the mid-range or any other frequencies and see what instruments that affects. You'll notice that not every song has the same frequency curve, and different styles might accentuate different parts of the frequency spectrum. You can use this information as you mix, not so that you can copy it exactly, but so that you can use it as a sonic compass and guide to aim for and get into the ballpark of. Remember that your song will always be unique, so trying to copy the frequency spectrum exactly with your mix will probably cause problems, unless the exact same instruments and desired balance are in play. Tip number 5 has to do with using extreme settings on your tools to learn those tools intimately. Understand their boundaries, and most importantly, learn to hear what they're actually doing. To do this, let's demonstrate the use of really heavy compression to better understand how to hear compression. For this, let's use the 1176 style compressor that comes with Logic. This just happens to be a really aggressive compressor, so it's going to allow us to hear changes a little bit more audibly. And this shows up as the Studio FET module. So here I have two instances of an 1176 compressor. This is Logic's emulation, their Studio FET. It's an 1176. And I've got a slow attack and a fast release, and I've cranked up the ratio all the way up, and I've turned the threshold down all the way so it's compressing as much as we can. And then I'm doing the same, but the opposite with the attack and release. Fast attack, slow release. Let's go ahead and hear the differences. Okay, let's go ahead and listen to it without any compression at all. Now that you have that in your mind, the uncompressed sound, now obviously this is a drum loop that I've gotten off of Splice, so you can see really dynamically consistent. So there's already been some form of dynamic control and processing on this loop, before it was provided to Splice. But now that you know what that sounds like uncompressed, let's go ahead and listen to the difference again between these extreme settings. Again, here's slow attack and fast release, and notice how the front end transient, because of the slower attack, we're not compressing as fast. We're going to let the transient information through and exaggerate the front end punch of that transient. And then the fast release, because it's the fastest release time, it's going to bring up the energy, and we're going to hear some aggression there. If we turn down the threshold even more, okay, let's turn down the attack just about halfway. So we're getting some attack, but we're going to get a little bit more compression on the transient. You can hear things breaking up there. Now, that's because when it releases the compression quickly and the energy is brought up really, really fast. So we get this pumping effect that can be useful, really aggressive kind of compression. Maybe you can blend that in with the original signal. But you get the point. We're just trying to demonstrate and learn what compression sounds like by doing these extremes. So here again is fast attack and slow release this time. Notice how much more control there is because we're constantly compressing. This needle is pegged around like 25 decibels of gain reduction. So here's no compression. The front end attack of the transients are getting more controlled. Listen again. So that's an example of how we can use extreme settings to really learn what things are doing and what they sound like. And then you can find a happy medium with what works for you in the sound that you're going for. To truly transform the mixing process into something that is not just productive, but is also really deeply enjoyable and fulfilling, you really need to achieve a level of familiarity with your tools that transcends the ordinary use of those tools at face value. This is really about making your digital audio workstation, or DAW, along with every plugin you use, not just tools in your arsenal, but extensions of your very being. The ultimate aim is to reach a point where your understanding is so intuitive that your actions within the mix become instinctual, allowing you to navigate with speed and fluidity. This deep knowledge doesn't come overnight, nor does it emerge from casual use. It requires a dedication to exploring all of the features, every hidden capability of your software, and I encourage you to dive into the manuals, not just skim through them. Experiment with settings that might feel extreme. As mentioned earlier, it's through pushing your plugins to their limits that you truly discover the full spectrum of possibilities they offer. Delve into each tool, explore every nook and cranny, and don't be afraid to twist knobs to their extremes. The digital realm, thankfully, in music production is very forgiving. There's nothing here that you can really break that can't be undone or restored. Often, it's in these moments of fearless experimentation that you stumble upon what Bob Ross calls happy accidents. In fact, the very first delay effects back in the day were accidents in the studio. In mixing and production, there's this gap that exists at all levels of skill. It's what I like to call the intention gap. It's basically the difference between what you're aiming to achieve and what you actually are able to accomplish. In other words, there's the sound that's in your head, and then there's the actual results you're capable of achieving from your decisions in the mix. This gap is pretty big for beginners and closes as skill level increases. The essence of mastering your DAW and tools lies in reducing this gap between what you aim to do or your intentions and what you're able to accomplish. When you have a comprehensive understanding of what each tool in your arsenal can do, your workflow becomes more about creation than contemplation. This mastery not only makes the process faster, but also more intuitive, enabling you to achieve your sonic goals with precision and, most importantly, creativity. Also, an interesting thing occurs as you deepen your relationship with your tools. The arsenal you rely on begins to shrink. With time and experience, you'll find the array of plugins and tools you need to achieve a professional sounding mix becomes increasingly compact. I am a firm believer that a carefully selected suite of about 10 plugins can cover nearly all of your mixing needs effectively. This smaller list of essential tools, when combined with a solid grasp of the concepts surrounding them, renders the chase for the latest secret plugin chains totally unnecessary. Instead, your focus shifts towards crafting exceptional mixes that reflect the unique vision for the music you're working on. Don't get me wrong, I have mixes where I used easily up to 20 or more different plugins, but I'm convinced that I could have done just as good a job with fewer. Let's see where I stand with a recent mix. Here I have a list of plugins that I've used, and it's a lot more than 10. So the reason that is, though, is because I have used this session as a way to kind of demonstrate additional tools and techniques. And so you can see there's a lot of like one-off situations of using different plugins all the way up to this Pro Q3. All of this is just like one-off, like unique situations where I'm either teaching something or maybe I decided I wanted to use something. But look, the ones that I use more than once, there's only 6. I used the channel channel EQ, which is stock by Logic, 25 times. The L1 limiter by Waves, 13 times. LA2A, 4 times. Ptech UQP, actually this is the Pro Legacy. I used this 4 times. SSL channel strip, 2 times. Soothe, used that twice. I use these almost in every single mix for sure, as well as the Pro Q. But I've basically, and then obviously you got to pick your delays and reverbs, right? So I think we could maybe modify, 10 and say 10 to 15 plugins, right? But what I've got down here is a list of kind of essential plugins that if you just stuck with these, if you had one good plugin of each of these, one stock EQ and one analog EQ, maybe a channel strip that gives you the ability to do multiple things, kind of a Swiss Army knife. That's your, SSL channel strips and other similar channel strip type plugins. A dynamic EQ, right? Pro Q3 or something similar. Soothe is considered to be kind of a sort of a dynamic EQ, but there's a lot more capabilities there. One compressor, stock compressor by Logic, is amazing if you get to know all the different compressor types. There's 7 different compressor modules modeling the most famous hardware compressors. One clipper, one limiter, one de-esser, one kind of saturation plugin. I would say even de-esser could be done by dynamic EQ. One saturation plugin. Sometimes you can get clipping and saturation in one plugin. There's the standard clip, which is super cheap. It can do that. One stereo delay, one reverb, preferably one that has multiple types, so you can get hall, chamber, spring, etc. One tremolo, that can be stock. One chorus, that can be stock. If you stuck with these, you're going to be golden. And so this is just to kind of point that out, that I'm using very few plugins a lot, right? There's only 6 plugins that I've used more than once. An issue I'm about to discuss is not just significant, but it's also symptomatic of a wide epidemic that seems to pervade the community of aspiring producers and audio engineers. This isn't a new observation for me, but my current mode of discussing this problem is inspired by a recent piece of content that I came across, which is a video by Daniel Grimmett from Dark Label Music titled "Music Producers Have a Content Problem." In this video, Daniel pinpointed a trend in his community that mirrors my own observations over the years. And that is the phenomenon of individuals amassing substantial technical knowledge and even inspiration without corresponding practical outcomes. This is an interesting dilemma where you find people, including some students I mentor within my own community, who possess a depth of technical understanding that may surpass my own, yet their practical work and the results thereof don't always match up to this theoretical knowledge. To put it another way, there's a noticeable trend where individuals take great pleasure in, and perhaps even pride themselves on, their capacity to consume vast quantities of information and acquire knowledge. However, they often fall short when it comes to applying this knowledge through tangible work needed to achieve tangible results. It's important to clarify that I'm not undermining the value of consuming content. In fact, absorbing information is a critical aspect of learning and mastering the craft of mixing. Yet what becomes a concerning pattern is observing how many individuals prioritize content consumption, even educational content, far above content creation, or in the context of our field, producing mixes. This imbalance points to a deeper issue within the learning process and the approach to professional growth. Of course, I recognize the irony embedded in this very discussion here. By sharing these insights and tips, I'm asking for your time, effectively contributing to the very consumption I'm critiquing. However, the heart of the matter lies in how one manages the balance between consumption and production. It's about ensuring that the intake of knowledge and information serves as a springboard for action, rather than becoming an end in itself. This epidemic of sort of overconsumption and underproduction is really a pretty significant barrier to progress and success in the industry. While it's easier than ever to access educational resources, tutorials, and expert advice thanks to the digital age, this abundance can also lead to a form of paralysis where learning supersedes doing. The key challenge for aspiring producers and audio engineers is to then translate the wealth of knowledge they accumulate into concrete creative outputs. This phenomenon raises even bigger questions about the nature of learning and development in the digital age. How do we as individuals navigate this insane sea of information in a way that enhances rather than inhibits our creative and professional growth? I believe the solution to this comes in 3 parts. This doesn't have to be doctrine, it's just what I've experienced. The first part of the solution is all about mindset. We simply need to value the application of knowledge just as much as its acquisition. The second part has to do with facing and acknowledging whatever fears may be preventing us from engaging in the process of making and doing, which includes inevitably accepting and learning from failures. The third part comes from really focusing your time and learning the things that are of greatest importance, the things that may not be that appealing to you, but will truly make the biggest difference in your progress. And for me, it just happened to require that I invested in mentorship to help me focus. After all the years spent producing for myself and others, it wasn't until I found a real successful engineer to mentor me that I made real progress from the plateau I was on. This mentor helped me develop a disciplined approach to learning, which really emphasized the cyclical nature of consuming information and producing work as interconnected aspects of growth. There were clear boundaries for content consumption and demands placed on me to apply everything I was learning in practice, far more than the amount of time spent consuming the education content. This commitment to regular, disciplined action accelerated my growth. It honestly was only through this balanced approach between consumption and production that I broke free from a cycle of perpetual learning, and I started to step into a realm where my knowledge was audibly reflected in my work. I started to rely on my instincts built from constant application rather than the next trick found on YouTube. And for me, navigating the balance between learning and doing was something I simply needed help with from a real trusted mentor. So here's to fostering an environment where knowledge acquisition and practical application are viewed as 2 sides of the same coin, equally essential to the journey of becoming a true professional. So this leads me to the next tip, which is to be intentional with the content you consume by coming up with a plan for each week with regards to what you actually need to learn to progress and move forward. Spend time really thinking about this, and don't be afraid to invest in actual courses and/or mentorship to help you streamline your education. Now, I don't think it's important for me to dictate exactly how much time you spend consuming content, but if you plan on consuming X amount of minutes or hours per day, let's say to deepen your understanding of EQ, make sure you follow that up with even more hours of actual application within the mixing process. This approach is especially important for people like myself who can very easily get distracted on platforms like YouTube or Instagram. Everything seems to be clickbait, and the internet is frighteningly good at very quickly and easily robbing you of the precious and limited time you have of getting really good at your craft. One thing that Daniel Grimmett suggested from the video I mentioned earlier was to find 2 to 3 sources that you can really trust to get your information from and stick to those resources for your education during various seasons of learning. So here comes my shameless plug to join our Fix the Mix community, which is totally free, and you can dive into the free courses content we have on our website as well. We're constantly building this out. Our Fix the Mix challenges come once every month, where you'll get to see the entire mixing and mastering process live in real time at a professional level. Once you import your tracks into your DAW, take the time to simply rename and put your tracks in the order you wish to view them in the session. This is the first step to effortless navigation of your session. A tip within this tip is to make sure you familiarize yourself with the different shorthand abbreviations for different instruments that are commonly used in the professional mixing community. Vox is short for vocals and is used for the main vocal track or tracks. BV or BGV stands for backing vocals, and that indicates background or harmony vocals. GTR is short for guitar, general abbreviation for guitar tracks, which can be further specified as AC GTR for acoustic guitar or ELEC GTR for electric guitar. Bass is as it sounds, that's for bass guitar or any other electronic or acoustic bass tracks. DRM is for drums. Kick is the kick drum. SNR for snare. HH for hi-hat. Tom for toms. CYM for cymbals. Also OH for overheads. Then we have keys for keyboards. That encompasses a range of keyboard instruments like piano, which can be PNO. Electric piano is EP, or synthesizer SYN. Then we have STR for strings. That covers any stringed instruments, potentially specifying VIOL for violin, viola, cello, or DB for double bass. BR for brass, used for brass instruments with possible details like TRP for trumpet, TBN for trombone, or SAX, sax for saxophone, for specifics. Perc is short for percussion. Cong, short for congos. BNG for bongos. SHKR for shaker. FX is short for effects, and this designates tracks with special effects or sound design elements. Pad is for pads. That indicates synthesizer or keyboard pads that provide atmospheric textures. And then ARP, which is ARP, short for arpeggiator, used for tracks featuring arpeggiated patterns, typically from synthesizers. And then we have Seq or SEQ for sequencer, refers to tracks with sequenced parts, often electronic or rhythmic patterns. Feel free to use your own abbreviations and don't worry about abbreviating short single-word instruments like snare or piano, for instance, unless there are multiples of those instruments and a longer name is desired to distinguish them from each other. Heaven forbid you should get an entire session full of nameless tracks, but it does happen on the rare occasion if someone is more novice and is recording and producing all their own instruments. You can easily prevent this with a little communication and instruction for them to simply name their tracks before sending them over. If a professional engineer sent over a folder of nameless audio files, they should either quickly correct that or be fired. With regards to organizing your tracks, I would do this first and make sure to order them in terms of groups of instrument types. For example, all your drums should sit together. Vocals should sit together, starting with the leads up top and backing vocals following, then bass, keys, strings, effects, synths, etc. Don't overthink the order once things are grouped. Just pick an order and be consistent with it. What I typically do is place the most important groups of instruments at the very top and work my way down from there. Most of the time, if there's a vocal, that would mean vocals up top. I then go with drums, then bass, and everything else has no particular order. In Logic, you can use the Tab key to quickly move from track to track, allowing you to rename each track without using the mouse to click into each track header. I'll demonstrate. So here I have freshly imported tracks, brand new session, And I haven't renamed these yet. So what I can do is simply click into each one. And after I name one, I can just tab over and rename the next one. And go heartbeat. Not sure what that means, but I'll keep it. Piano, organ, synth, kick, snare up is snare top, snare down is snare bottom. What I could do for these is actually change that to S and R bottom and S and R top. But you get the point. You can just tab through quickly, and it makes that really easy to quickly name all your tracks. Tip number 10 is simply the next order of operations in this session setup, which is to color code and group your tracks. I've seen all kinds of color coding used, and it really comes down to personal preference, but the important thing is that you do this in a way that makes it very easy to find where any particular instrument or groups of instruments are. This is especially critical for when large sessions are given to you. Large sessions can bog you down if not organized properly. I personally like to group all lead vocals yellow, then backing vocals darker yellow, then all my drums blue, bass dark purple, and everything else seems to change from time to time. Again, it's completely up to you how you color code and which order these instruments come in, as long as you established a consistent system and stick to it. It may take a handful of iterations before you settle for what works for you, but this will significantly speed up the process for finishing mixes. And more finished mixes means more experience, more learning, and more skill. Trying to mix without all of this organization will significantly bog you down and halt your progress. A 6-hour mix can otherwise become 12 hours or more, and the long-term repercussions of this can be exponential. So now that I have them all named, let's go ahead and simply color them and group them. I've got this extra track here. Let me delete. So my overheads, cymbals, heartbeat, I believe is like just probably a low kind of a thump. Piano, organ, synth, kick. I'm going to highlight holding command. I can actually select all of my instruments in different groups all at once. Let's see if we have any other percussive or drums. So then I can just drag up, and now they're all together. Okay, all my vocals are down here. Those are together. I'm going to put those at the very top. And I'm going to color code them, but first I'm going to organize my drums in the order that I like. I like to put shakers and percussion at the bottom. So we'll put tambourine at the bottom. Snare, kick, cymbal goes kind of by the overheads. So yeah, I like to go kick, snare, tom, and then any like overhead, cymbals, hats, and then percussion at the very bottom of that. So now that I have all of my drums and my vocals in the right place, I'm going to go ahead and color code those. And what I do is hold Option C or press Option C, and that brings up the color palette, and then I can color code them what I want. I do my lead vocal in yellow, just like I mentioned, and then I do a darker yellow for my background vocals. So I just choose the color below that. And then my drums, I like to do actually I'm going to put this heartbeat up by my kick because it's a low end instrument. Let's listen to that. Yep. So I will color all of these blue. Let's see, there we go. And then color my piano, organ, and synth. We'll just do those like a light blue color. And actually my piano, I usually will do like a darker, lighter dark brown. Bass, we'll do a purple, dark purple. Acoustic guitar, we'll do like a red. Actually, let's do like a dark red, and then my electric guitars will be red. There we go. I'm going to put my acoustic guitars above. Let's see. I usually like to put piano keys, synths in between my bass and... Oh, you know what? That's in the right place. Perfect. So now that I've got them all color coded, one extra tip is you can make all of your tracks match the color of the track header by selecting all of them, Command A, and then I do Shift Option Command C, makes all of the track headers the same color as the track regions. So what that does is when I pull up the mixer window, it now has all of those same colors in the mixer window. Otherwise, you would only have your regions in the color you want, but not in this mixer window. So that's how you would match that. So now that all of our tracks are renamed and color coded and they're in the order that I want them in, I can simply group them together really quickly by highlighting all of them and doing Shift Command D, and that gives me a window that asks if I want to make a folder stack or a summing stack. In Logic, the difference between the two is that a folder stack only gives you volume control over the entire group. Summing stack allows you to sum those in a way to where you can put processing on that stack or group. It's the same thing. And what this is going to do is very quickly and automatically create a bus as the input so that all of the tracks are being sent into that bus and routed to that bus group. So let's go ahead and do that by clicking Create, and you'll see that automatically in the mixer window, I have all of these vocals routed out to bus 1, and there's the input of bus 1. And so I can rename this Vox, and I can collapse this and make it nice and neat. And I can do that for the rest of my tracks. And now what I can do is I can control the volume of the overall guitars up and down. I can control the volume of the keys, etc., etc. And I can also put processing on the overall grouped channels. And we'll show you a few tips for how to effectively process groups later on. In other DAWs, the concept that is similar to Logic Pro's track stacks is often referred to by different names depending on the specific software, of course. The general idea, though, is the same. It's where you're just grouping several tracks together so they can be processed, mixed, or managed as a single unit. So here's just a few different terms used in other popular DAWs. For Ableton Live, they call them groups or group tracks. FL Studio is track groups in the mixer. Pro Tools uses the term aux tracks, that's AUX, aux tracks for bus routing or track folders for organizational purposes. Aux tracks are where you route several tracks through a single bus for collective processing though, so it's important to distinguish the two. Cubase uses folder tracks and VCA faders. Okay, so just look up what the difference is with those. Studio One does bus channels and folder tracks. And then Reaper uses track folders. Reaper basically uses a hierarchical system of track folders for organization where sort of like child tracks can be routed and processed through their parent folder track, functioning similar to a bus. This is a tip specific to Logic, but it's something that you should do if you're able to in any DAW. Once your tracks are color-coded and grouped, you can actually further nest groups of tracks within a group itself. An example of this that I use often is with acoustic drum kits, where two mics have captured the same source, like a kick in and out mic or snare top and bottom mic. Let me show you what I mean. So now that we've done all of our grouping and color coding, we can do an additional sort of grouping within grouping. So there's some other groups that fit under a master group that we can create by doing like some additional nesting. That's what Logic has recently added as a feature, which is really cool. Otherwise, you'd have to manually set that up. But now we can do like additional summing stacks within these group channels. So for my background vocals, if I want, I can select all those and then do the same thing, Shift Command D, and that will nest an additional summing stack for all of these background vocals. And I can call this BV group and collapse that within this master Vox folder, or not folder, but bus or group. And I can do that usually do that for like my snare top and bottom mic. So I can have one snare channel that I'm effectively processing and applying kind of master processing to, if you will. Not mastering, but just processing on the entire snare channel. And then if I wanted to, I could do that for toms, but I'm not going to. Sometimes you'll have a kick in and a kick out. So you can have one kick group that is nested underneath your drums group. So that's an additional kind of tip for organizing and grouping things that go together within a group. This tip is a huge time saver and helps you with the proper gain staging before you ever start touching your volume faders. Depending on how hot tracks are recorded or produced at, you could end up with little to no headroom on your stereo out or mix bus if you try mixing right away where things are at. To prevent this, you can go to each track and pull down the actual clip gain so that it peaks no higher than -10. This provides enough headroom to begin mixing and adding effects in a way that prevents you from clipping on the mix bus. In Logic, there's a function called Normalize Region Gain, which allows you to normalize all of the tracks to a set average volume all at once, rather than tackling that task one by one for each track individually. In other DAWs, this function might be worded differently, but it will most likely involve the word normalize in each of them. Before you start doing any volume balancing or add any processing to your tracks, it works well to set an average volume of each track to fit somewhere in the range of -10 and -20 dBFS. In the digital domain, -18 dBFS is the same as 0 VU in the analog domain, and many analog units are meant to work best when fed a volume around this level. For the most part, standard digital plugins won't really care about the level that is feeding them, but whenever analog gear is modeled, the intention is to get the plug-in emulations of the hardware to react and behave the same way when fed certain volume levels. That doesn't mean you can't push levels harder into these units. In fact, many analog emulation plugins produce a pleasant, desirable amount of subtle distortion called saturation when pushed hotter than normal. Let me quickly show you how to use this normalize region gain function in Logic. To normalize all of these tracks at the same time so that they're all in a healthy range, all I have to do is make sure that I've uncollapsed every single track, and then I hit Command A to highlight all the regions, and then I go to Functions and Normalize Gain, Region Gain, right here. Click on that, and then before I do that, let me just go ahead and show you how some of these are really peaking up high. So if I go to my vocal here, you can see it's pretty much hitting the digital ceiling. Taking the long way. Right up to 0, right here, you can see that. And some of my drums are doing the same. I want these to peak no higher than -10. So I'm going to do that rather than individually going to each track and going to the gain parameter here on the left. Watch this as I turn this up and down. The audio file gets smaller and then it grows. All right, watch this track right here. Small, big. So I'm going to bring that back to where it was. I can now, instead of doing that manually for each one of these, I mean, that would take forever if you had over 100 tracks. Command A, go up to Functions, and then Normalize Region Gain. And I have it set to default to -10 so that I can apply that. And it's on, you need to change this from the default collective selection, and you need to do it to individual tracks, and make sure the algorithm is set to peak. And then you hit apply and watch all these tracks change. There. Now That one background vocal is peaking right around -10. It's -9.9, no big deal. As long as it's right up close to -10, we're good to go. Man, that saves a ton of time. And your DAW should be able to do that too. Just look for a function that is going to be similar in that name, normalizing, normalized tracks. A quick Google search or YouTube search should get you the answer. Additionally, this practice helps with fader resolution. Volume faders exhibit higher resolution near the nominal 0 dB setting, offering finer control over adjustments. As you decrease the volume fader from this point, the resolution diminishes, rendering precise volume adjustments more challenging to achieve. Tip number 13 emphasizes the paramount importance of achieving a balanced volume as your initial step in mixing. Before you even consider engaging with plugins, it's crucial to ensure that the various instruments and sounds within your mix work really well together in volume. At mastering.com, we believe that this accounts for around 80% of what makes up a great sounding mix. Top mix engineers, including the renowned Derek Ali, will back this up, highlighting the pivotal role this fundamental step plays in crafting a successful mix. Many professionals dedicate significant effort to fine-tuning the volume balance among instruments, setting a solid foundation before adjusting any plugins. The effectiveness of this approach lies in utilizing your fresh ears alongside volume faders, enabling you to grasp the overall essence of the intended mix from a high-level perspective. For years, I overlooked the sheer impact of simple volume adjustments, only to discover just how transformative this was on my mixes later on. This method allows for a broader perspective, preventing you from becoming engrossed in the fine details and getting lost in the weeds with the myriad effects at your disposal. Jumping straight into plugins can cause you to lose both perspective and connection to the music's emotional core. Instead, by focusing on volume adjustments, you're able to tap into the emotive power of the mix through strategic instrument balance. I often encounter students wondering whether their EQ adjustments are correct, only to find that modifying the volume levels of certain instruments provides the solution they need. This also often marks the point at which I use reference tracks to ensure my volume balance is on target or at least in the ballpark. In addition to these points, volume balance is actually where you first establish the correct overall frequency curve and EQ balance for your mix. A great song with great recordings, production, sound selection, and arrangement will sort of mix itself pretty well with just volume. So, volume alone can really be the big reveal as to whether the artist and producer have done their job really well. If a great volume balance is established on top of all this, it should really start to captivate the listener right up front. Careful instrument selection and arrangement will naturally fill up the frequency spectrum while also creating some separation. The reason the classic drop in electronic dance music works so effectively is because it typically involves a kick drum hitting at the same time as a really high-pitched crash cymbal. With this arrangement, our ears get hit with the entire frequency spectrum at once, if well balanced. The kick hits us with low end for impact and body, and the crash creates the excitement along with everything in between. I have a session pulled up here, a mix session for a song called Bounce by the band Spirit City. Go check them out. They're really great. And I have taken off all of my processing so that the only thing we have going on here is just volume. And because this was produced well and, the sound selection is good, the song, just with volume balance alone, sounds pretty good and hits a really nice kind of like frequency curve. Let's go ahead and listen. So what I would do at this point is I would use like a reference. In this case, I used a track down here, Barnes Courtney, Supernatural. If If I just hit play here, let's go ahead and make sure that's brought down enough. The curve is relatively similar already without processing. Now, obviously, it is a different production, and maybe I would have used a different reference if YouTube would let me, but I have to license certain tracks from websites that allow me to do that. So the point is that we're now in the ballpark with just volume balance. And if the tracks have been produced well, if the song was well written, you should get a pretty engaging track just with volume balance alone. So let's just go ahead and show you. I've got my volumes that have been adjusted from 0, right, nominal, and they've all been carefully adjusted to reach that volume balance. And these were all normalized using the same normalize region gain function. So none of these actual audio clips are clipping past -10. And then from there, I was able to bring all the volume faders down to 0 and then bring them up one by one, starting with the drums, then the vocals. That's how I like to work. I usually like to blend the balance of the vocal and the drums together, particularly with more pop kind of tracks like this. And then I'll bring in the bass and then everything else. But it's totally up to you and your preference as to what you start with. But the recommendation is to start and anchor the most important element as an anchor point for, mixing around that and volume balancing your tracks around that. Tip number 14 is about using clip gain automation on your vocals and any other instruments in order to get an even volume fed to your compression. This yields in a much more natural result in the way your compression reacts to the changes in volume from your vocal. Heavy volume spikes from peaks and transients can cause a compressor to overreact and can result in pumping effects that may not contribute to the song's emotional intent. This is especially important on vocals since they are very dynamic by nature. In fact, vocals will sometimes have the greatest dynamic of all the tracks in a mix you work on, depending on how they were performed and captured. If compression was used on a really professional singer, the combination of really pro-level mic technique and some compression on the way into the recording can result in a much more consistent volume level in the vocal. This isn't to say you should always compress on the way in. In fact, a lot of recording engineers prefer not to, unless it's just to tap the compressor with maybe a decibel of gain reduction at the most. Let's go ahead and show you clip gain automation for vocals. We're here in the same session we showed you earlier where we grouped and color-coded our tracks. So I want to show you how to clip gain automate on vocals so that we can get a nice even volume fed to our compression. I'm not going to do that to the entire vocal. It'll take a long time, but we are going to show you just how big of a difference it'll make, before and after we do that. So let's go ahead and just listen to this. This is actually only normalized so that all the volume levels are at a healthy volume. And right off the bat, I just lowered one guitar track just to get a very rough volume balance. But this is not volume balanced yet. I'm going to go ahead and actually apply clip gain automation to the vocal. So that way I can better place that vocal in the kind of volume balance of the mix. You can see just how dynamic this is. I can hardly hear it right here. Okay, let's raise that up in volume using the volume fader alone. Okay, well, still can't hear it that well. And over here, all of a sudden it's way too loud. Okay, so let's compress that. Let's try to fix that with some compression and use, even a transparent compressor, the Silver LA2-way. This is an amazing compressor. You can hit it really hard without really feeling like you're damaging things. Well, let's go ahead and try that and see if we can't even this out.
Your chances ain't good, but you're smiling. If I had your strength,
Oh, that sounds a lot better here. What about here?
one of these trips we've made, and I hate that the
Oh, let's compress it more.
one of these trips we've made, and I hate that the doctor.
Oh, okay, it sounds better.
One of these trips we've made, and I hate that the doctors.
Oh, need to compress it more. Let's keep
One
going.
of these trips we've made, and I hate that the doctors all know my.
Oh, okay, that's better. So we can now pull up the volume.
One of these trips. You know your chances ain't good, but you're smiling. If I had, and I've lost count of these trips we've made, and I hate that the doctors all.
I mean, that's incredible. This is one of the reasons why we use this compressor so much in the industry, is because it does that so much better. You know, we compressed a lot right there. Look how much the needle's going up.
One of these trips we've made, and I hate that.
Now, that's more than 10 decibels of gain reduction.
And I hate that the doctors all know my first name, but they're buying time.
Oh, but then that's still kind of too quiet. Okay, so better than that is to use clip gain automation. Let's go ahead and just take this off, put that back to 0. So let's pick a segment here to kind of work on this. We'll go ahead and just section these things off and get to work. I'll just do this section right here. So what I want to do is bring this up, and I can go to my gain parameter here in the left pane and just turn it up.
You know your chances ain't.
I need to go a little higher.
You know your chances ain't good, but you're smiling. If I had your strength, maybe I'd see the lining.
Okay, I think the word "you know" could be brought up, so I'm going to bring that up a little bit.
You know your chances ain't good, but you're smiling.
But your smiling could probably come down just a hair to match that.
You know your
Bring that up just a hair more.
You know your chances ain't good, but you're smiling. If I had your strength, maybe I'd see the lining.
Okay, lining is like lining, so I'm going to try my best to just bring that one word down just a touch.
You know your chances ain't good. If I had your strength, maybe I'd see the lining. It takes all I have.
Okay, the word "have" is completely gone, so I'm going to bring that way up.
If I had your strength, it takes all I have. Takes all I, takes all I have.
That sounds kind of a natural, so I'm going to let compression do some of that work.
Takes all I have.
The word "I" is totally getting lost.
Takes all I have.
I did that at the wrong place, so let me move this over.
Takes all I have. Takes all I have.
That's not working too well.
Takes all I have.
Yeah, interesting. I'll let compression do that.
Takes all I have.
Maybe a little volume automation too later on, just to hang
Just to
on.
hang on.
It's going to need to be brought up quite a bit. The perceived volume doesn't necessarily match the actual volume that we're singing, so you really have to use your ears. I'm not looking to match all of these in terms of size exactly. That's not going to work that way. It's not going to sound natural.
Know my doctors all. Hate that the doctors all know my first name. And I've lost count of these.
Okay, let's see if we're doing good compared to the first part here.
You know your chances ain't good, but you're smiling. If I, you know your chances ain't good, but you're smiling. If I had your and I've lost.
So this is a little bit louder. I'm going to actually bring up this so that it's about a dB more.
And I've lost count of these trips we've made, and I hate that the doctors all.
You know, he's saying a very emotional word there, hate. And I need to do all of my moves with that in mind. So I don't want that to be squashed to just for the sake of trying to match the size of this clip gain to this, right? If I did that, it sounds weird. Listen to that if I were to match the same size.
So we've lost count of these trips we've made, and I hate that the doctor.
Right, and I hate, it just sounds squished. It sounds lifeless. So I'm gonna go ahead and let that kind of breathe a little bit more in volume.
Count of these trips we've made, and I hate that the doctors all know my first name.
So I've pretty much gone ahead and done some real detailed work here. And I've really kind of honed in and narrowed in this dynamic range. It's not nearly as dynamic, but it sounds natural. I really wanted to pay attention to that. One thing you need to really be aware of and be careful of is that now that I've made all of these edit points, you need to create a crossfade for each of them. So I'm going to go into my fade out here and bring this up to about 10, maybe 12, and turn the type from out to crossfade. And now I have crossfades for all these points so that there's no pops and clicks. One step further is you need to really make sure that any breaths are natural sounding. So let's go ahead and take a listen to that and make sure that there's nothing weird going on.
You know your chances ain't good, but you're smiling. If I had your strength, maybe I'd see the lining. It takes all I have just to hang on.
There's a problem. Glad I checked for that. This hang on has a really nice emotional tail, and then it gets truncated because this clip is 11 decibels higher than this one. No, more. It's like almost 20 decibels higher because I changed that. So I need to go in and I need to move this over so we get his whole tail of his vocal there. I want it to tail out and hear the real intimacy of that vocal, like his last kind of breath.
To hang on.
Right? And what will be nice is that the compression will even accentuate that further in a nice way. Let's go ahead and bounce this in place to a new track here and just show you the difference, how much better this sits.
You know your chances ain't good, but you're smiling. If I had your strength, maybe I'd see the lining.
Okay, and now this one.
You know your chances ain't good, but you're smiling. If I had your strength, maybe I'd see the lining. It takes all I have.
And it's going to be even way better over here.
And I've lost count of these trips we've made, and I hate that the doctors all.
Whoa. Okay, let's try this one now.
And I've lost count of these trips we've made, and I hate that the doctors all know my first name.
Now when we add compression, it's going to be way better.
And I've lost count of these trips we've made, and I hate that the doctors all.
And I might change this. I maybe go back and change the way I did this because it's not sounding right to me. You know, I would want to maybe bring up the volume at this point here.
Count of these trips we've made, and I hate that the
Yeah, I just want this to be like maybe a dB louder right there.
count of these trips we've made, and I hate that the doctors all.
Yeah, that's much better.
Count of these trips.
But in order to gain control of my volume fader, I wouldn't want to use this volume lane. I would want to use an automate, kind of like a clip gain plugin, right? And I would do that after all of my processing, not before. So there you have it. Clip gain automation is the king for getting an even volume fed to your compression and making things sound way better. This next tip is about choosing an anchor around which you can volume balance the rest of your tracks. In most modern genres of pop, hip-hop, and electronic music, this would be the kick drum. If you're mixing jazz, it most likely will not be the kick drum. For me, I like to set the volume of my kick somewhere between -8 and -10 dBFS. Once I set it, I move on and rarely touch that volume fader again. It's important to understand that the low end of a hard-hitting kick drum is going to be what takes up the most amount of energy in your track and will quickly eat up your headroom as other transient information is layered over top of it. Combine that with your bass, and you're sure to clip the stereo mix bus if you don't start your volume low enough. Watch the volume difference when I remove both the kick and bass from this mix. So here's the mix that I showed you volume balance with. I'm going to go ahead and mute the kick and the bass, and I'm also going to mute the snare because that has a lot of heavy transient information. So I'm going to show you just by removing those three things, kind of before and after of the volume difference. Let's go ahead and mute the bass. So it's peaking up to -4.5. And when we add this back in, bass and snare and kick. So it's more than a 2 decibel difference. And because things have been kind of dynamically controlled really well, you know, it's not a massive difference, but they add a lot of energy in the mix. This is why we set the volume of the kick first and low enough, and then mix around that. We can get a hard-hitting kick drum in our mix simply by making sure that our other instruments don't compete in a way that overshadows or masks it. Of course, there's some other tips we'll cover around getting our kick to cut through the mix, but the first and most effective way to get a hard-hitting kick, assuming the kick sounds good, is to simply volume balance it correctly with the other instruments. In this tip, I want to show you how effective clip gain can be for controlling sibilance. Relying too heavily on de-essers can often lead to a lispy sounding vocal. And nothing drives me more crazy than lispy sounding vocals that are a result of the overuse of de-essing. And that's because it's just often a result of laziness. But I know that a lot of times people may simply not be aware that they're doing that. I've been guilty of this in the past myself. The reason I would use clip gain to bring down sibilance is the same reason I would use it on a vocal before adding dynamic processing. If we control our sibilance by simply turning the individual S's down, it ensures that our de-essers and or resonance suppressors don't have to work so hard. This is especially important with more aggressive and dynamically dense styles of music where heavier amounts of compression are required to get a vocal to cut through an energetic instrumental. The more you compress, the more those nasty sibilances get exaggerated and grate on our ears. Let's check this out. So let's show you a vocal that has some sibilance I want to get rid of using clip gain automation. Here, we'll go ahead and loop this section. Everybody about to see me feeling steezy 'cause I'm up in the clouds. Everybody about to see me feeling steezy. Those S's are really bothering me. Everybody about to see me feeling steezy 'cause I'm up in the clouds. And I could put, a de-esser on there or something like a resonance suppressor like Soothe, and that does it pretty well. Here's before. And after. Really nice and natural. But if you didn't have something like this, and you really wanted to control those sibilances, a lot of times clip gain automation is all you need. So let's go ahead and zero in on where those S's are. I'm going to solo this. And everybody about to see me feeling. So the first one is right here. To see me feeling. And the trick to finding an S in the audio file is it's the most compact and sort of like condensed amount of audio. Because it's a higher frequency, it's packing in a lot more. So when we zoom in, it makes it easy to find where our really high-end information is. All right, see how close together these waveforms are? This right here, and then this right here is where our S starts. So I can get really granular by just seeing all this really tightly packed audio information. So let's go ahead and make a point right around here and right around here. And then if I isolate that, you can hear it. So let's go ahead and clip gain this down to about -5 to start. So it's about 4 decibels less.
And everybody about to see me feeling steezy.
Okay. That's better. Maybe a little bit more.
And everybody about to see me feeling steezy.
Okay, better. So here's with it up to -1.4.
And everybody about to see me feeling.
And then back.
And everybody about to see me feeling steezy cause
Yeah, that's better, kind of. It's sounding a little bit strange, so maybe we'd have to meet in the middle. I don't know.
and everybody about to see me feeling.
Sometimes, no matter what you do, nothing seems to work well to get rid of specific instances of sibilance. This can sometimes call for more detailed surgery, which takes some time, but can be worth it. Smooth sibilance is a hallmark of a really pro-sounding vocal, in my opinion. Let me show you a couple more strategies for dealing with these nasty ear pokers. You could apply de-essing, layers of de-essing, and sometimes you have to get really surgical. And I like to do what's called selection-based processing in Logic, where I find the problem, the exact problem frequency, and I literally just cut it out of only this one S here. And I mean, if the vocal was really sibilant, like with every single S, because typically speaking, it's only like maybe a handful, of sibilances that are so problematic that I have to use this method. But if you have something where S's are just crazy sibilant all over the place, it's going to be a lot more difficult and time consuming. And it's something you may consider pushing back on the recording engineer, the vocalist, but you got to be careful there. You don't want to tell somebody to redo their vocal if they're really in love with it. So let me go ahead and show you what I mean. So there's our S, and it's very sharp. There's a very sharp high frequency resonance, way above 8K. Let's go ahead and find it by using an analyzer on the Pro Q3. And you can use pretty much any analyzer. This just gets really nice and granular. I'm going to go ahead and loop it. And there you can see it. It's like a knife. So I'm going to take that and I'm going to make an instance of it, a point, and I'm going to copy the frequency, just Command C, right? And that's 10K, right? 10.091 or 10,091. And so I've copied that, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to turn this off, and I'm going to right click on the wave file here, just this one region, and select selection-based processing. And then I'm going to pull up an instance of Pro Q3, and I'm going to copy, or I'm going to paste that exact frequency into a new bell curve. So double click on the frequency knob, Command V, and now we have that exact frequency. Enter, and then I can narrow this band to around 4 or 5. And I'm going to pull this down about, let's say 5 decibels, 4 or 5 decibels. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to split the difference here. I'm going to bring this up. It was at -1.4. I'm going to bring it down in volume to about, let's say about 3. So a little bit of volume there, but also we're doing some here. All right, so let's try 4 decibels and see how that sounds. I hit apply. And watch how it changes the waveform. Right? Made it a little bit smaller. Okay, need to create some cross fades and see how that sounds.
And everybody about to see me feeling steezy cause I'm up in the... And everybody about to see me feeling steezy.
Yeah, that sounds a lot better to my ear. And so now it won't hit my de-essing as hard if I wanted it to. It's not as sharp and pointed, right?
And everybody about to see me feeling
Let's maybe go back and let's try this one more time and do just a little bit more on that. So I'm going to go down to like 6. See how that sounds. Maybe widen this a little bit. Okay, hit apply. Crossfade.
And everybody about to see me feeling steezy.
Yeah, that's a lot better. So that's a little bit of surgery that you can do. If there's just a handful of those, you can do that pretty quickly. Again, using an analyzer, copying and pasting that exact frequency into selection-based processing. I'm not sure, like in other DAWs, if there's that function of selection-based processing. I'm pretty sure there's ways to do that, though. I would be surprised if like Pro Tools didn't have it. They should. So that's it for a little bit more surgery. One more thing that you can also try that sometimes works is occasionally, if it's really bad, I'll just pitch it down. I literally will just pitch down that exact S. So let's back up, get it to where it was. We'll leave it around -3.
And everybody about to see me feeling.
That's nice and sharp. Let's try to pitch that down and see how that works. Sometimes it doesn't though, so it may not be the thing.
And everybody about to see me feeling steezy.
Interesting. Let's try one more down.
And everybody about to see me feeling steezy cause I'm...
So it kind of works and it kind of doesn't.
And everybody about to see me feeling steezy cause...
You know what? If that was baked into the audio file, I would probably be okay with that. Like if it came like that, sounding like that, I don't think I would know that that was a problem. But because my ears know what it sounds like before, you know, it's kind of playing tricks on me and thinking it doesn't sound that great.
And everybody about to see me feeling...
Well, let's actually see. Let's go into... I'm going to turn it down just a hair. Let's listen to the context of the mix.
And everybody about to see me feeling steezy cause I'm up in the...
So the word steezy has an S, you know, that we would need to take care of, but this one sounds a lot better actually.
And everybody about to see me feeling steezy cause I'm up in the cloud.
That's pretty cool. One of the most important aspects of mixing is the act of taking notes during every fresh listen to the mix. Typically, this is done after the initial volume balance is established, but it can really be done at any time that you're listening critically to the mix. I'm pretty sure there's a handful of DAWs out there that allow for adding notes at the bottom of each channel in the mixer window, but for Logic users, it's not available by default. So I'll quickly show you how to enable notes in Logic's mixer window. All you have to do is go down and press X for opening up the mixer window, and then you'll come down here, and on any one of these tracks, you can right-click at the bottom of the track where the track header is, and then you go to Channel Strip Components and go to Track Notes right here. And when you check that, it brings up additional space for you to write notes. So if I remove this, by default, it looks like this. Right? It shortens it. So right-click it again, turn it back on. And there's some of the notes that I've actually put into some of these tracks and track headers so that I can make those notes quickly as I'm listening and then come back to those and really keep focus. Parallel compression is a great way to get some extra grit and energy out of your drums. And if it's done well in the context of your mix, it can add just the right amount of extra oomph that you're looking for. If you don't already know, parallel compression refers to the practice of applying really heavy compression to a copy of your drum signal and then blending that heavily compressed drum signal in with the original dry drum signal. The reason parallel processing of any kind can be so effective is because it gives you greater control over shaping the affected sound along with the ability to blend that in to taste. This can help sounds cut through a really dense mix without the negative effect of eating up your headroom. As with anything in mixing though, there's no hard rules for how to do this, but what's important is that you understand the concept when experimenting with it. So what I've done is I've created a copy of my entire drum bus. So here's my drums right here, drums, uncollapse that. And I created a copy by creating an auxiliary track called parallel drums. And basically I have sent all unity gain signal to that parallel drum track or drum auxiliary channel. So all you need to do is go here to your drums, and then on the blank send, you can just click into there and select a new bus, and that will automatically create a new auxiliary track. And then I take that drum parallel, let's go to here, and what I do is I slam it with compression. And some additional things and tips to do are to carve out a lot of the mid-range information out of the signal before compressing it, and then boost the lows and the highs like really, really heavily, aggressively. So what's going to happen is you're going to feed a ton of low end and excitement without overly introducing new kind of mid-range information that we already have. We don't need more of this. We're just looking for kind of extra excitement and power from the low end. So by heavily compressing, what we're doing is we're shaving off the transients with a fast attack. I have it set very intentionally to 8 milliseconds. I just dialed this in till I got the right amount of smack that I wanted to. If I brought it all the way down to 0 attack, then it sort of shaved off too much of the transient, and I wasn't getting kind of that extra bit of punch and smack from the drums. So I put it up to 8 very intentionally, and I just did that by listening. And then I put the release time pretty much all the way down as fast as it would go. And the ratio is super high, 20:1. So it's acting like a limiter and just really heavily compressing, and then bringing the threshold down until it is really just slamming it. So let's go ahead and listen to how that sounds. As you can see, the volume's way, way down here. I'll bring it up though so you can hear it better. Okay, bring it back down. So by playing the amount that I have here, I mean, you can see I've blended in just a slight bit. It's really hitting a ceiling up to -30. I've actually put the clip mode on so that it's actually clipping any transients. Without this clip, you'll see that it goes above. So now it's peaking at -16. So if you don't have a compressor that has a clipper in it like this is Logic's compressor, which is what I really love. If you can just simply put a clipper after the compressor. That's essentially what this is doing. So that small amount of drum signal really, really tucked in low, parallel with the original drum signal, is going to give me an extra bit of kind of power in the chorus. And I'm actually only doing it in the chorus. I'll show you what I've done here is I've automated a mute. So it goes muted all the way up until it hits the chorus sections. So it turns on only in the chorus sections. So let's go ahead and listen to that.
Pick it up where I left it, but this time I'm gonna shred it. Check it out. Check it out. Fake it. I'm better than the rest. I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top. I ain't coming down.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to toggle the mute button on and off so that you can hear the difference that the parallel drum auxiliary is adding. Let's go to about here.
Now. Fake it. I'm better than the rest. I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top. I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shake it. Showing everybody I can make it. 10 feet on the ground. I'm on top. I ain't coming down. Ready to bounce.
It's quite a big difference. Let's go ahead and see if we've added any more, if we've lost any headroom as a result of introducing the parallel drums. I'm just curious. I don't really know, but let's see. So here's without. Let me go ahead and bring this down because it'll trigger it otherwise.
Now, second, I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around, I'm on top, I ain't coming down.
So it's peaking at about negative 3.8 and width.
Now, second, I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around, I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning.
So we've gained only 0.4 decibels of volume, right? But it feels a lot more exciting and aggressive, especially like the front end attack of the snare. Listen to the snare.
Now, second, I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around, I'm on top, I ain't coming down.
All right, here's without. Let's go ahead and toggle it on and off.
Now, second, I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around, I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning.
Now, I'd be tempted to maybe, bring down the high end a little bit after the compressor and just put a shelf on that. Or maybe not a shelf, but maybe like some resonance suppression, like Soothe or something like that. Just take it one step further. So it's, making sure that it's not too grating on the ears. It feels a little crispy to me, but I also kind of like it. I don't know. So, but that's just to show you that we're not adding really any or losing any headroom as a result of this parallel compression, and yet we're getting a lot more kind of like, power. And to close out this tip, I want to just add one more thing and a reminder that, sure, you can copy these settings as a starting point, right? With the way that I've EQ'd this parallel drum channel, but really experimentation is key for your specific track and making sure that you do this in context with your music. Parallel drum compression might not always work, and it's not something I always use. And it's especially effective for things like acoustically recorded drum kits, where you're trying to blend in a more consistent signal in with a more dynamic signal. Drums are very dynamic, and so a dry, unprocessed drum track is going to be very dynamic. You have slight differences and variations in how hard the kick is hit, how hard the snare is hit, depending on how good the drummer is. And so what we can do is get a little bit more oomph and consistency by kind of shaving off the transients. We could do a faster attack than I did and actually shave off the transients so that we're blending in a more dynamically consistent signal in with the uncompressed signal. And that can really help with bringing an acoustic drum kit to life. Now that you understand the concept behind parallel processing, it opens up more possibilities with applying this on different instruments and sounds. So this brings us nicely into our next tip, which is with regards to parallel compression on vocals. Just like we did with our parallel drum channel, this actually works well when combined with some EQ for additional tone shaping. Again, the idea here is to blend in a more heavily compressed vocal signal with the original signal. My recommendation is to first get the vocal sounding as good as you possibly can on the main vocal channel, and then send that to your parallel vocal aux channel. Let's play around with this and see what we come up with. I already have a ton of kind of grit and energy coming from the lead chorus vocal here.
Second, I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around.
I can already hear a lot of saturation, grit, just like really heavy compression. And so you can see before we added any like limiting or compression here that it was already really consistent dynamically. So what I'm going to do is actually go to our verse vocal and try it there. So doing the same thing that I did with my drums, I took my lead Vox group bus, and I actually sent that at unity gain. Unity gain is 0 decibels, by the way, in case I didn't mention that before. So I'm sending all the signal to this parallel this parallel Vox channel. So I have that right here, and I've applied really heavy compression with very fast attack, but I'm actually leaving just a little bit of room for some of the crispy consonants and details to come through the compressor so that I can bring up that in more detail. So I can bring up those details and blend that in. So this is really heavily compressed. And then in addition to that, I've got some EQ because I don't need all this body. I've already got that information in my original. And so I'm just blending in sort of the detailed frequency information that'll bring out those kind of consonants and details. And then I have a limiter for good measure, just making sure that if there's any kind of sporadic rogue transient spikes from those consonants, I'm taking care of those as well. So I'm just really controlling this as much as I can. Let's go ahead and bring this up in volume so you can hear this better.
Pick it up where I left it, but this time I'm gonna shred it. Check it out. Pick it up where I left it, but this time I'm gonna shred it. Check it out.
So very heavily compressed, and what I'm doing is just blending that in. So let's go ahead and do a before and after. What you're going to hear is, it's going to sound slightly louder, but it's doing more than that, obviously, because I've got some kind of different frequency information that's being blended in with the original signal. So listen to this section without the parallel Vox channel.
Pick it up where I left it, but this time I'm gonna shred it. Check it out. Check it out.
Okay, and then here's with.
Pick it up where I left it, but this time I'm gonna shred it. Check it out.
Okay, more details. You can hear that. Listen again and watch how we're not really losing headroom at all either.
Pick it up where I left it, but this time I'm gonna shred it. Check it out.
Okay, and then with.
Pick it up where I left it, but this time I'm gonna shred it. Check it out.
In fact, I could do with probably like a dB less.
Pick it up where I left it, but this time I'm gonna shred it. Check it out. Check it out.
Great. So that is parallel processing with parallel compression, and a little bit of EQ as well to kind of further tone shape that in the way that I want so that I can blend that into taste with the original vocal and just get a little bit more kind of detail out and energy from that vocal. I didn't need to do it to my chorus vocal because there's tons of grit and energy in this.
Fake it. I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient.
Although we are hearing that go through that parallel processing right now. So I would just turn that off and kind of mute this in the chorus.
Fake it. I'm better. Fake it. I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient.
Let's see how it sounds though.
Fake it. I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient.
Yeah, it could be cool, but I mostly just needed it for this verse section here. Let's again take the same parallel concept, but apply it on everything that we have left over. This can actually be referred to as rear bus compression, which is a technique that comes from the one and only Andrew Scheps. Rear bus compression involves parallel compression on the entire song minus the drums, and sometimes minus the vocals. This can range from more aggressive compression on the bus or lighter. To do this, we once again create a group aux track and route all of the remaining instruments to that bus. But again, we'll be leaving out the drums. Also, I encourage you to do this technique after you've worked hard to establish a great sounding mix without it, as this is intended to be a subtle enhancement that is blended in. It's these subtleties which, when added up, can help to bridge the gap between your reference tracks and yours. This can result on having to do less work on the back end with mastering. So I've already gone ahead and done the routing involved in this. I've routed my bass and my effects and my guitars, synths, and pads, all to bus 22, which is over here. And then what I'm doing from there is the same thing that I've done with any other of my parallel processing, which is to create a send to this rear bus channel. Try to say that 10 times. Rear bus. So I've got on this aux channel a UAD 1176, and I'm applying between a super aggressive and moderate amount of compression. I've got a reasonably fast attack and release, but not all the way. And then I've dialed in some extra tone using this linear phase EQ. I won't go into too much detail as to why I'm using a linear phase EQ. Just know that it has to do with keeping the phase intact between this channel and my original group of instruments. So you can look that up in other videos, linear phase EQ. There's phasing that happens with a standard EQ. That can happen when you do low cuts, especially on large groups of instruments, or really any sounds. So I'm trying to just retain that phase relationship as much as I can so I don't get any negative sort of like dips in any part of the frequency spectrum, especially in these kind of lower mid areas where that can happen. So I'm going to go ahead and play this compressed sound, just solo this here. I'm going to bring it all the way down and then slowly up. And after listening to it, I'm actually tempted to do one more EQ move. So here's without EQ. So it's just helping to accentuate more of the sort of like mid-range energy that I want. All right, let's go ahead and blend this in and see if we can notice a difference. That's arguably too much. I'm going to find kind of the difference between this and maybe somewhere down here. Let's go ahead and do a before and after though. So here's before. I'm going to go even more subtle than that. I think I like that. Let's go ahead and do a before and after, and notice how just the energy of the entire group of instruments, the bass, the synths, the pads, all that information is kind of just brought forward a little bit in energy without, taking up any more headroom. Here's without. That is rear bus compression. And that's something that you can use in more subtle amounts even. Sometimes it can be really effective to, change the attack and release settings to further control the tone of this parallel track. And then you can blend that in. If you want more attack or less attack, more glue or less glue, more aggression, you can really tone shape things in the way that you want to then add that in subtle amounts. Using parallel EQ, I typically opt for EQs with character and tone, different from plain colorless EQs that don't alter sound. In the demos so far, you've seen how I blend EQ in parallel compression for precise tonal shaping, often with analog emulation plugins for their unique tonality, especially in the mid-range and high frequencies above 1K. Although I've used basic digital EQ in examples, that's usually after achieving a desired tonality with an analog compressor plugin. For more straightforward parallel EQ without the compression, I recommend the Cush Clariphonic EQ for its exceptional ability to enhance the high end. There are few plugins that I endorse heavily when it comes to EQ, and this is one of them. The goal in manufacturing this plugin was to provide the sound of high-end hardware units like the Soundtech Mastering EQ, the Crane Song Ibis, and GML 8200, but without the incredibly steep price. It excels in adding air to tracks, especially where high-end is lacking. Let's take a look at this in action. So rather than using this parallel compression move combined with this EQ, let's see if we can get a really nice sound out of this parallel processing directly on the instrument group without this send. So I'm going to go ahead and pull up the Cush Clariphonic EQ. And what we'll do is literally just start bringing up this clarity knob. This clarity engine has a few different super high end, like way up above, 20K, into the 30K range, where it's going to bring up that feeling of air. Again, these are feelings more than things you're going to hear, right? That feeling of air is just an openness that is hard to achieve sometimes with more digital type EQs. So let's go ahead and just play this instrument group and start bringing up this clarity knob. Usually what I like to do is, and this is actually recommended straight from the manual, is you find that space where it feels nice and open, and then you kind of cut it in half. And that's going to give you the transparency that you want and that feeling rather than really overdoing something that is, quite seductive in all honesty. So let's go ahead and cut this down to about here and try that. And we'll do an on-off. So here's before. Okay, let's try that in blend with everything else. One more time, we'll start with. Okay, let's see if we can't get something else out of this focus knob, which is lower down in the mid-range area. So let's go ahead and solo this. Cool. I like it. Let's go ahead and blend it in. I really dig that. And I may even consider adding less of this, but add that on top of this rear bus compression channel. Let's try that out. I'm going to go ahead and turn these knobs down further and then bring them up and blend them in. Actually, let's go ahead and start right around there and right around there. Need to actually turn this send on. So we are adding some, decibels. That's fine. It's going to be brought in so low that it won't really affect our headroom too much. Let's turn this down. Now let's do it before and after with this rear bus on and off. So here's without. I like it. It really opens things up. And you can do this with other analog EQs. You could take a Neve and blend in some of the character and tone from a Neve, right? Really drive things in parallel, right? Send and then drive the signal really hot into that Neve and let that kind of, shine in its own character and tone and then blend that in. Let me show you what can be achieved in parallel with the Fat Effects by Logic Pro. So this comes native with Logic's set of multi-effects. So this Fat Effects plugin has a bunch of different saturation and distortion types in this distortion module here. So there's all these different modules that I want to bypass. This bass enhancer, compressor. We've got even a limiter at the end of it so that we can avoid, going over a digital ceiling. We have lots of control here. So let's kind of go through and just show you all these different saturation types. We have soft saturation, diode, tube, scream, varied drive, squared, dirt, grit. All these are going to offer a different sound and are going to react differently to different levels of signal. What's really cool is I have basically a parallel knob for each of these different saturation sets. So it's really an incredible amount of control that we get to, blend all these in if we want. So we can blend in 3 different tonalities of saturation with this one module and then further mix that in parallel down here with this mix knob. It's essentially the same thing, except I'm not having to route everything to a separate bus. I can just do it right here. So I'm going to go ahead and bypass the parallel compression there. Let's play this without anything at all. Let's see what we can do here. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm just going to basically solo the drums. So I've actually got the output down here. So I'm going to bring that back up. Let's read the output before so we can kind of level match. Okay, so negative 8.3. I love Bit Crush, but not for this particular instance. Let's go with soft saturation. Let's try diode. So this sounds significantly louder, and yet we're saving a bunch of headroom. And you can really hear the kind of typical characteristic trait of, you know, how saturation breaks up the low end and kind of distorts it. Let's mix that in. Lots more energy, lots more distortion. Let's go and try something different. Just a few more. Tube. And I know grit is going to be the loudest. Blend that back. Let's try that and actually listen in context. Off. Really, really cool. There's just so many options that you can choose from. So it can be really fun, but you can also rabbit hole and kind of get nowhere if you take too much time. What I would recommend is that you have a dedicated session to just exploring the tonality and how this reacts to different instruments. And then you can kind of blend that in, knowing how that reacts and knowing what that's best for. And then you can draw upon that tool at any time that you want that specific sound. Really cool way to get some energy and grit. You can use this in parallel on anything. You can use it on vocals. You can use it on, I use the Decapitator plugin a lot on a parallel vocal chain. I'll go ahead and put Decapitator on, let's say the parallel Vox, instead of doing all that stuff. Let's go to our distortion, Decapitator, and I have a lot of tonality control along with the saturation in one. So I can crank up the drive. I like to use the E module, and you can really, really punish things with this punish button. That just really cranks up the signal. And the distortion. The tone, I want to make that more on the bright side of things, cut out the low end, and really just focus in on this top end. So let's go ahead and listen to that.
On the fast track, bouncing back there, things are shaking my way.
Go ahead and bring that down.
On the fast track, bouncing back there, things are shaking my way. On the fast track, bouncing back there, things are shaking my way. Gotta get back in it, 'cause I ain't a... On the fast track, bouncing back there, things are shaking my way. On the fast track, bouncing back there, things are shaking my way. On the fast track, bouncing back there, things are shaking my way. On the fast track, bouncing back there, on the fast track, bouncing back there, things are shaking my way. On the fast track, bouncing back there.
I think I actually either like A or P.
On the fast track, bouncing back there.
Yeah, I think I like that. What these are modeling are just different saturation sort of like circuits.
On the fast track.
So now I can blend this in.
On the fast track, bouncing back there, things are shaking my way.
Okay, bring it in.
On the fast track, bouncing back there, things are shaking my way. On the fast track, bouncing back there, things are shaking my way. Gotta get back in it, 'cause I ain't about to quit it. Hey, hey.
Okay, off.
On the fast track, bouncing back there, things are shaking my way.
On.
On the fast track, bouncing back there, things are shaking my way.
Pretty cool.
On the fast track, bouncing back there, things are shaking my way.
But, I think I pretty much got what I wanted out of the, parallel processing that we were doing before. So let me go ahead and put that back on. Bring this back up.
On the fast track, bouncing back there, things are shaking my way.
Yeah. I think I like what we're doing here, but I have used this before and blended in the tones in parallel with various tracks like vocals, guitars, synths, etc. Within this bass group, we actually already have 2 octaves above our kind of lower bass guitar here. So let's go ahead and play this in the chorus. And then let's play this layer. And this layer. Versus the lower octave from that. So we have 2 instances where we already have an octave going. So this is smart production, because this is how this bass line is better heard and cuts through this instrumental. Let's go ahead and take away both of these octaves and listen to that in the mix.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shaking, showing everybody I can make it. 10 feet on the ground. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. Ready to bounce. Watch out.
You can hear just how much more intelligible that bass is. And our ears are tricked into kind of like hearing the low end when we have an octave above that low end introduced. So on smaller speakers, when we hear that octave, and our ears associate that still with the bass tone and those kind of lower frequencies, even though we might not actually be hearing them. So if we only had this bass line, though, let's go ahead and just kind of chop this up and see if we can't demonstrate what I was talking about earlier. So what I would do here is carve out most of the low frequencies and then saturate that and blend that in. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and just use one of these EQs, actually. And we'll take off those. Do a little bit of this. Great. Now essentially we have frequencies that are kind of like even higher above that octave that we can then even more heavily saturate and then blend in. Let's go ahead and bring up Decapitator. Let's actually focus this sound in even a little bit more. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and cheat here and do a little bit of kind of surgery work with a plugin called Spiff by Oak Sound. Just want to get rid of some of that chug, not all of it. I have a lot of information up there, so I'm going to go ahead and focus in on that and cut it. So here's before. And then after. It's not so aggressive. Let's go ahead and blend this all in. Or maybe I'll just tone this down. All right, let's go ahead and blend that in. Even more. Yeah, that's kind of doing it right there. Let's go ahead and listen to that before and after. Here's before.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shaking, showing everybody I can make it. 10 feet on the ground.
I'm even going to go a little bit darker on this, aggressive on this high cut. Let's focus in a little bit more.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shaking, showing everybody I can make it. 10 feet on the ground.
That's kind of cool. Let's go ahead and bring it down just a hair.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shaking, showing everybody I can make it. 10 feet on the ground. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. Ready to bounce.
Nice. So you get the point. And really, in the case of this production, it's all about this octave, these 2 octave tracks here, but also the saturation and tone that we're blending in with that. So what's happening here is we're employing multiple parallel processing techniques. We have the octave, which essentially is EQ, because we're blending in a different EQ profile, as well as saturation and blending that in as well. While we have these bass tracks up, or these copies up, I want to show you another tip that has to do with adding width and a sense of depth to your bass without muddying up kind of the low end and smearing that low end. So what we're going to do is, make a copy, which is what we've already done here. And we're going to add either some kind of spatial processing or maybe like chorusing, to create that depth and that space. And we've already rolled off the low end, which is what we would want to do, because we don't want to spread out the low end frequencies on this particular track. You can do that on like more electronic styles of music, but with this kind of acoustic, aggressive, like acoustic bass vibe, I don't necessarily want to do that. I want to keep that low end tight and focused in the center. And so I'm going to go ahead and spread out these sort of like upper frequencies above that. So I'm going to go ahead and lower this just a little bit though, and we'll do something like that maybe. And then what we're going to do is use either Valhalla, like a room tone, or this microshift plugin, which is a chorus. So let's go ahead and solo this and listen with this chorus off and on. So there's already some stereo information in this file, but we're just kind of spreading this out even further. So I'm going to bring this to around there. What I've done is a lot of times either like room tones directly added to the signal, or, chorusing can add volume without any perceived volume being added. So we're kind of losing headroom there. I'm going to go ahead and put that before decapitator for that reason. So that decapitator is kind of controlling the volume. Here's how it sounds after though. I like the tone of it after, so I'm going to go ahead and put a limiter and just like really squeeze this. Let's go to my L1 limiter and bring this down. Cool. Let's go ahead and blend that in. Let's go ahead and do a before and after without micro shift and with. So here's without. It almost like darkens it. I don't know if I like the tone of that totally. Let's see if there's anything else we can do to kind of make this work. Yeah, you know what? This isn't really working for me too much. Let's go ahead and take off. In fact, I think I liked it better when it was just micro shift before decapitator. So let's put it back there. Yep, let's go ahead and turn that down a little bit. That's pretty cool. Let's try a room tone and see how that works. So I have Valhalla, and I just have it set to like an ambience. I want to change the sound of this so it's not so, I don't know, metallic-y sounding. See how that works. That might be kind of cool. I might like micro shift better. Let's try that one more time. Yeah, for me, micro shift wins in this case, but you get the point. We're just adding some space and depth, some ambience around that sort of copy of that bass, and carving out the low end so we're not kind of smearing that low frequency information in that bass. We're giving that bass nice, tight, centered attention, and then we're spreading out those higher frequencies. Have you ever encountered the saying that the camera adds 10 pounds? This expression originates from the observation that people often appear heavier or larger in photographs than in real life. Additionally, certain lighting conditions may not flatter your appearance. To counter this, many have mastered the art of finding the perfect angles, poses, and lighting. In fact, there's a photograph that demonstrates how lens distortion can exaggerate this effect, seemingly adding extra pounds. Similarly, in music production, your digital audio workstation and speakers can distort how your music sounds during the creative process, be it mixing or production, but often in the opposite direction. For example, it's common for novice producers and engineers to overuse effects like reverb and delay. I'm not suggesting that there aren't amazing records that at least have the illusion that they swim in reverb, because one of my favorite dream pop records of all time certainly does. However, the allure of spatial effects is undeniable, and its lush, rich sound can transport us, making it easy to overindulge. All I mean to say is that this seduction of reverb requires caution. Beginners and sometimes even veterans might push the wet to dry ratio too far, seeking an enveloping spatial effect. While many exceptional records are drenched in reverb, we often don't need as much as we think in our mix. Here's a straightforward tip to manage this. Once you believe you found the perfect reverb amount, dial it back about 15%. It's that simple. Reverb can quickly dominate your mix, obscuring other elements. This method ensures you use just enough reverb to maintain clarity in your mix while still achieving an immersive, transportive sound. So we'll take this same vocal that we've shown you earlier and other tips and apply some reverb to it. We have a vocal plate preset here, nothing super fancy. And we'll just pull up the mix until we find a good spot, and then I'll pull it back till it's 15% less or so. Doesn't have to be exactly 15%, but you'll get the idea once I do this.
You know your chances ain't good, but you're smiling. If I had your strength, maybe I'd see the lining. It takes all I have just to hang on. And I've lost count of these trips we've made, and I hate that the doctors all know my first name.
See, I really like where it sits right there. Now, my ears have been trained to know this sort of 15% rule. So in actuality, I might not need to pull it back as much, but we'll see. I'll go ahead and do about 15%, which would probably be to about 12 or so.
You know your chances ain't good, but you're smiling. If I had your strength, maybe I'd see the lining. It takes all I have just to hang on. And I've lost count of these trips we've made, and I hate that the doctors all know my first name.
And I'd probably maybe even automate the reverb in places. But there you have it. It's that simple. Just pull it back after kind of getting it to a place that you think is right. Pulling it back 15% will just ensure that everything that adds up doesn't kind of cause the clarity to be lost in the mix. This tip with regards to using 15% less with reverb can really be applied to any other creative effects like chorus, distortion, or transient shaping, etc. And again, don't focus on the exact percentage number I'm using here, but rather understand the principle that less can often be more with certain effects in your mix. In the end, this is not a rule, but a tip to help you be more aware of and intentional about the amount of reverb you use. For this tip, we're diving into a topic that might sound like old news, but trust me, it's golden advice that can't be overstated. We're talking about the importance of taking intentional breaks during your mix or production sessions. Now, if you're anything like me, you get so caught up in the creative flow that hours can pass by without even realizing. But here's the thing, our ears, they're basically muscles, right? And like any muscle you've been working out at the gym, they get tired. When your ears are fatigued, your mix starts to suffer because your perception goes out of whack. So you might be thinking, sure, I take breaks. I eat, I use the restroom. And yeah, those bio breaks are natural built-in pauses that give your ears a bit of a reset. But what I'm advocating for here goes beyond just giving your ears a rest. It's about recalibrating them, fine-tuning your audio perception every time you dive back into the mix. Here's my strategy. Make it a point to step away from your studio every hour or so. Or, better yet, the moment you sense you're losing perspective, which is when you're so deep in the weeds that you can't tell up from down in your mix. And I mean really step away. Leave your studio space entirely. Hit another room. Step outside. Go for a walk. Just change your environment for 3 to 5 minutes. Besides, your back will also thank you for it when you're close to your 40s or older. Now, for the juicy part of this tip. Whenever you come back from a break and park yourself in front of those speakers again, don't just jump back into where you left off. Instead, treat your ears to 1 or 2 reference tracks. You don't need to listen to the whole thing, just a couple of minutes to recalibrate your ears. This practice is like a palate cleanser for your audio taste buds, like ginger to sushi. Doing this might reveal some harsh truths about your mix. Sometimes it'll be painfully clear how off some elements are. But other times, you might sit back and realize, hey, this actually sounds pretty good. Either outcome is a win because it keeps your mix on track, steering it towards that sound you're aiming for without veering off course. Let's break down why this is so crucial. Mixing is an art form that relies heavily on subjective perception. Our ears can get accustomed to certain sounds, certain levels of bass, treble, you name it. By stepping away and then recalibrating with a reference track, you're giving yourself a fresh, unbiased perspective. It's like resetting your audio baseline to ensure your mix aligns with the professional quality you're striving for. And guess what? If you've done the right thing by selecting a reference track or two prior to starting the mix, you'll have that lighthouse to keep you from falling off course at any point in the mix. Remember, mixing is a marathon, not a sprint. Those breaks, they're your checkpoints, your moments to reassess and make sure you're still on the right path. So take them seriously, make them intentional. Your mixes will thank you, and your ears will too. This leads us nicely into our next tip, which is super underrated and super important. After each break, especially the longer ones, be prepared to take notes on the things you hear upon the very first listen after the break. This will do wonders to keep you focused on the things that will really move the needle in the mix. For those whose ears are more trained to hear specific frequencies, it might look something like this. Excessive 1K in lead vocal during verse 2, or for more novice engineers, you might simply jot down snare too loud in the verse and too quiet in the chorus, or the vocal sounds muddy or thin or buried in the chorus. These notes can be about anything you hear that sticks out to you that you don't like. One thing that I picked up from a producer, I think it was Dua Lipa's producer Ian Kirkpatrick, who actually has a really basic handheld microphone always plugged into a certain channel with a track ready and armed for him to just say his notes into the microphone as the track is playing back. That way you can just easily speak the thoughts that come to your mind very quickly, and you don't miss anything that needs to be done to the track. So what we could do here is just create a new track. This is connected to just my desktop microphone, my SM7B, but you could have an SM57 or anything and just say talk back notes and record while it's playing back. Turn down the kick. So now I have my note. Turn down the kick to turn the kick down. And you could really do this a couple times, run through it once or twice, record your notes, and have a couple layers of feedback to refer back to. Let's go back to our discussion about reverb and talk for a minute about pre-delay in reverb. And the demonstration for this will be for pre-delay on snare specifically. Dialing in the right amount of wet to dry ratio on the mix knob needn't be where the tweaking stops. For times when we want that sense of space or something more transient heavy and we want to retain the sense of transient punch, pre-delay in reverb is the parameter to adjust. In order to understand the concept behind this, we need to understand how sound behaves relative to the spaces they're in. Reverb, as you might already know, is a tool to create a sense of space and depth in a mix. It emulates the sound reflecting off surfaces in a physical space, which is how our ears interpret distance. When there's no separation between the direct sound and the reverb, it mimics the effect of being further away in a room or space. Sounds that are further away from us are heard with their reverberated sound more pronounced, as direct sound diminishes with distance. Therefore, applying reverb without pre-delay effectively simulates moving that sound source, the snare in this case, further back in the virtual room of your mix. Let's check this out. I have a reverb set to a snare plate preset, and the preset actually has some pre-delay baked in. That's because they are wanting to preserve the actual front-end transient punch of the snare. So let's go ahead and see if we can hear the difference between no pre-delay and pre-delay, and see if there's indeed that effect of shoving the snare further back without pre-delay. So let's go ahead and dial in a fair amount so we can hear it. So here's the snare. You can hear it's like da, da, like the snare reverb doesn't come in right away. Let's listen to that again in the context of the mix. And here's no pre-delay. When I play this back again, listen to how the front-end transient punch of the snare gets smeared when the reverb comes in right away with it without pre-delay. With pre-delay. None. The difference is subtle, but as your mix becomes more and more dense, this becomes a really useful tool. Again, what's happening is when sounds are further away, we hear the dry signal and the reverb signal more meshed together at the same time. So that's what no pre-delay is emulating. And you can use that as a tool to further place your instruments either front to back in your mix. Now, in the context of this particular beat, I'm not saying that one is better than the other. That's totally up to you. As long as you're intentional with how you're using these tools to place the sounds in your mix in a certain way. I'm particularly fond of this next tip. It's a swift and straightforward technique for injecting width into any sound that could benefit from added width, depth, or a unique sense of placement within the mix. My go-to method? Sample delays. They're exceptionally effective for enhancing percussive elements that occupy the higher end of the frequency spectrum. The rationale behind this preference is simple. High frequencies are generally less prone to creating issues with phase relationships. By employing sample delay, we're effectively duplicating a signal and positioning one copy hard left and the other hard right. This technique leverages the Haas effect, where duplicating a signal and introducing variations, be it timing, phase, EQ, or pitch, leads to decorrelation. These modifications, when both signals are mixed centrally, tend to merge or blend. However, when we pan them to opposite sides, our ears pick up on the disparities between the two signals, resulting in a perceptibly wider sound. This approach not only widens the soundstage, but also enriches the listening experience by adding a new dimension to the mix. When it comes to using sample delays, the only disparity between the copy and original signal is with timing, and that's the only parameter you're given control over in Logic's sample delay plugin. Let's check this out. All right, I have this like clock ticking percussive sound that I chopped up and turned into this. if you're wondering, I just gutted out the low end up to about 300 hertz. And listen to how it sounds right now in the mix. It's getting a little bit lost, to be honest, and it just feels like it's kind of like smacked on top of everything and not really sitting in the mix the right way that I want it to. So a simple solution for that is sample delay. This is Logic's stock sample delay plugin with literally one parameter, a delay left and a delay right. I guess that's two parameters, but they both do the same thing. You just get to decide, if you're delaying either the left channel or the right channel. Now, this will give the perception of moving it to, more to one side than the other, depending on which one of these that you delay. So if I turn this unit to milliseconds, then I can change it to a number that's within the Haas effect range. Anything over 40 milliseconds, as we start to go north of 40, it starts to feel like they're two different sounds. So listen to this really quick. If I put it to 50, they sound like two different sounds to me. If I bring it down to about 20-ish or so, it sounds like one sound, but just wider. Okay, so that's the Haas effect. If I do that on the other side, it'll give the effect that the sound is leaning more towards the right. And then if I do it this way, more to the left. That's very subtle. Whether I do it to the left or right, I don't really care. But let's go ahead and listen in the context of the mix. I'm going to set it to about 25 milliseconds and listen to how it sets this into like its own sort of space. No sample delay. Now, another trick would be to simply put some reverb on it and do like a small room tone or something to that effect and give it its own space, and you can do that. But I just wanted this to kind of fill out the left and right and kind of widen the mix a little bit. So here's before again. And after. And I can even pull it down now that I can hear it more pronounced. And if I wanted to bring it in a little bit more, I can right click and use this stereo pan feature where I can narrow this down a little bit further. Perfect. There's a concept I learned about while studying for my vocal performance degree at university, and that applies pretty much to all kinds of art and really helps to set the stage for some of the tips we'll mention in this video. It's a concept called chiaroscuro. The concept of chiaroscuro is a technique renowned for its dramatic use of light and shadow to create the illusion of volume in modeling three-dimensional objects and figures. It was used during the Renaissance period by the Italian painters of the late 15th and early 16th centuries, most notably Leonardo da Vinci, who used it to enhance the depth and realism of their compositions. There's that word depth that we use so much in mixing. This technique became a fundamental element in the toolkit of European painters, influencing the way artists depicted light and form for centuries to come. Essentially, it's the contrast between light and dark that creates the illusion of depth and realism in art and adds to the emotional experience of the viewer. This concept applies perfectly to mixing, particularly when we break down the three-dimensional aspects of a mix. These aspects are height, width, and depth. The key to effectively utilizing these dimensions to create an immersive and realistic listening experience lies in the use of contrast between the far ends of these three dimensions. This is why we're given control in the mix over things like panning, EQ, spatial effects, and volume or dynamic processing. Panning allows us to create contrast in the width dimension. By panning some things center, others right, and left, we broaden the listening experience to the far ends of the left and right width dimension. A novice might excitedly be introduced to the realm of widening tools like reverb, chorusing, sample delay, imaging plugins, and be tempted to have everything in the mix be super wide, thinking that it will enhance the mix. The problem with this is that we are then left with nothing to contrast this left and right extreme, and are now left with a gaping hole in the center. Some of the best mixes utilize LCR panning, which stands for left, center, and right. This technique employs the use of only 3 pan positions: hard left, hard right, and dead center. By carefully choosing the right elements for all 3 of these positions, we are effectively allowing this idea of contrast to take place. The left and right sides are made to appear even wider when there are elements right down the middle to contrast them. Again, this concept works with every dimension in the mix. When working in the depth dimension, which governs the front to back placement of our mix, we allow sounds to feel further away by contrasting them with sounds that are closer up front. The techniques for doing this are varied, and we'll be breaking down some of them in the tips you'll come across in this video. The concept is what I want you to understand though, and so many of the mixing mistakes that we see from our students usually comes from a lack of implementing this concept into their mixes. When I first started using Reverb, for example, I would excitedly throw the same Reverb plugin with the same parameters all over my mix. Everything swam and drowned in that reverb, sending the entire mix into a muddy, distant land. So the next few tips will be to show you some of the techniques you can use to inject this contrast into the different dimensions we've discussed. This next tip is more of an admonition to understand and listen for how EQ affects height in the mix. This is a follow-up to the idea of contrast from our previous tip. Take a listen to this composition, for instance, and close your eyes and notice where you sense the high-end information versus the low-end information in your body. It might locate slightly different for some people, so don't overthink this. It's not something that you're actually going to literally feel, but just generally speaking, from your stomach and up to the top of your head, notice where you sense the low-end elements compared to the higher-end elements. I'll give you a quick tip or guide for listening. The first 2 times I play this through, hone in on the kick that beats along with the horns and ask yourself where you feel that. Now pay attention to that ticking clock-like sound I showed you earlier. Notice how the high end feels like it rests up higher. Now pay attention to the crash sound that only happens at the tail end of the composition, where the impact is. I don't know about you, and again, this will probably be slightly different for different people, but for me at least, I sense the kick sort of hitting me in my chest somewhere. Then I hear the ticking sound right sort of at ear level, but then the crash at the end is something I sense more towards the top of my head, sort of around my forehead. Also, if you play it back one more time and pay attention to the snare, it falls somewhere in between the ticking sound and the kick. There's no right or wrong here, but the point is that the frequency spectrum has the ability to provide a sense of height. And generally speaking, the lower the frequency, the lower the sensation we feel on ourselves. Conversely, the higher the frequency, the higher the sensation we feel. It's also interesting to note the connection that frequencies have to an ancient East Indian Sanskrit term called chakras. According to their philosophy, there are 7 different chakras which can be activated through certain frequencies. The root chakra is located at the bottom of the spine and is associated with frequencies that are considered grounding. And guess what? That would be the frequencies at the low end of the spectrum. The crown chakra, on the other hand, is located at the top of the head and is linked to the highest frequencies. And it isn't completely intangible because, in truth, it's only lower frequencies that have the ability to rattle the floor. And it's our heads that tend to be resonators for frequencies that are on the higher end of the spectrum. The point of all this, as it relates to using contrast in production and mixing, is that we can select sounds that occupy and span the entire frequency spectrum to create that height and a natural separation of the sounds. If all you had was high frequencies or all bass guitars playing in your mix, it'd get rather boring to our ears, and we'd eventually really crave some contrast with other frequencies. In the mix, we can use EQ to further enhance and stretch this sense of height in the mix, ensuring that the lower frequencies are present and balanced at just the right amounts, with the highs and everything in between. This is again why references alongside a good analyzer can help train your ears to remember when things are balanced. In addition to the fact that EQ can help to expand the height of your mix, we can actually use it to create separation and contrast in the depth dimension of our mix. As a quick tip, the further away sounds get, the darker in tone they get as well. This is one of the reasons why reverbs oftentimes have a built-in high cut or damping filter parameter. By rolling off or attenuating some of the high frequencies of the reverb, it can help to further enhance the sense of depth in our mix when contrasted with other reverbs that might have a brighter tone. Take a listen to the same tune we've used in the last few tips, but this time I'm going to put a fairly aggressive low-pass filter, otherwise known as a high cut. I'll play it 2 times through, and I want you to close your eyes and pay attention to both the sense of width and depth. Again, depth is the front to back aspect of our mix. Now we'll remove the filter and listen for how it changes the sense of depth and width. Again, close your eyes. Pretty cool, right? To my ears, there's a complete expansion and feeling of openness in both depth and width when we let all those higher frequencies back in above 3K. It of course helps that the sense of height comes back as well. That's because when we roll things off and filter out those high frequencies, we're essentially removing the contrast and narrowing everything into a limited frequency band range. This lack of contrast makes it feel smaller, narrower, and less immersive. Essentially, we're shrinking the depth field as well as the height. We want mixes to feel immersive, don't we? At least I do. The tip here, and the essence of achieving a great mix, lies in the artful staggering of your sounds through the right EQ adjustments. Not every instrument requires full representation across the entire frequency spectrum. In fact, when engineers talk about a specific EQ adjustment helping an instrument to sit in the mix, they're highlighting the importance of each instrument occupying its own distinct sonic space relative to the others. To ensure an instrument stands out while maintaining its unique place, it's incredibly effective to selectively limit its frequency range. This approach opens up room for other instruments to shine within their own frequency niches. For instance, filtering out just the right amount of high end from a snare can perfectly illustrate how such a technique allows it to blend seamlessly into the mix. Let's prove it. Sometimes the combination of a few different EQ curve types is the answer for getting rid of any unnecessary low end and mud from instruments, particularly when it comes to things like vocals or pianos. I often find that it's not enough to just remove low end using a low cut, but rather I end up combining 3 different EQ curves to better shape the way I remove lows and low mid resonances. I do this pretty consistently on things like vocals, piano, or anything that is really resonant in the lows and low mids, but that I don't necessarily want those resonances as prominent. And of course, the amount of frequency information I remove is never the same each time. Let's take a quick look. Here I have acoustic piano in this mix that we've taken a look at in other tips. Let me go ahead and play this piano without any EQ moves at all. What I've done is I've removed kind of a honkier frequency here, but the focus is actually on the combination of these three kind of lower EQ types or EQ curves. I have a low cut, and then I have a shelf combined with a bell. And I'm doing something different, obviously, on each, and just using my ears to kind of shape the way that this is removing, unnecessary low rumble, and then kind of shelving down using, this 145 hertz and below to further attenuate some of the lower end of the instrument that doesn't necessarily need to be there. That's where, the bass guitar is going to sit, the kick and all that. So I'm removing that, but then further shaping it by also removing around 120 here. And the combined total is giving me this shape. So in actuality, it's showing us that the combination of these is dipping this much, which is pretty aggressive. That's about 5 decibels or even more, right around this area. So let's go ahead and listen to this on and off. I'll go ahead and play it again off. And you might think that sounds thin, but we don't need all this information, where we have other instruments occupying those frequencies, like our bass guitar, our kick, and maybe some other synth information. So the combined total allows it to play more clearly in the mix. If you're looking for more tone and character shaping control on your reverbs, delays, or any other effects, the best way to do that is to set up an auxiliary channel and place your effects directly on that channel. I'll show you how to set this up. The way you would set this up is going to be, slightly different in different DAWs, but the principle is universal. And auxiliary channels are how you set this up, and auxiliary channels are pretty much universal for most every DAW. So to set up an auxiliary channel, I would open my mixer window by hitting X. You can toggle the mixer window on and off in Logic with X on the keyboard. And then I'd hit Control N. And then that would give me a new auxiliary channel here. So I don't need that one or that one. I've already created 7 auxiliary channels. It's an arbitrary number. And I just set the input of that auxiliary channel to a bus. That's a really key component here, because that is how this auxiliary channel knows how to receive signal from different channels. Right? Without this, there's no way to send signal from different channels to this auxiliary channel. I then place my reverb or delay or whatever effect you're wanting to send signal to. I place that as the first insert. So in this case, I have my reverb. And the key here with things like reverbs and delays is I'm going to set the mix knob all the way to 100% wet. That's really important, because now my mix knob instead becomes the send knob on my individual channels. So I've got my lead vocal here, my lead vocal channel, and I have selected bus 10. My reverb channel, you can see that because I've named it, it shows up there. So that's cool, because now this knob here that I'm turning up and down, now this becomes my mix knob. So I'll start at totally dry, which is all the way down. Listen to this.
Your chances ain't good, but you're smiling.
And then I'll start to bring it up, and you'll start to hear slowly the reverb effect take place.
You know your chances ain't good, but you're smiling. If I had your strength, maybe I'd see the lining. It takes all I have.
Great. And you know the trick. Dial it back 15%. So I'll go, let's say, to about there.
You know your chances ain't good, but you're smiling. If I had your strength, maybe I'd see the lining. It takes all I have just to hang on. And I've lost count of these trips we've made.
Great. Now, there are two reasons that this is a good idea, and it's something that you'll see professionals do as a standard practice. One is that with this setup, you can use just one reverb and send as many channels to that reverb as you wish, without having to place several copies of that reverb on all those channels. This conserves your computer's CPU power and helps optimize your sessions to run as efficiently as possible. The second reason this is a good idea is that it allows you to further shape the tone of your reverbs and delays. Let's say you want to apply another effect like EQ or compression to a reverb that will go on a vocal. If you place the reverb directly on the channel, then the effects you're using to tone shape the reverb will also tone shape the vocal, and you may not want that. By placing the reverb on a bus, you're running that effect in parallel, which allows you to go crazy and do whatever you want with the reverb on that aux channel, and then send however much of that vocal signal to that reverb your heart desires. Now, sometimes it makes more sense to actually put your reverbs or delays directly on the vocal or other instrument. The way I make that decision is simple. If I'm using reverb or delay in a really creative and unconventional way that is beyond just the static use of ambience and space, I'll just put it directly on the sound. This typically leans toward the more creative production decisions where reverb or delay becomes more of a function of sound design and an integral part of the unique character of the instrument or sound. A lot of times in production sessions, I'll create unique sweeping effects for transitions or other creative moments by automating all kinds of parameters on a reverb and or delay. So, if I know these moves will only apply uniquely to this one instrument or sound, then I know it's a good idea to just apply it directly on that instrument track. The Abbey Road reverb trick, also known as the Abbey Road reverb technique, originated from the legendary Abbey Road Studios in London, which has been the recording site for numerous iconic albums, including many by the Beatles. The process came about as a way to control the tone of reverb on instruments in a way that achieved more clarity in the mix. Sending many instruments to the same reverb can quickly muddy up a mix and cause a smearing effect that may not be wanted. So, now that we've learned how to configure our reverbs on aux channels or buses, we can do this. Specifically, the process involves rolling off both the low end and the high end of our reverb to a desired place. And you can go pretty aggressive on these filters without noticing any dip in quality of the sound of the reverb. By rolling off upwards to 300 Hz or more in the low end, we avoid exciting the reverb in those muddy frequency areas. Now our reverb can stay out of the way and not overlap those frequencies that are in the vocal, so we get more clarity. By rolling off the high end, we darken the reverb to a degree that is desired to further push the sound back in the mix, if that's what you want. Another cool thing is that now any high end and harsh frequencies won't excite the reverb, keeping it smooth and buttery. Let's see this in action. So I have my Valhalla Vintage Verb set to a rich chamber, and what I want to do is really crank up the reverb send so that you can really hear what's going on when we apply this Abbey Road reverb trick. So let's put it to about there.
You know your chances ain't good, but you're smiling. If I had your strength, maybe I'd see the lining. It takes all I have just to hang on.
Notice how when the S's kind of hit the reverb, you can hear it excite the reverb. Just to hang on. Listen to that.
Just to hang on.
It gets kind of splashy, right? It almost sounds like a little cymbal.
Just to hang on.
Right? Again, listen to the S.
Just to hang on. Just to hang on.
Listen to how that S goes away when we go ahead and apply EQ to this reverb. So we're going to put it before the reverb. That's really important because we're wanting to excite the reverb with only certain frequencies. So we're limiting kind of the bandwidth of what's hitting this reverb. So I'm going to also roll off the low end to about, let's say, 350 or so. And now listen to how that S goes away and how the reverb sounds more thin.
Just to hang on, just to hang on,
Take it off.
just to hang on, just to hang on, just to hang on.
Now I can still hear that splashiness, so I could go even more aggressive if I wanted to.
Just to hang on, just to hang on. You know your chances ain't good, but you're smiling. If I had your,
Bring that back
you
up.
know your chances ain't good, but you're smiling. You know your chances ain't good, but you're smiling.
So we're really kind of, again, limiting what we're actually sending into the reverb, allowing us to further tone shape that. This move can really clear up and make things just more clear and separated because we don't have this, if we're sending a lot of different instruments that have these frequencies, then that's going to build up really quickly in this reverb and we're going to lose clarity pretty quickly. One cool thing about the Valhalla Vintage Verb and a lot of reverbs as well is that there's actually an EQ built into the reverb. And that's what you can see here on the right. This EQ allows us to do the same thing, basically filter out the highs to a desired amount and filter out the lows.
You know your chances ain't good, but you're smiling. If I had your strength, maybe.
Now these curves are different. I don't know if they're steeper or more broad, but that just gives you control right on the reverb itself. So again, you can go crazy adding all kinds of effects. In fact, one thing that I often like to do is add delay to my reverb. Maybe like a ping pong delay to go in first before it hits the reverb. And so we're kind of creating additional ambience here and dimension by doing that. So I'm going to go ahead and pull up a Echo Boy and I'm going to set it to a ping pong delay here. And let's go ahead and do a shorter 16th note on both sides. We'll start there. I'm going to put the mix knob not quite to 100% here. I'm going to leave it at 50%, and I'll kind of dial that in to the right amount. Let's go ahead and do the same thing here. Low cut, bit of a high cut there.
You know your chances ain't good, but you're smiling. If I,
My feedback is all the way down, okay?
you know your chances ain't good, but you're smiling. If I had your strength, maybe I'd see the lining.
Okay, maybe instead we're going to go ahead and do 32nd note, and we'll do dot, and then one side will be 16th.
You know your chances ain't good, but you're smiling. If I had,
Here's without the reverb.
you know your chances ain't good, but you're smiling. If I had your,
Cool. So we have this like widening effect, right? That's going into the reverb, which is kind of cool. May or may not want it for this. Let's go ahead and turn the mix knob down just a little bit.
you know your chances ain't good, but you're smiling. If I had your strength, maybe I'd see the lining.
Let's turn this off.
You know your chances ain't good, but you're smiling. If I had your strength, maybe I'd see the lining.
I'm going to go ahead and actually bring up the mix knob more, and then I'm going to turn down the send volume.
You know your chances ain't good, but you're smiling. If I had your strength, maybe I'd see the lining.
Okay, so let's go ahead and actually, I'm going to make both of these. I'm going to make these the same. Make them both dotted.
You know your chances ain't good, but you're smiling.
Cool. And now I can go to my vocal and turn this down quite a bit.
You know your chances ain't good, but you're smiling. If I had your strength, maybe I'd see the lining. It takes all I have just to hang on.
Cool. I'm going to take this off so I'm not EQing twice.
You know your chances ain't good, but you're smiling. If I had your strength, maybe I'd see the lining.
So there you have it, the Abbey Road reverb technique, and a little something extra with that delay. So what if we want to retain that sense of air in our reverb, right? We don't necessarily want to roll off the high end. And we talked about how rolling off the high end can help prevent that splashiness hitting the reverb, right? Our sibilants hitting the reverb. But what if we want to leave some of that high end in, but still not have that splashiness occur when those sibilances hit the reverb? Well, the answer to that is in de-essing before the reverb. So I'm going to go ahead and put a de-esser here by FabFilter, hone in, and try to find where it's exciting the reverb. And let's go ahead and turn up the reverb so we can really hear it.
Something I'd give it all up just to do.
And then let's go to the Valhalla plugin. Yeah, just make sure that we're leaving in that high end, still rolling off that low end there. And let's go ahead and listen.
Something I'd give it all up just to do. Something I'd give it all.
I'm going to turn the range up quite a bit.
Something I'd give it all up just to do. Again. Something I'd give it all up just to do. Again.
Okay, here's off.
Something I'd give it all up just to do. Again.
On.
Something I'd give it all up just to do.
Yeah, I really like that.
Something I'd give it all up just to do. Again. Something I'd give it all up just to do.
Okay, so let's listen to that in the context here.
You know your chances ain't good, but you're smiling.
Let's go ahead and listen to that section actually.
You know your chances ain't good, but you're smiling. You know your chances ain't good, but you're smiling. You know your chances ain't good, but you're smiling. You know your chances ain't good, but you're smiling. You know your chances ain't good, but you're smiling.
Let's go ahead and dial this in.
You know your chances ain't good, but you're smiling. You know your chances ain't good, but you're smiling. If I had your strength, maybe I'd see the lining.
And then maybe let's add Echo Boy back in.
You know your chances ain't good, but you're smiling. If I had your strength, maybe I'd see the lining. It takes all I have.
Cool. So this is really especially effective when you have super heavily compressed vocals, where you have just a lot of aggression in the high end. You're trying to get that to cut through the mix, but you don't want your sibilants to really strike and hit and excite the reverb. At the tail end of explaining the Abbey Road reverb technique, I put this delay in, this Echo Boy, to sort of give the reverb a little bit more dimension, a little bit more width. So I just want to sort of take that one step further and show you a dedicated, really kind of wide reverb that has a nice long tail. We're going to actually slow things down with the delay this time and just show you how we can really kind of trick the ears into hearing a much more expansive reverb. So I'm going to do a Vox long, so a longer reverb tail. And I may not end up using this reverb, but I just want to show you for demonstration purposes how this can really add extra dimension and depth. So let's go ahead and bring up a reverb. Let's go with this EMT plate reverb. I really love plates. And I'm going to leave it pretty long here, actually. Let's go ahead and shorten it to about there. Set it to 100% wet. That's this parameter here. If I turn that off, then I'd have to crank it all the way up. But what's nice about this is I can toggle between 100% wet just by hitting that button there. And then we'll put on a delay. And I'm going to use Echo Boy. And we're going to do a slower either eighth or quarter note. Let's go ahead and start with quarter note this time. So we'll go there. And I'm going to go ping pong again. And that will be quarter note as well. And then we'll go from there. So let's go ahead and take a listen. Got to send some signal to it though. Long reverb.
You know your chances.
So
You know your chances ain't good, but you're smiling. If I had your strength, maybe I'd see the lining. It takes all I have just to hang on.
let's go with an eighth note delay.
You know your chances ain't good, but you're smiling. If I had your strength, maybe I'd see the lining. It takes all I have just to hang on.
Cool. That's great. Let me go ahead and listen to that and see if there's any other tweaking we want to do.
You know your chances ain't good, but you're smiling. If I had your strength, maybe I'd see the lining. It takes all I have.
Bring this down quite a bit.
You know your chances ain't good, but you're smiling. If I had your strength, maybe I'd.
Just a little bit of that is really great. Let me go ahead and bring it up a little bit more. And I'm going to combine it with this as well. So I'm going to bring this down.
You know your chances ain't good, but you're smiling. If I had your strength, maybe I'd see the lining. It takes all I have just to hang on. And I've lost count of these trips we've made, and I hate that the doctors all know my first name.
So it's getting a little bit washy. I'm going to go ahead and shorten it even further to 16th. And yeah, we'll leave the feedback the way it is.
You know your chances ain't good, but you're smiling. If I had your strength, maybe I'd see the lining.
Let's go ahead and just do that one long reverb.
You know your chances ain't good, but you're smiling. If I had your strength, maybe I'd see the lining. It takes all I have just to hang on.
What's happening is the delay is also causing a delay in, it's almost acting like a pre-delay in a way, which is really, really cool. So the shorter I go with this Echo Boy's delay, it's almost like I'm decreasing the pre-delay. So I'm going to bring this down, actually, this mix knob here, and crank up the send a little bit more.
You know your chances ain't good, but you're smiling.
Let's do a little bit more tone shaping here with some EQ. I like the top end. I don't mind it. We'll just leave most of the top end in. I'm going to go ahead and roll off a lot of this low end. In fact, let's use a brighter tone. I think C is the brighter one, but I can't remember. It's either A or C.
You know your chances ain't good, but but you're smiling. If I had your strength, maybe I'd. You know your chances ain't good.
It's this one. This is the one I want.
You know your chances ain't good, but you're smiling. If I had your strength.
I really like that. Let's go ahead and turn the Echo Boy on and off just so you can hear what's going on there. Here's off.
You know your chances ain't good, but you're smiling. If I had your strength, maybe I'd see the lining.
And then on.
You know your chances ain't good, but you're smiling. If I had your strength, maybe I'd see the lining.
Maybe a little bit more on the mix.
You know your chances ain't good, but you're smiling. If I had your strength, maybe I'd.
Again, off.
You know your chances ain't good, but you're smiling. If I had your strength, maybe I'd see the lining.
Roll off the low end a little bit more.
You know your chances ain't good, but you're smiling. You know your chances ain't good, but you're smiling. If you know your chances ain't good, but you're smiling.
I really, really like that.
You know your chances ain't good, but you're smiling. If I had your strength, maybe I'd see the lining. You know.
And then our 15%, right? We want to bring it back.
You know your chances ain't good, but you're smiling. If I had your strength, maybe I'd see the lining.
Let's try to slow down this ping pong delay to quarter note and see what happens.
You know your chances ain't good, but you're smiling. If I had your strength, maybe I'd see the lining. It takes all
I really like that too. And what I can do is play with putting the reverb before the Echo Boy. Let's go ahead and increase the pre-delay.
You know your chances ain't good, but you're smiling. If I had your strength, maybe I'd see the lining. It takes all I have.
I dig it. Let's go to eighth note.
You know your chances ain't good, but you're smiling. If I had your strength, maybe I'd see the lining. It takes all I.
Honestly, don't know what I like better. I like a lot of those. I'd probably just like settle for one of those. I'm not trying to tell you exactly how to set up your reverbs with delay. I'm not trying to say, hey, this is exactly how you do it. These are the settings. You totally get to decide yourself how you shape your reverb further with delay. I'm simply, just simply expanding your palette and awareness of what's possible when combining reverb and delay together. One thing to kind of add on top of this, echo with reverb tip is that when you have longer sort of swelling instruments, longer sustained instruments like pads, or in this case I have like a pedal steel guitar, like a lap steel guitar. And there's just a lot of kind of like swelling, which is great. A lot of dynamic there with this instrument. Let's go ahead and listen to this. And I've got actually a little bit of Echo Boy on here, but it's set to like an oil can, more of like a reverb kind of an effect here. Let's play it right here. Okay, so let's go ahead and send some of this to a reverb. I've got a instrument kind of reverb here, or instrument reverb on an aux here, and I'm using the Lexicon 224 by Universal Audio. This has got some really nice, lush, sort of like long reverb tails. And so I am setting tremolo after this reverb. And it's essentially doing the same thing as a ping pong delay. But what's cool is I can actually control the depth of this, which controls how far left and right the sort of ping pong effect goes. So this is alternating the signal bouncing from left to right, but by bringing it from 100 down to 65%, it's narrowing that in. Because if I go too wide, it kind of loses that lushness a little bit. It just kind of brings it out too wide. So just a little bit of this gives me the right amount of movement for some extra depth and dimension on this reverb. Let's go ahead and do just the lexicon, kind of hear that. So really beautiful tail. Here's no reverb, just the Echo Boy reverb. Just further sending it back, and then watch what happens when I turn on this tremolo. Little bit of width there. I'm going to go ahead and widen it just a little bit. Kind of spreads that out. Let me take the tremolo off, do a before and after. It's subtle, but it's kind of spreading the reverb out, right? To the left and the right. And so let's go ahead and listen to the context.
In time for me with you, so I hang on. Well, I never dreamed that a car ride with you is something I'd give it all up just to do again.
And then off.
In time for me with you, so I hang on.
With.
In time for me with you, so I hang on.
So it's setting it back a little bit further with that additional lexicon reverb, but also just kind of like just spreading that out a little bit left and right, adding some extra dimension. And again, I really like doing this on really kind of like lush pads, right? To just further expand those pads into the stereo field and make them feel just more expansive. Sometimes what I like to do is put a little bit of compression, either upward compression or downward compression. The difference between the two being that downward compression compresses from the top. So it's going to turn down levels that go above a certain threshold, whereas upward compression kind of brings up the level of the lower kind of level signals and compresses them upward. So what this can do is if you place like upward compression, something like an MV2 by Waves, I can bring up by turning up this knob here, the low level information all gets brought up in energy. So I'm going to feed a lot of that low level energy into the reverb so that I have a more even amount of the sound of the reverb throughout the vocal, even when there's quieter words sung. So I've cranked this up quite a bit, and then I've compensated with the output here so that we're pretty much, getting the same kind of level matched there. Let's go ahead and listen to this reverb before.
I've lost count of these trips we've made.
On the vocal, of course.
I've lost count of these trips we've made, and I hate that the doctors all know my first name.
And then with MV2.
I've lost count of these trips we've made, and I hate that the doctors all know my first name.
Before.
I've lost count of these trips we've made, and I hate that the doctors all know my first name.
After.
I've lost count of these trips.
And I've lost count of these. So when he says that first line, listen to how the energy floor of the reverb kind of gets brought up. So here's before.
I've lost count of these trips we've made.
After.
I've lost count of these trips we've made.
It's subtle, but it helps to kind of keep things more consistent. I could raise the level of this just a little bit.
I've lost count of these trips we've made, and I hate that the doctors all know my first name. I've lost count of these trips we've made, and I hate that the doctors all know my first name. I've lost count of these trips we've made, and I hate.
You may or may not want that, but that can be really useful when there's a more intimate vocal with a lot more dynamics that you want that reverb to be more consistent. So when the kind of lower level signals of the vocal hit the reverb, it's actually now hitting it with more consistency. You can experiment with this kind of before and after. I've also got a compressor after the reverb. See how that sounds.
I've lost count of these trips we've made, and I hate that the doctors all know my first name.
So this is actually bringing up the tail of the reverb and extending that, because I'm compressing quite a bit. It's hitting at about, and I had to increase the input gain about 10 decibels for it to really hit the compressor, and then I matched that by turning the output back down as well. But there's some makeup gain here too.
I've lost count of these trips we've made. I've lost count of these trips we've made. I've lost count of these trips we've made.
So it's not like we're increasing the output volume of this reverb, right? We're just bringing up some energy of that reverb in a really consistent way. So that way when you get loud or soft, again, that reverb can kind of stay consistent and flow with the vocal in a different way. But again, these are not rules that you have to follow. You can experiment with compression before or after, upward compression before or after, and see if it's going to help that reverb better sit in the mix more consistently. Sometimes it's not enough to just set your reverbs at a specific level and then forget about them. Oftentimes what I do from section to section is automate my reverb so that it is above the instrumental in the way that I want it to at any given time. So for example, the way I usually do this is automate the reverb up from the verse to the chorus. So it goes up in the chorus and a few dB depending on how much is needed so that I can hear that kind of coming through. Otherwise, sometimes all the instruments, as things get more dense in the chorus or in different sections, it can kind of remove that sense of space. So let's go ahead and demonstrate this. I'm going to go ahead and create an automation lane. Better yet, though, I can just set my lead vocal to latch mode here. That's the automation selection. And then all I need to do is touch one of these parameters and it'll automatically create an automation lane while I'm playing the track. This only works if you're actually playing the track. So while you're playing the track, if it's on latch mode, it will create that automation lane automatically. So I'm going to go ahead and use the reverb. Let's see. Yeah, let's just go ahead and use this one for demonstration purposes.
I've lost count of these trips we've made.
Okay, now there's too much reverb right now. I'm going to go ahead and remove this one and use this one, I think.
I've lost count of these trips we've made, and I hate that the doctors all know my first name.
Cool. I think I dig that. I'm going to bring the level down just a touch. Or you know what? I'm going to bring it down here. The reason I'm bringing it down here is because I have actually already sending a certain amount, and that's affecting how the MV2 is reacting. So I want to keep that consistent.
I've lost count of these trips we've made.
All right, so let's go to the chorus, or the pre-chorus at least.
But hang on. Well, I never dreamed that a car ride with you.
So already, as we get more dense in this pre-chorus section, things, are starting to strip away that sense of space. So what I'm going to do is actually automate, because we're only doing upward compression. So I'm going to bring up the level here.
Well, I never dreamed that a car ride with you is something I'd give it all up just to do again. So we'll take the long way home.
I dig it. So I've gone from, 13.7 to 11.9. So about 2 decibels there. And that's all it needed. So let's go from the verse to the pre-chorus and see how we're doing.
Only with you, so I hang on. Well, I never dreamed that a car ride with you.
Maybe just a hair more.
Only with you, so I hang on. Well, I never dreamed that a car ride with you.
Great. Let's bring it back. Listen to the difference. So I'm going to bring it back to 13.7, I believe is where it was. Got to get really granular here.
Only with you, so I hang on. Well, I never dreamed that a car ride with you.
Sense of space is gone. All of a sudden, the vocal sounds more dry. Let's bring it back up to about there.
Only with you, so I hang on. Well, I never dreamed that a car ride with you.
Yeah, that's better. A little bit more.
Well, I never dreamed that a car ride with you.
Versus this.
Well, I never dreamed that a car ride with you. Well, I never dreamed that a car ride with you is something I'd give it all up just to do again. So we'll take the long way home, and baby, we'll take it slow.
I like that. I dig that. So, section to section, automating your reverb so that it's sending more when the instruments get more dense is going to help that to feel like it's riding on top of the instruments in the right way, sitting in the right way. Otherwise, again, it might feel more dry and disconnected from the instrumental, when it goes to more dense sections of the song. One of the best configurations of a reverb that I learned from a mentor is the idea of using reverb buckets. You might be familiar with this concept if you've ever been to our Fix the Mix challenge, but essentially what we're looking for is additional separation and depth among the different groups of instruments by creating various reverbs with different decay times and tone. To set up our 3 buckets of reverb, we start by mentally separating the mix into 3 groups of instruments. We have vocals, drums, and then pretty much all other instruments. We can create contrasting variations of depth between these 3 groups of instruments by doing the following. One is we use a different reverb for each of the 3 main instrument groups. This could be plates on one group, then hall on another, and chamber on another. So you could have, plate reverb on drums, chamber for vocals, hall for instruments. That's just an example. You can separate it however you want. But the idea here is that we're creating separation through the tonal differences that each of these reverbs offer. It's the same concept with recording backing vocals with a different mic than the lead. There's a natural separation that can occur between sounds recorded with different mics that have different frequency profiles. So that's the first step. Simply assign different type of reverb to each of those three instrument groups: drums, vocals, and then instruments. Step 2 is to make sure that for each instrument bucket, we create both a long and short version of that reverb. This is going to be what allows for further separation within each of these instrument buckets. So the way that looks is we have short and a long vocal. So I have those two here. Vox short, Vox long, and you can choose whatever short kind of a reverb for that and long type reverb for that, whether that's a plate or a hall chamber, totally up to you. And then we have our instrument short and our instrument long, and then we have our drum short and drum long. So to create a long reverb, it needs to be at least a second in length, and then anything less than a second I would consider to be short. Right, we start getting into kind of ambience once we get below, like 50 milliseconds, and you can do that. You can create like an ambience, kind of short ambient reverb, maybe for vocals, and then a longer, that's maybe a second to 2 seconds or even longer. That's totally up to you how you set that up, and it's going to depend on the genre that you're working with, the style that you're going for, etc. And then to top all this off, what you want to do is intentionally apply any other tone or character shaping to the reverbs with EQ, delay, etc. So just like we've done with, showing you kind of delay tricks, and we did that tremolo, tip that I showed you as well. You can do whatever you need to do to kind of create separation, either in width, have some be more narrow than others, have some reverbs be darker than others. You can roll off some, but roll off and then not roll off others. So you're going to create that separation in the depth field with both decay time as well as the kind of tonal characteristics of those reverbs. So really encourage you to try that out on your next mix. Set up these 3 different groups of instruments. You have 2 reverbs each, a short and a long, and that'll create some further kind of separation and depth and clarity in amongst your instruments. In the context of mixing and creating a sense of depth within a mix, as sounds are perceived to be further away, they generally become more narrow in the stereo field, not wider. This concept is based on how we perceive sound in a natural environment. Now, doesn't mean that you always have to go the natural route. A lot of great records have a lot of unnatural sounds and effects going on in them. So I want this to be a focus on more about contrast than, you having to do this to create a natural sound, unless that's what you want. Here's the concept. Sounds that are closer to the listener have a more direct path to the ears, which means they can be more distinctly placed in the stereo field. For instance, a sound source that is directly to the left or right of the listener will have a strong stereo effect, emphasizing its proximity. And as sound sources move further away, the direct sound decreases in volume, and the reverberated sound, which is reflected off, various surfaces before reaching the listener, increases. Since these reflections come from multiple directions, they tend to fill the stereo field, making the sound source seem less localized and more centered. Also, high frequencies are absorbed, as we talked about. They're absorbed more quickly by the air than low frequencies are. Distant sounds lose more of their high frequency content, which contributes to them sounding not only further away, but also less defined in the stereo field. So since high frequencies can help localize sound sources in space, their attenuation with distance contributes to a narrowing perception in the stereo field. And we proved this earlier in another tip where we rolled off the high end all the way up to 3K on a track. And the stereo field noticeably was reduced in depth, and it seemed to shrink and narrow in the stereo field. So to simulate distance in a mix, we already know that we talked about how we can increase decay time on either delay or reverb, and then we can roll off high frequencies with EQ, But in addition to all that, we can narrow the stereo width of the sound, which emulates how sounds naturally behave in a space. And that can reinforce the listener's perception of depth and distance. So now we can use this in our setup on the three, in the three reverb buckets. We can actually have some reverbs that are wider and some that are narrower and some that are actually dead center in mono. Don't be afraid to set up some of your reverbs in mono. Let's see if we can notice a difference. I'm not going to make like a preferential statement here. I'm just going to make observations about using more of a mono reverb versus having something that's wider. And we'll do that on this lap steel guitar. So we have that reverb that's more down the center, and if I put the tremolo on, it will definitely widen it. Let's go actually really narrow. So we'll do a gain plugin here. Let's see. Where's my gain? And then make it, we'll just do mono. So I'm going to take tremolo off. So let's go drastic here and do the difference. So here's a wide reverb. And then here's narrow. Wide. Narrow. Again, I'm not going to say right or wrong, but you can use that to your advantage to further create kind of differences between each of your different reverbs. And that can work really well, again, to have the effect that a sound might be a little bit further away, right? Combining, rolling off the high frequencies with more of a narrowing of that reverb to push it further back. One more time, let's listen to see if that's taking effect here. So here is wide. This is narrow. Yeah, there's a difference there. But again, not saying right or wrong. This is just another tip to, add to your arsenal of things that you can use to create separation with your different spatial effects. So in Logic, when you go to pull up a new plugin, it gives you a couple of different sort of sections here. The top section is our recent category, which is great because this is going to show you the last 5 plugins that you've been using. And that helps really speed up the process. And then you have this other section here in the middle, which is your top favorites. And you can actually go in and change those, remove, add, expand this. And that's a really, really great way just to speed up the process of grabbing your plugins rather than going through, to your manufacturers, right? And going through this long list of plugins. It's right there on the front. And then Logic below there has actual categories that you can, expand and fill up. And you can see that I've done that here with different third-party plugins. I've got all my distortion plugins, saturation, clip, all that into one. Dynamics, all of my compressors, clippers, and limiters. I've actually got some clippers here in this distortion and clip folder. And then I've got EQ, all the EQs that I regularly use, etc., etc. So the way that Logic actually sets this up behind the scenes is in the settings plugin manager. So we've got our top level that I showed you, like our top picks that show up right in that first window that pulls up when you go to select a new plugin. And so these ones at the bottom, the ones that are checked, are the ones that are going to show up there. So all I have to do is say, okay, let's go to SSL, and we'll go ahead and just pull those into the top level. And it won't necessarily move it out of the SSL manufacturer folder. It'll always stay in the manufacturer folder. But now it's in my top level. And I can go and you can see that I have those here now in that section. If I want to do a new category, all I need to do is go to here, category, hit the plus sign, and I can say whatever I want to call it, new plugins. The thing about this is this won't show up unless you fill it with plugins. So this is just for the sake of demonstration, but let's go ahead and throw these in there. New plugins there. Great. And now I can go and see that I have that folder, new plugins, and there they are. So I'm going to go ahead and actually get rid of that. Back to the plugin manager, and right click will allow you to remove. Okay. And I can remove that category. So that's how you organize your plugins. Take the time to do this, because this is really going to save you a ton of time and allow you to quickly call up your favorite plugins, and not let that search of going through the folder hierarchies or the plugin hierarchy structure, to get in your way. Huge time saver. This tip applies really to only those that are making and mixing their own music. So please, if you're mixing for someone else, then we need to change the wording to "it's correct" if that's how the client likes it. This applies pretty much across the board if you're offering any production or engineering services. The concept isn't something new, but the wording of this adage comes from something that producer Phineas O'Connell said in an interview that I think is pretty profound. Check this out.
A mastering engineer when I was like 13, who was like a friend's dad. I called him and was like, how do I make my song loud? Which is such a thing you say when you're first figuring out how to learn how to produce music. And he told me about like limiters. I didn't know what a limiter was. And then he said, listen, it's really important that you understand the delineation between the correct way to do something and whether you like it or not. He was like, everyone in the music world is going to tell you why you did something incorrectly. There's, that's too loud. That's too this. That's too this. And he was like, it's really important to like something or not like it, because your taste is what really matters. And it's also going to be your greatest defense. If somebody goes, that vocal's too compressed. That's true if you don't like the way it sounds. That might be the reason. But if you go, no, I compressed it that way on purpose. I like it. Even if it was an accident, if you like how it sounds, then it's the correct way, because taste is everything. So I remember that being very profound. And I've always thought about that, especially as a self-taught person where I'm always doing something wrong. But my defense is like, do I think it sounds good or not? And if I do, then it's correct, even if I did it wrong.
Let me repeat what I think is the most important line from Phineas, where he's quoting his dad's friend, who is a mastering engineer. Quote, "It's important that you understand the delineation between the correct way to do something and whether you like it or not." This can't be overstated. And this is coming from a mastering engineer, someone who has the knowledge, the ears, and the right to be the final touch on people's records. As you're learning audio engineering on your own or even out of school, you're going to come across all kinds of strong opinions regarding the best or correct way to do things. Let me tell you that some of my favorite records dramatically stray outside the lines of many quote-unquote rules I've heard on YouTube or forums, etc. For example, Tame Impala's song The Less I Know the Better off the Currents album strays outside the boundaries of what many might consider to be too much compression, or too distorted, or too much reverb, or any other number of criticisms. Whether Tame Impala was doing things the correct way in his productions and mixes is totally irrelevant. And in the end, people, including myself, love this track. I couldn't care less if he used 4 compressors or 5 reverbs on his vocal or 1. Now, are there rules in audio? Yes. But really the only rules that exist are simply within the laws of the physics of acoustics. For example, sound travels at a certain speed and behaves differently inside different spaces. Much like gravity, we can't really change that, but we can work in harmony with these laws of acoustics and control or redirect sound in a way that provides a much better listening environment for translation of our music across different speaker systems. This is why we take the time to tune our rooms if we can. Having said this, there are so many diverse ways and tools available to us that help us execute on our ideas. And what's most important is that you spend enough time learning about these tools through experimentation, pushing them to their limits, and then use that to develop your taste within the confines of what your tools and your knowledge are capable of achieving. This is why, in my opinion, it's just as important to develop your taste as it is to learn and understand the concepts in audio. Because, again, whatever moves you might or might not make are correct if you're happy with the results. If someone says, including myself, that you should or shouldn't compress something a certain way, try to understand first why they might be saying that in the specific context they're saying it in. And then after you understand that, go do whatever form of compression you want that suits your taste. If all records stayed within the safe boundaries of rules, we wouldn't have many of the amazing sounding records that we do today. In the end, if it sounds good, it is good. So after watching this entire video full of tips, feel free to take and leave whatever you wish. My hope is that I expand your knowledge of what's simply possible, not to lay down any hard rules that you need to follow. Let's piggyback off the last statement I made about the laws within the physics of acoustics. Let me start by saying that this is a very loaded topic, so we're not going to cover every detail about everything you need to know, with regards to knowing your room, tuning your room. But I do want to talk about some key aspects of, and tips of tuning your room and listening environment that can help make some major improvements in how your music translates across different speaker systems. Also, keep in mind that this is mostly important for people that wish to mix and master their own music and especially others' music. But it will absolutely help you all across the board from production to master. First things first, you have to know that no matter how accurate and controlled you get your listening environment, you're never going to get mixes to translate fully unless you spend adequate time learning that room. What does it mean to learn a room? It simply means that you've tested how your music sounds on systems outside of your room that you are most familiar with. And this could be any sound system outside of your listening environment, but it has to be the system you absolutely know the best. And that's going to be the system that you've spent the most amount of time listening to music on. If you spend more time listening to music on a particular set of speakers outside of your studio, then you'll want to check and reference your mixes against other releases on that system. However, if you want to be able to rely less and less on checking your references outside of your studio to save you time and be able to trust what you're hearing in your studio, then you need to spend more time listening to music in the sweet spot of your studio. I know that sounds simple, but it is so important and it's something that people forget to do. For some odd reason, we forget to listen to what finished released music sounds like on the very system that we're trying to make great mixes on. So you could, in actuality, have the most incredible sounding system in the most accurately tuned room. But if you're not familiar with how the repertoire of some of your favorite records sounds like in that tuned room, then you're out of luck. I think it was Junkie XL, in fact, he's a composer for several blockbuster movies, who said that whenever he's had to change rooms and move his speaker system into another room, he would take a solid 2 weeks to listen to a ton of music in that new environment before ever trusting himself to send mixes to clients. A huge tip for you here would be to A, always use references like we've already said, but then B, to actually listen to those references before you start mixing for the day. And now this will be somewhat of an arbitrary range, but I would say to listen to anywhere between 2 to 5 tracks before you start mixing. I want to talk for a minute about car checks. There are a couple of reasons that we might know our car systems better than any other listening environment. One is that it might be where we spend most of our time listening to music, especially if you're someone that has long commutes for work in the car. The other aspect is that if you're always listening to music while in the driver's seat, then you've consumed a ton of music while being in the same exact position in the car. You're in a seat that doesn't move ever. Also, low-end frequencies tend to travel right out the window rather than reflecting off those surfaces because windows are thin and low frequencies have the ability to escape thin surfaces like a window. This is why when a car that pulls up right next to you and has their system cranked, we can still hear the low-end rumble even when our windows are up. I digress. Reason I bring this up is that your car, depending on the sound system, will most likely portray a more accurate representation of the low end than a bedroom studio that has thick walls for these frequencies to reflect off of. As low frequencies bounce off all of the parallel surfaces in your room, we get room modes, which are the buildups of low frequencies that occur as these frequencies collide and line up with each other. This is why listening position is so important, because it's possible to find the spot with the least amount of room modes possible. So the sweet spot is something that you need to find in your studio, which leads me to the next tip. First thing you need to do before you ever decide where to place your speakers is to find the best listening position. This is where your ears are actually going to be listening to music relative to the length of your room. This isn't going to be where you place your speakers. I recommend using the Harman room mode calculator, which is totally free and something you can just Google search. This basically allows you to enter your room's dimensions and tells you potentially what positions will have the least amount of collision of frequencies that creates these room modes. The other way to do this without the calculator is to measure 33% of the length of your room and choose that as a starting place for your listening position. Once you have that position figured out, you would then mark it with some tape on the floor that you can easily remove and place elsewhere as you're testing in and around that position. Now, if you've got a perfect square room, then this will be difficult if it's not large enough. And I'm talking at least 12 feet or so for each wall. Square rooms have the most potential for room modes and frequency buildups. If you find yourself in a situation where you have a perfect square and your walls are less than 12 by 12 feet, then I highly recommend you just go with a good, reliable pair of headphones for mixing and engineering and get to know those really, really well. Do a ton of listening on them. Most anything that SonarWorks recommends on their website for at least $200 is really reliable. Okay, moving on. For those that have a rectangular room, once you've found that listening spot, you'll then set up your speakers in an equilateral triangle relative to that listening position. For the best stereo imaging, I recommend spreading your speakers at least 45 inches apart and placing them on speaker stands. From there, it's all about testing. I recommend learning to use the free Room EQ Wizard, otherwise known as RU, which is software, and it can actually measure the room's frequency response using a reference microphone. There are plenty of tutorials on how to use this software in conjunction with a reference microphone. And by the way, you will have to purchase a reference mic if you want to measure your room. What you'll do is simply test different positions by moving your listening position forward and back, all while maintaining this equilateral triangle. You'd be surprised how moving just 6 inches forward or back can cause a particular low-end frequency to rise or fall dramatically. Aim for achieving a frequency response that is within plus or minus 6 decibels of flat and tighten the decay times to be within 200 milliseconds for frequencies that are below 200 hertz. The best way to tighten these decay times is by using really thick bass absorbers. These absorbers will conveniently also absorb any frequencies above the low end, so they cover a wide range if they're thick enough. These are referred to as broadband absorbers, as they cover absorption of a broadband or wide range of frequencies. Just know that in order to absorb frequencies that are 100 hertz or below, you'll need very thick bass traps, at least 10 inches thick. Using an air gap behind them will also increase the effectiveness of the absorption. That air gap can be as thick as the bass panels or traps themselves. Placing these in the right position is all about hunting down where your problem frequencies are strongest. Problem frequencies are any frequencies that go above that 6 decibel plus or minus threshold I mentioned. Again, you won't know what those are unless you measure your room using some kind of room measurement software. If you want to pay for some room measuring software, SonarWorks actually gives you both the software and the microphone, but that is an added expense. It will also apply an EQ curve correction, which is really great to tighten up the frequency response of your room. Once you've identified your problem frequency or frequencies, and you'll most likely only have a couple in the low end, you'll then go on a hunt for where those frequencies are strongest in your room. This is where an SPL meter comes into play. All you need to do is walk around your room while playing a pure sine tone at the frequency you're searching for and use your ears. These areas will most likely be in corners as well as potentially the front and back walls, but it's as easy as holding the SPL meter out in front of you and waving it around and finding those areas that it's the loudest. That's where you'll put any absorption. Above all of this, though, the very best way to get the most accurate representation of the low end below 150 hertz is to find the best position. Experiment not only with where your listening position is, but also with how far apart you have your speakers from each other. If you widen your speakers, remember, you'll need to also further distance yourself from your speakers to maintain that equilateral triangle. This is why I highly recommend that you don't waste your money on acoustic treatment until after you've done these measurements and found the best listening position and triangulation of your speakers. This can potentially save you so much money, and going through this process will better educate and prepare you for going to speak with either GIK Acoustics or any other company that provides acoustic treatment. But you can also build your own treatment. This all might sound like a lot of work, but the results will be dramatic in how your music translates to different speaker systems more consistently. It will also truly remove the guesswork and improve your confidence in making EQ and volume adjustments in your mix. One of the more fun and experimental ways to create more expansive, unique, and large-sounding reverbs is to pan two different tonal reverbs left and right of each other. You would want to keep the decay times relatively similar and go for differences in tone for this. But you can experiment with shorter decay times as well. This works especially well, though, when working with genres that have lots of kind of lush and atmospheric elements like synths and pads or anything that's really kind of swelling. This can really help create some additional clarity and separation between the direct signal or the actual signal itself and the reverbs, while also giving us that big kind of atmospheric, lush expansiveness. And so while we have this session open that we've been working on, I want to experiment with this with what we already have for this pedal steel guitar. So let's go ahead and show you what I've done. So here's the guitar, and I've got some reverb already on there. Let me go ahead and take these off, these sends. So let's go ahead and just kind of listen to this. This Tel-Ray, really vintage sounding oil can reverb created with this really unique delay. So it's creating a really nice kind of far away, kind of setting it back without really washing it out with a tail, a super long tail. As you can see, we're 100 milliseconds here, 70 milliseconds here. So I'm going to go ahead and actually turn this off. I think I had it about here. Listen to the dry sound. And then what I've done is I've sent to 2 different reverbs and panned them left and right. I just have my Vox long and my instrument long. So I have sent these in amounts that basically show that I have the same volume of reverb on each one. So let's go ahead and listen to this. So it's almost like I've retained a sense of brightness because I've got that sound, right down the middle, the pedal steel, but it's exciting those reverbs on the far left and far right. I've panned them using stereo pan as well, by the way. You don't want to use balance because what balance does, if you can, if you want, but what this does with stereo pan is it takes the entire stereo field and puts it to the left side. Rather than what balance does is balance is actually just, when I turn it to the left, it's actually just turning down the right side information. Any information that would be in the right would just be turned down, right? So I don't want that. I don't want to lose the information in the right. I want all of that stereo information to be brought to the left and same on the right side. So this is a Lexicon reverb, really unique sound, unique tone. And this is, so the Lexicon's in the right ear, and then this is in the left, right? So you could kind of, solo, different reverbs, see what their tone is like, go for like a slightly darker one on one side and a brighter one on the other. And that is really going to pull your ears and draw your ears to like that width. So we're getting dry signal down the center, but an expansive sounding reverb still. So let's go ahead and listen to that in the context. And I like that actually, because before with this, some of those pluckier, like boom, 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 like when it does that little finger picking section, it was kind of getting lost in the washiness of this, right? So let's go ahead and turn this off and do the oil can. Right, the boom, boom, boom. It's getting lost a little bit. What I'm going to do is actually blend basically all 3 reverbs. So I'm going to bring this down. So I'm going to have that kind of distance, right, in the more centered oil can reverb that's directly on the channel, mixed with the left and right reverbs. I like that. Somewhere in that vicinity is what I would probably land on. Somewhere between, what I've got here and, maybe true north, right at 50%. The 50% was a little bit too washy, so somewhere around here. So that's really fun. Let's go ahead and listen to that in solo, just for kicks. All right, so let's go ahead and listen in the context. Here's off. On. It's cool, and you can experiment with that as much as you want. You can create whatever unique reverb that you want on both the left and the right. And a lot of times what's great about this is for like more atmospheric tones or atmospheric tracks where you have like a lot of reverbs going on, or you want that big, lush, expansive sound. This is a way to kind of create a less swimmy kind of a sound, right? So you can have like a pad that's already got some stereo information, but kind of make it more expansive and almost wider by sending these reverbs, these two different reverbs opposite of each other, right? And that's going to allow you to hear the more distinct pad sound while also at the same time getting that feeling of like big, expansive atmosphere. So now that we've shown you sort of this panning tip with reverbs, I want to go ahead and add on top of that and just say that you can pan just one single reverb to one side and have the dry signal be on the opposite side. So rather than having, two reverbs opposite of each other, you just have a dry instrument on one side, anything that's panned left or right, and then on the opposite side, you would have either a reverb or a delay. So this works for both reverb and delay. And I like to do this with things like guitars, where I want to feel that sense of space without washing it out too much. And I want to hear some of that dry signal still. So let's go ahead and experiment with that with our either our acoustic guitar or electric guitar as well. So I've got this acoustic guitar already panned, so we can use this. There's nothing on it. What I'm going to do is actually make it really easy. You can obviously create a send, and on the return actually create that panning there and send signal to it. But just for the sake of demonstration, I'm going to go ahead and just put an echo or a delay that has built-in panning inside of that plugin, and that's going to be the Galaxy Tape Echo. Let's go with this. And I'm going to change this to a stereo delay so that I actually have that panning information. And we'll go with, let's see, make sure that this is already on stereo pan. So we have this reverb volume here as well as echo volume. Okay, so I'm going to keep the reverb volume down and just go with echo for now, and then we'll experiment with the reverb and panning that. So my echo pan is right above here. I can just put that all the way to the right. It's giving me Mac DeMarco vibes already, if you're familiar with that indie artist. So that's really fun. That's something you can experiment with on different, genres. Let's go ahead and dial this in a little bit more intentionally. I'm going to decrease the rate here and the volume. So let's go ahead and bring that down. Cool. That's sounding good so far. I'm going to go ahead and try that in the mix. Cool, let's go without. And with. It's subtle, but I actually really like it. I might go with a little bit less of the volume of that echo. So that way the reverb, or the delay rather, is not stepping on all over the dry signal of the guitar. So we're getting a lot of that kind of crispiness still of the guitar, it's not being washed out by the delay. That delay has been panned more to the right. Okay, and you can do that with reverb. So I could go ahead and change this to reverb instead. So reverb pan all the way over, turn this down, turn this up. I'm going to need to change it to a different head, I believe. There we go. Cool. So that just gives you more options to play around with creating a sense of space while also kind of having some separation between the dry signal and that space. So this is really useful for sounds where you want to hear kind of the intelligibility and the clarity of, the dry signal, but still feel kind of that expansiveness in the stereo field. I want to show you a really cool reverb automation tip that totally changed the way that I mixed vocals. And I do this quite a bit on ballads, especially where I want to create some additional emotion at the tail ends of certain words and certain phrases. The key here is to create like a reverb throw of some kind without it being an obvious kind of reverb throw effect. There's reverb throws that are just really obvious, kind of sending it into space. But this is very much a subtle kind of expansion and opening of the tail ends of certain phrases. And you can go as big or as kind of like conservative with this as you want. On this particular vocal, I've just done it to the tail ends of certain words. If you open up our automation lane here, I have automated the send for this reverb here. Let's see here. Yeah, this is my lexicon reverb. This is kind of a longer reverb. So let's go ahead and show you what I've done. I've got two instances at the tail ends of phrases where I have really ramped up the send volume. And this is not going to be something that is, again, super dramatic, but if you notice, the tail ends of these phrases just feel more emotional when we have this in versus when we have it out. So let's go ahead and listen before pay attention to the ends of these phrases here. I'm going to go ahead and let's see if I can't. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and just take this down. Like this.
It's all I have.
Go ahead and back it up here.
Think maybe I'd see the lining. It takes all I have just to hang on.
And then I'll go back to where I had it.
Think maybe I'd see the lining. It takes all I have just to hang on.
Really subtle, but I love how it just feels so airy and open at the end of that. One more time. Here's without.
Think maybe I'd see the lining. It takes all I have just to hang on.
And then with.
Think maybe I'd see the lining. It takes all I have just to hang on.
I love it. I just feel kind of that airiness, and I've done it to the end of this phrase here too.
With you, so I hang on.
Right? So that reverb would otherwise kind of just get lost and feel like it it feels like the space just kind of like sucks out really quickly. And I wanted that feeling of emotion. That's what I'm injecting into the ends of these phrases, is just that feeling of depth, right? And it's that kind of that longing, right? This kind of reflecting effect, this reflective emotion that he's singing about, that I'm playing into. So that's a really fun way to, just get a little bit more emotion out of some of the tail ends of words and phrases in some of your vocals. This tip is about using clippers in the place of any other dynamics processors for controlling the really transient, kind of spiky information in your drums, particularly with things like percussion, but it can be applied to really any rhythmic transient information. For those that don't know, a clipper is a form of dynamics processing that cuts off the tops of transient information depending on the clipping threshold that is set. Once audio goes above or over that threshold, the audio gets a sort of haircut, so to speak. The hairs in this situation would be referring to the more thin transient information you see in this audio waveform. Let me just go ahead and show you this in action. So here I have a percussive element right here. And I've got this plugin called Standard Clip. What's nice is that this has a visual aid to kind of show us where the clipping is happening. So what I'm going to do is play this sound without any information, or without the clipping on the track, and then notice where it actually peaks at. Okay, and then let's go ahead and actually take up the threshold here. You'll see in this readout here, we have transient information showing up that is not clipped because we have not pulled the threshold down low enough. And then you can also see here, it's peaking at -20. And then when I bring it down to where I had it, our new output is -28. And so you can see in the red, this is where it has lopped off or trimmed or cut, right? Clipped the hairs that we talked about earlier. These are the transients. And what this does is, obviously it's changing the sound because I'm doing about 8 decibels of clipping. That's pretty aggressive. But what's nice is that it doesn't actually help contribute to the sound by having all of that transient information in there. That's not helping the sound of my drums. So if I clip it, I preserve a lot of headroom. It's also kind of brightening it up in a way because there's a little bit of distortion on top of that. But what's really nice is that I could go a little bit less here and still have that clipping effect without the audible clipping. So it still changes the sound a little bit, but because those are really quick transients, it's not going to be something you hear in the context of the mix. So I'm going to bring this back down and listen in the context of this mix.
When we touch, I want to make love. I want to get to know you better.
We'll play all the drums together. So here's without standard clip. And here's with. Without. With. It's actually contributing to a little bit of presence. So we're getting a little bit of like saturation, which is allowing it to cut through just a little bit more. But we're also saving that headroom, which can add up quite a bit. Let's instead use a limiter and kind of see what the difference is there. So I'm going to go into here, turn this off, and then put my L1 limiter on. We'll get about 8 decibels of gain reduction and just show you what's going to happen here. So let's bring this up a little bit. Okay, here's standard clip with for clipping. And then here is the limiter. Notice how the limiter softens the sound because what it's doing is it's turning down that front end transient really quickly versus the clipper is simply just chopping off the transient. So it's not letting that get through. It's also it's not turning it down. It's literally just giving it that trim, that clip, that haircut. So we're retaining that headroom while also retaining kind of the transient information or the sense of transient information, and also a little bit of like saturation to help it to cut through. Limiting. Clipping. And I want that kind of like top end information to excite our ears with this percussion so we can have those sounds come forward. But I don't want them to eat up our headroom in the mix. If you've been on YouTube long enough, you've probably come across the term sidechain compression, which is a bit more of an advanced form of compression. Sidechain compression originally was used to help dialogue in a video to be heard above in an instrumental track. Every time the voice dialogue would come in, the sidechain compression would automatically duck down the volume of the instrumental. This allows for both the instrumental and vocal to be heard as loud as possible at all times in a way that they don't compete with each other. In modern production and mixing, it can be used for several applications, but in this tip, I'm going to show you how we would use it to get a kick to cut through a mix more when otherwise it might get lost amidst the more resonant instruments like bass and pads. Let's check this out. So in this production, we've got a bass here, and I've got some kickstart on it, which is a plugin used to volume duck, at a certain rate, and I've got it set to a quarter note, which matches the kick drum. So if I play the kick, come up top here, what's happening is that the kick is coming in at the same time that the volume on the bass is ducked. But what happens if I have a more syncopated type kick and I want to be able to duck this bass down every time the kick comes in? Well, what we can do, we'll turn this off, is turn to sidechain compression. And I've got a preset on the FabFilter Pro C, but you can use any stock compressor that allows for a sidechain input. So the key here with sidechain compression is we want to be able to use the compressor to duck down the volume of the instrument that is going to be sort of underneath the percussive instrument, in this case, a kick drum. So every time the kick drum comes in, we want volume to be reduced at the same exact time so that those two fit together like a glove. So we're going to use sidechain compression not on the kick. We have to do it on the instrument that we're trying to duck out of the way so that the kick can come in. Hopefully that makes sense. Took me a bit for me to understand this concept, but that's what we're doing. So we put the compressor on the kick, and then we go to sidechain and Logic. We have to choose audio and kick. Your setup might be a little bit different. There might be some DAWs that require you to set up a bus, right? And send the kicks signal to like an auxiliary or bus. But Logic has some really cool, convenient sort of internal sidechain capabilities. So I can go audio, select kick. So now the trigger is going to be the kick. The kick is basically feeding its audio into the compressor, which is on this bass. So it's no longer listening. This compressor is no longer hearing this bass instrument, right? It's the kick drum that is causing it to be compressed. So in some plugins, the sidechain has to be turned on, right? So you have to go from internal to external. And that's usually with those compressors that have internal versus external sidechain capability. All right, so in Logic, I'll just go ahead and show you what that's like in Logic. There we go. Then I just set it to audio and I go to kick and I don't have to do anything else. But obviously I have to set the threshold so that I can compress a certain amount. In some other plugins like the Pro C2, I have to select external sidechain input. I have a sidechain preset that I've saved, and I'd encourage you to do the same so you don't have to do any of this routing. So I've got it all set up. I go for the fastest attack because I want things to duck out of the way immediately. And then I have my release set to, usually fast-ish, kind of medium, 60, 50, or maybe even less than that. Sometimes it can go longer. It depends a lot of times on the groove as well. So it's important to kind of match this and feel it out to the groove. But let's go ahead and see how this reacts. So right now we're getting about 5.8 decibels of gain reduction every time the kick comes in. You can see the compressor is being triggered only by the kick, by the way that the gain reduction is happening at the same time the kick hits. If I do a really aggressive form here, you can hear that ducking more aggressively. If I go really aggressive, then it starts to act a little bit more like my Kickstart plugin here, which is doing volume reduction. It's not doing really any side chaining. And depending on what style you want, or depending on the goal, right? This might be a more creative goal for producers. A lot of electronic music uses this as more of a creative kind of groove-based tool in addition to getting the kick to come through or to cut through more clearly. But in the case where you might want to, let's say, make room for the kick, but in a more transparent way where you don't hear the ducking, then you want to go for more subtle amounts of this. One thing I forgot to do is turn off auto gain. So we need to make sure that that is turned off, right? So let's go ahead and reset this. So that way it's not bringing up the bass. So let's go ahead and do a before and after now. So here is before.
When we touch, I want to make love. I want to get to know you better. When we kiss, I don't want to miss another night without you under my body. When we touch, I want to make love. I want to get to know you better. When we kiss, I don't want to miss another night with.
So you can hear the kick cut through a little bit more. Now you can apply this same exact preset and copy paste this to any other set of instruments that you might want so that your kick can cut through more clearly. But you can apply this on really anything that you want. Where you want one instrument to be heard above other instruments, you would apply the sidechain compression to the instruments that are kind of masking, the instrument that you want to hear more. And I'll go ahead and show you some tips on that with some other kind of unique situations. But this is sidechain compression. One more thing that's pretty cool is I can get really specific and sidechain kind of compress very specific frequencies. Like if I wanted to sidechain compress just the low end frequencies, that would be even more transparent than ducking the entire bass out. Right now, I am ducking the volume of the entire bass. And you can hear that pretty audibly. But what I can do is take another type of plugin, let's say something like Soothe 2 or Track Spacer. we'll use Soothe, and we'll set this to sidechain, and we'll set our input to the same thing, the kick, and we're going to focus in on just the low end. So we're going to go way down here, really, really come down here, and it's only going to duck out of the way when the kick comes in, but it's only ducking out the exact frequencies where the kick resides, which is going to be, below 100 hertz. So let's go ahead and do less sharp, a little bit more broad. Right now, we just need to crank the depth. Okay, let's go even further by, there we go. What's cool about Soothe is that it will only hone in on those frequencies and duck out those frequencies from the bass where the kick resides. Right. Also, another tip is to make sure that oversample is set to 1, right? So that we're not causing any delay issues. So it's a lot more transparent, right? And it's ducking about the same. Let's go ahead and match these actually. So that's about 9. That's ducking about 9, and listen to the difference. And let's see if it's any better, though. So you really have to just use your ears in the context of the mix.
When we touch, I want to make love. I want to get to know you better. When we touch, I want to make love. I want to get to know you better. When we touch, I want to make love. I want to get to know you better.
I could see myself using this in a situation where I don't necessarily want to hear any ducking. So that would be a really great solution. Many of today's hit pop songs feature vocals bathed in expansive, lush reverb with pretty extended decay periods. This type of reverb can sometimes make the vocals sound washy and remote, particularly in mixes where you really want that grandiose reverb effect, yet still wish for the vocals to remain prominent and upfront. Fortunately, there's actually a pretty smart technique we can use that involves sidechain compression on the actual reverb. This technique allows the vocals to momentarily reduce the reverb as they come in, and then release once they cease, ensuring that the vocals pierce through the reverb, maintaining their clarity and forward position in the mix. Let me guide you through this setup. On this vocal, I actually already have sidechain compression on the reverb itself. Let me go ahead and show you just without reverb at all what this sounds like.
When we touch, I want to make love. I want to get to.
And with.
When we touch, I want to make love. I want to get to know you better.
Let me play the reverb and the vocal together by itself so you can hear just how long the tail and the decay time is.
When we touch, I want.
It goes for a pretty extended period of time. Let me go ahead and take off the sidechain compression that I have here and listen to how it sounds.
When we touch, I want to make love. I want to get to know you better.
Here's with.
When we touch, I want to make love.
It's especially noticeable in the context of the mix. So I'll play with and without the sidechain compression in the mix. So here's with.
When we touch, I want
So without the sidechain compression, you can hear that the vocal just kind of sits a little bit further back and gets a little bit washier, a little less kind of like upfront feeling, prominence, etc. Go ahead and listen to that again. Here's without, and then listen to how it goes from being kind of set back a little bit to being more upfront when I turn this on.
When we touch, I want to make love. I want to get to know you better. When we kiss, I don't want to miss another night without you under my body. When we touch, I want to make love. I want to get to know you better. When we kiss, I don't want to miss another night without you under.
You know, it is a subtle thing, but it actually kind of brings it forward. Let's exaggerate the sidechain effect. So the way we're doing this, first of all, it's the same exact thing that we're doing when we sidechain, kind of duck our bass out of the way of the kick. So we put the sidechain compressor on the bass, and then we have that sidechain sort of input set to the kick. So the kick is triggering that compressor. Instead here, what we're doing is we're putting the sidechain compressor on the end of the reverb. It's got to be at the tail end. That's really important. So that way it's ducking both the echo and the Valhalla reverb when the vocal comes in. So I have my audio input or my sidechain input set to my lead vocal so that this compressor is listening to the vocal and not to the reverb itself. All right. So you'll see that the gain reduction doesn't happen at all when the vocal isn't going.
When we touch, I want to make love. I want to get to know you better.
Right. So that should be apparent there. I'm going to go ahead and actually compress this more by bringing the threshold even further down, and you'll hear just how much drier the vocal sounds as I do that, because we're just lowering essentially the volume. It's compressing more heavily the reverb.
When we touch, I want to make love. I want to get to know you better.
So now it's compressing about 18 decibels.
When we touch, I want to make love. I want to get to know you.
So I can bring it back to taste, and now this kind of becomes my mix knob, yet we're still getting that lush reverb tail, which is killer.
When we touch, I want to make love. I want to get to know you better. When we kiss, I don't want to miss another night.
And now I can be a little bit more aggressive with this if I wanted to. So
When we touch, I want to make love. I want to get to know you better. When we kiss, I don't want to miss another night without you under my body. When we touch, I want to make love. I want to get to know you better. When we kiss, I don't want to miss another night without you under my body.
So this is especially great when you have really aggressive, dense pop songs or more heavy electronic dance tracks that have a vocal in them, and you really want that big, expansive, lush reverb sound with nice long tails, but you want that vocal to come forward and not get lost in the washiness of that reverb. I want to show you just one way that you can achieve these long and lush, dark vocal pop reverbs that you'll hear on artists like Ariana Grande, The Weeknd, and more. This tip features a few different settings that are, pretty unique and important to achieving the sound that I'll highlight here. So let's go ahead and play this sound again, this reverb with the vocal by itself.
When we touch, I want to make love. I want to get to know you better.
In the context.
When we touch, I want to make love. I
And you can really hear how there's a bit of delay and reverb together. And the order of these things is actually pretty important. And this really just comes with sort of trying and testing that order. So first things first, what I want to show you is that there's a restriction of frequencies being sent, to this reverb. So we have EQ feeding into the reverb and then feeding into Echo Boy. So that's the order, and that's really important. Again, restricting what frequencies get sent to the reverb is super important because we don't want to excite those upper frequencies, especially with things like sibilants or, T's, like any harsh consonances that could excite the reverb and kind of distract us and all of a sudden, pull our attention away from that kind of lush reverb. And so we're really carving out quite a bit here, all the way down to 4100 hertz. And then we're rolling off almost up to about 400. And now that goes into the reverb. And then we have some further EQ here, just for good measure, rolling off the high end, rolling off the low end. I'm sure, if we brought these up, brought this up and brought this down, wouldn't be much of a difference.
When we touch, I want to make love. I want to get to know you better.
There's a little bit of a difference, though. Let's bring it back to where it was.
When we touch, I want to make love. I want to get to
Just a little bit darker for whatever reason. So decided to add that short-ish decay time. This is kind of leaning towards the shorter end of decay times, but we're lengthening it out by adding this quarter note delay. And I have it just set to a single kind of wide-ish echo here, or delay. And I've very much intentionally set the width here, and I'll show you what the difference this will make if I narrow it and then widen it. So here's all the way narrow.
When we touch, I want to make love. I want to get to know you better.
Let's listen to the context of the mix.
When we touch, I want to make love. I want to get to know you better.
Okay, that's cool. But then I just kind of like tried, every quarter or fifth. And, when I'm talking about quarter or fifth, I'm talking about quarter of the way, a fifth of the way or whatever in this dial, and just trying each one and seeing where it lands.
When we touch, I want to make love. I want. When we touch, I want to make love. I want to get to know you. When we touch.
Let's go all the way wide.
When we touch, I want to make love. I want to get to know you better.
It gets a little bit lost, so this felt just about right to me.
When we touch, I want to make love. I want to get to know you better. When we kiss, I don't want to miss.
You always want to make sure that you're not missing out on some of these extra parameters and some of these plugins. This is under the tweak button here. If I didn't tweak this from where it was, I wouldn't have settled on what I liked best. So it's just about kind of trying those different parameters. And so we're extending this reverb by adding delay after it, right? So here's without the delay.
When we touch, I want to make love. I want to get to know you better.
You notice that it kind of just dies out. And so I'm getting kind of the best of both worlds, meaning, delay kind of helps us to have a sense of space and a sense of kind of like distance, but without, adding too much washiness, right? The reverbs are very dense, very thick in a mix. And so we're getting a little reverb lengthening or extra decay, but using reverb, and just doing this kind of dark tone is allowing it to sound distant, yet long and lush and big.
When we touch, I want to make love. I want to get to know you better.
Here's the other thing. Notice how I don't have the mix at 100%. Typically, if I'm sending to a delay with just a delay, I'll put it at 100% wet, and then I'll control the amount. Basically, the mix knob now becomes the send knob. But in this situation, it's unique. If I have the mix all the way wet, listen to what happens.
When we touch, I want to make love. I want to get to know you better.
It's too dry. So if I bring it back here,
When we touch, I want to make love. I want to get to know.
that way we're hearing that lush reverb sound and a little bit of that delay sound as well. It's a nice blend there.
When we touch, I want to make.
So we have the EQ, right, rolling off the low and the highs pretty aggressively. Then we have some additional EQ on the actual reverb unit itself. We got some damping the high end with this shelf here at 6K. And we've got, a pretty dense reverb with this diffusion being all the way up 100% early and late with those reflections. Concert hall makes it nice and big sounding, just gives us a sense that we're in a bigger space. So that feeding into delay, which has these two, the importance here is the fact that it's a quarter note, the fact that we have the mix set right and the width set right. So all of these things add up together, and it really just comes down to tone, right? Tone and feel, and you've got to dial that in to where you like it. And this kind of stuff just kind of comes about by listening to your favorite pop records, listening to your favorite records with spatial processing, and trying your best to just kind of mimic those things. That can help with sort of adding additional like spatial processing tools and techniques to your kit. Here's a quick insight highlighting the crucial role that EQ plays, especially in enhancing transient details through EQ boosts. It's equally vital to grasp the significance of the EQ's placement in the signal chain, especially in relation to dynamics processing. Let's dive into one of my percussion tracks and demonstrate what it is I'm talking about. So in this snare top track here, let's go ahead and take a listen to this. This goes over top the kick. What I've got going on here is some kind of distortion, phase distortion. This is a really cool, just side note here, really cool plugin that you need to experiment with to kind of dirty up some of your percussion tracks or any other tracks. This is a Logic stock plugin. And then I've got this EQ going in before my bit crusher. So I have some additional distortion and saturation going on here with this bit crusher. And I'm using a clipper basically inside of this bit crusher. It has a clipping mechanism here, right? So I can go and change it to wrap or fold. These are just different kind of modes that you can drive the signal into. So clip allows me to set a threshold and say, okay, it's not going to go above 5 decibels, right? So I can drive this into that clip and get a lot of kind of breakup. Anyway, what I've done here is, I was kind of shaping this sound, and before I added this EQ, this is what it sounded like. And in the context of the mix,
When we touch, I want to make love. I want to get to know.
I just felt like I wanted to add a little bit more sort of like presence from this particular snare top layer here that goes over that kick. So I kind of found this frequency here that I really liked. Let's go ahead and put this in.
When we touch, I want to make love. I want to get to know you better.
Here's off.
When we touch, I want to make love. I want to get to know you better.
So it really brings it forward. Now, let's talk about how this is adding kind of dynamics, or it would be adding dynamics that I don't necessarily want in this situation. If I were to put this after, right, watch how the level jumps up from -18 to a new level.
When we touch, I want to make love.
So now it's about 3 decibels more of transient information, right? And what this would look like, as I'll show you. Let's go ahead and take the bit crusher, put it back to where it was at the end of the chain, bounce this in place. Great. So we've got, here's our snare top, all that processing baked in. Now let's go ahead and put this after, and the EQ going after, and see what that looks like. Okay. Now you can see that if I zoom in on this, you can see just how much bigger this transient detail is. It's adding transient information. But listen to how the one that is louder, technically, doesn't sound louder. So here's the one, I'll label this EQ before clip, and this is EQ after clip. Okay, let's go back and forth. They sound almost identical to me, right? So gaining headroom there, but without losing a sense of punch, which is exactly why I put the EQ before the bit crusher. There are times, however, where you might want that dynamic. You might want a sense of that dynamic. In this situation, however, it didn't do me any good to lose that headroom at all. There was no trade-off there. So this is how EQ adds transient information, right? This is a kind of meaty part of the top end of this snare. I shouldn't say meaty. It's where the presence and the snap really resides in that particular sound in this snare top. And so by adding more EQ information, it's adding more transient detail, right? It's making it sort of louder, and not louder, but it's adding sort of volume to the waveform, but not perceived volume, right? So really, really important. If you were to do this to like a kick, same thing would happen. If you were to add maybe 2 decibels down towards the fundamental of the kick, right? If I come down here and say Pro Q3 or whatever EQ you want and add 60 hertz, right? This is going to add transient information to that kick. I know it sounds like maybe that's, oh, duh, Dane, of course we're going to add transient information, but people don't realize that that might be transient information you don't necessarily want in terms of like losing headroom. So the order of your plugins really, really matters, especially when it comes to the relationship between EQ boosts and dynamics processing, like I've shown you. Finding stems for popular top 40 songs for remixing, mixing practice, or reference is one of the greatest ways to improve your mixing. A lot of times, especially in the case of remix competitions, these stems will come baked with all of the compression, EQ, and spatial processing used by the mix engineer and or producer. Having access to stems like this is incredibly helpful for practicing popular mix techniques used by the producers and engineers that worked on these tracks. We've already talked about how important it is to use a reference track when mixing to help act as a guide for your decisions. But sometimes it's difficult to hear the intricate details of what's happening on the individual tracks themselves. Imagine having access to the processed vocals of Dua Lipa, for example. You could now carefully and critically listen to that vocal's reverb and spatial processing, allowing you to practice matching those settings through your own techniques. So below are some of the legitimate ways to access these stems, either through sites that have permission to distribute them or through contests and promotions that are run by the artists or record labels themselves. Here are some platforms and approaches to consider. While Splice is best known for its sample and loop library, it occasionally offers stems for popular songs through partnerships with artists and labels. I personally use Splice for samples and loops on the drum side of things, but this other side of it is something worth looking into. Similar to Splice, Loopmasters sometimes offers song stems as part of its sample packs, especially for remix competitions. Websites like Skio Music or Metapop often host remix competitions in collaboration with artists and labels. Joining these competitions can provide access to the stems of popular songs. Some artists release the stems of their tracks on Bandcamp, either included with the purchase of the track or as a separate item. Occasionally, artists will share stems on SoundCloud, either in their profiles or as part of a remix contest announcement. Sometimes artists and producers release stems directly on their own websites as a way to engage with their fan base or for educational purposes. Sites like Produce Like a Pro and our very own free Produce-a-thon community offer multi-tracks for educational purposes, including mixing practice. While these might not always be top 40 hits, they are always very high-quality tracks from various genres. Keep an eye on social media and websites of record labels, as they sometimes offer stems for promotional reasons. Remember that you're using these stems simply for educational purposes and training, so you shouldn't need to worry about running into any copyright issues. This might be one of the most important tips for those that wish to get maximum punch out of their kicks and snares. This tip is about making friends with phase. In the context of audio and mixing, the term phase refers to the timing relationship between two or more sound waves at any given point in time. Essentially, it's about how these sound waves align with each other. When two sound waves are perfectly in phase, their peaks and troughs match up perfectly like this, reinforcing each other, making the combined sound louder or more pronounced. This is known as constructive interference. In other words, the phase relationship between these two is good, and they've become friends. Conversely, when sound waves are completely out of phase, the peaks of one wave perfectly align with the troughs of another, leading to a total cancellation in the overall level of sound. This is known as destructive interference. So those are the two extremes, but there's also an in-between sort of out-of-phase range where partial phase cancellation can also occur, which doesn't completely nullify the sound, but can lead to a thinning or alteration of the tone. This quite often flies under the radar with more beginner and even novice-level engineers that aren't aware of the negative effects it can have, especially in the low end of their mix. Because lower frequencies are larger in size, there's greater chance of the peaks and troughs lining up in a destructive way, resulting in a loss of low-end punch and impact. There's a couple scenarios where this kind of phase issue can become apparent in the low end. One is when layering bass instruments or 808s over top a kick drum. And the other is when combining multi-mic'd sources like a snare top and snare bottom mic. When using multiple microphones to capture a single sound source, the varying distances between each microphone and the source introduce slight delays. These delays can lead to the recordings being out of phase with one another, as the sound reaches each microphone at slightly different times. Sometimes the easy solution for both these scenarios is to flip or invert the phase, and other times we simply have to align things manually. Let's demonstrate this. So here I have a live acoustic recorded kit, multiple mics, and I want to show you how flipping the phase of the overheads actually worked to create more punch in the snare. I'll go ahead and solo the drums here so you can hear, and I'll go ahead and flip the phase and then turn that phase flip off. You can hear the difference. So here's with no phase flip. Listen for the snare get fuller when I flip the phase. So it's just turning those peaks into troughs. You can hear the thinning of the sound of that snare. But here's the thing. Now the problem is that the kick drum is now out of phase with the overhead. So I would need to go to the kick drum and flip the phase on that track to make it more full. Here's a kick and 808 playing together that are somewhat out of phase. And you might think, well, that sounds nice and punchy, but listen to when I barely notch this over so that it's more in phase and aligned. Much more full, much more punchy. And the output stays relatively the same. So it's really important to become friends with phase. And how do you become friends with someone? You get to know them by listening to and spending time with them. Take the time in your mixes to make sure that the low-end drum and bass elements are in phase with each other, and it will help you get the most impact from them, more than any other tool. This is particularly important for modern genres of pop, hip-hop, and electronic when maximum low-end impact is the goal. One of the debates you might come across in your search for mixing tutorials has to do with whether it's best to make EQ cuts before dynamics processing or after. Let me share my thoughts on the argument in favor of making EQ cuts before compression or limiting. The reason lies in how audio is affected when any type of compression is applied. Compression, as you might already know, is used to reduce dynamic range. All that's happening is we're lowering the louder parts of a signal so that the quiet parts can be brought up and heard more intelligibly. Well, if the sounds we're compressing contain excessive resonant frequencies in them, we run the risk of having those resonances trigger our compression rather than the natural dynamics coming from the audio. And in addition to this, any other problem frequencies that we're dealing with are now brought up in volume or intensity, therefore giving us more of what we don't want to hear. Now, yes, of course, you can still solve those problems with EQ after compression, but I'd argue that the results will be more natural when taking care of those problems prior to compression, because now the compressor isn't having to work as hard. Also, by reducing resonances and removing other problem frequencies first, we then allow our compression to emphasize and highlight the better parts of the sound being compressed. Keep in mind that sometimes it won't make much of a difference at all, whether you put EQ cuts before or after compression, especially when the quality of the recording is great to begin with. But there will be times when it will be more audible. So what I've done is duplicated the vocal so that I could have EQ before compression and EQ after. The difference isn't really that huge, but there is a difference. And in this case where there weren't that many, bad resonant frequencies to begin with, really this is going to be about feeding our compression a more even volume by putting EQ first. So I have this EQ and we're doing quite a bit to take care of some kind of like nasty boxy frequencies here. Let's go ahead and do a before and after by removing this entirely. So here's before.
You know your chances ain't good, but you're smiling. You know your chances ain't good, but you're smiling.
Cleans it up quite a bit. Now, what is happening here is because we're taking care of these boxy frequencies and kind of just taming everything, we are actually getting a more even volume, right? And doing that in a as natural way as possible. And in something where you have like rock, where you're just like screaming into the microphone, there's heavy compression. These things aren't going to make much of a difference, I would say. Maybe they will. You just have to experiment with putting EQ before or after. But in this case, I wanted a more natural kind of compression. So when I pull up my compressor here, I'll show you that we're not having to work so hard.
You know your chances ain't good, but you're smiling. If I had your strength, maybe.
And I'm actually able to compress more with this because, if I look at my other chain here where I have the compression before EQ, watch what happens.
You know your chances ain't good, but you're smiling.
I'm not compressing as much. You can see if we look up close, this one's at 40, this one's at about 45. All right. So I'm compressing more, or at least turning up the dial more, on my gain reduction, my peak reduction. And so I'm able to get more energy out of, just a touch more energy out of this kind of before example, EQ before compression. Let's go ahead and do a comparison here. And I've done as best I could to level match these. They're within about 0.1 decibels of each other. So listen to before compression and after compression.
You know your chances ain't good, but you're smiling. You know your chances ain't good, but you're smiling. If I had your strength, maybe I'd see the lining. You know your chances ain't good, but you're smiling.
Listen to your smiling. That gets sucked back just a little bit on the after compression than it does with the before compression setup.
But you're smiling, but you're smiling, but you're smiling, but you're smiling, but you're smiling.
Okay, and then let's go to this next part here.
If I had your strength, maybe I'd see the lining. If I had your strength, maybe I'd see the lining. If I had your strength, maybe I'd see the lining. If I had your strength, maybe I'd see the lining.
It's subtle, but I was able to get a little bit, just a touch more energy out of this vocal here. And so, again, not a big difference, but the argument can be made that EQ before compression is typically desired. But again, with everything, not a hard rule, just use your ears, and whatever chain in your plugin chain gets you the best results, that's what you need to do. You've probably heard that high passing is one great way to help clean up and tighten the low end of a mix. The purpose for applying a high pass filter to our instruments is to remove any unnecessary low end existing in those instruments that doesn't contribute to the sound's fundamental frequencies and tone. Our ears do a very good job at detecting what a sound is, even when it is band limited aggressively. By hearing just the mid-range frequencies of almost any instrument, we can decipher what it is. The one area of the frequency spectrum that hogs up the most amount of energy in our mixes is the low end below 250 hertz or so. This tip of cutting out the lows with a high pass filter is especially important when a mix is full of live recordings. Low end rumble from things like AC units or anything that isn't very audible can quickly add up with all the other tracks, resulting in a loss of both headroom and clarity in the lower registers of the mix. While cutting out these low frequencies from many tracks that don't need them is good, it's possible to get carried away by cutting out too much, resulting in an unnatural or thin sounding mix. So I want to show you a tip for how to find just the right amount of low cut in your instruments. So here I have an electric guitar that's kind of the lead intro guitar in this song here. And there's a lot of low in here that we don't need. I've already done some EQ work and some other processing, dynamics processing, but I just want to kind of start from scratch with you here and show you how I might. You can use any EQ, it doesn't matter. So let's go ahead, and what I like to do is I like to just start really, really high, and then I like to bring it back until I feel like it's just right. And the tip here is to do this in the context of the mix. It's really important. That is the major tip here, is always do this move exactly in the context of the mix, because what's happening is you're going to have a lot of these lower frequencies that might be missing. They'll potentially at least be in your mix with other instruments. So by doing it in the context of the mix, we could be filling out those frequencies enough, and we might not, end up needing as much as we think we do. Okay, so I didn't mind it actually down here. When I started up pretty high, I kind of wanted to take out even more. So I'm going to do is do that again. I'll play it and I'll take out more until it's sounding thin, and then I'll bring it back, just kind of like inch it back until it's just right. Starting to sound really thin right there. I'm going to do a steeper cut here. take it back. Actually, I'm going to do more natural sound will come from, less aggressive, not so steep cuts, right? So it's just a more gradual taping off of the low end. You can see where the fundamental is. It's right around where I'm starting to get in this curve here. So the difference between these two is not nearly as big as when we had it, clear up here. So bringing it down right around there. I think I like that. And let's go ahead and see what I did I don't even remember what I did here, but I'm just curious. 156, and here's about 170. So these curves are about the same. This is an 18 decibel curve, so it's lower here, but it looks like I'm doing a little bit of a cut at 258. So kind of combining moves there. And great. So that's the tip, really, is to do this in a way, just kind of like reverb, how you're setting reverb. You're going too far, and really push until it's too thin, until you hear that audio really clearly be too thin. And then, just drag it back slowly in the context of the mix to make sure you're getting it just right in the context of everything else that's happening. And you can do that for all of your sounds, for your pianos, for your other synths and keys, etc. You can do that on instruments where there's low-end information that you don't necessarily need in order to really clean things up. One of my favorite ways of getting the maximum punch from either kicks or snares is to find the fundamental frequency of the kick or snare and boost that frequency going into a clipper and or maximizer. Now, this works especially well when using unprocessed and raw drum recordings of kicks in particular. Whenever you have kicks that come from sample libraries, these kicks are typically maxed out with all of the clipping and limiting and EQ processing needed to make them sound as punchy as possible. So the key to getting your kick to punch through to the max when using samples is to pick the right sample. But when working with raw kick recordings, it can work really well to boost the fundamental of your kick going into a clipper and or maximizer so that we can bring up the energy of the kick while also retaining our headroom. This same concept applies to snare samples and snare recordings, but I can sometimes still get more punch if needed out of snare samples using this approach. Let's check it out. I've got my kick here and these drums. Let's go ahead and just isolate these and check them out. Nice and full sounding. Let's go ahead and take all the processing off and listen to how that sounds. Now, even though, yes, we're getting an increase in volume, almost 4 decibels, let's go ahead and try to volume match and see how that sounds. Just not enough low end, right? I'm wanting that kind of beef in the bottom end of the kick. So what I'm doing is I am boosting in a couple of different ways. I've got a Ptech here boosting at 60, which is around where the fundamental is. And then to find the fundamental even more, specifically, get more granular, I go to the Pro Q, which has an analyzer to kind of find that. So it's right around there, between 50 and 60, and that's going to kind of give me some additional weight down on the bottom end. But then there was an additional kind of fundamental that I decided to boost right around 95 that you can see. Right around there. So it's like there's this kind of like dip in between. And then I went ahead and cut out some ring here. But what I'm doing is I'm boosting that into my dynamics processing. So I have a limiter, and that's just kind of taking care and leveling this off. Really, it's more of a utility thing than a tonal thing. And then just trying to make these hits more even before going into my clipper here. And I'm saturating a little bit using the soft clip saturator. But really, I'm just bringing down this threshold until I get some clipping. You'll see the red kind of tops of the transients being chopped off. Without it, we lose some headroom. So just a little bit more bite, a little bit more grit and energy. We're less necessarily losing headroom, like I said. Let's go ahead and just listen before and after with this clipper. Giving some additional weight and volume without losing that headroom. That's what I'm referring to. So we're driving the volume up a little bit further without losing additional headroom. So that is how I would kind of approach my kicks sometimes with, acoustic recorded kicks. Let's go down to my snare, and you'll see that I'm doing the same exact thing, a similar thing, where I have EQ boosting the fundamental here around 200 hertz, and then I've got that going into a compressor to kind of further shape the sound, the transients, and then a little bit of SSL. I believe this is just EQ, some further EQ to get some of the top end, not doing anything on the low end here, going into my clipper. So again, the clipper is just kind of taking care of some of those transients, allowing me to drive the signal as hot as I need to into that without going over. And so one other cool thing that I like to do is use a bit crusher and use the clipper from that. So I have a bit crusher and I'm using this gain, to kind of gain match. And you can decide which one you like better. So this is the clipper threshold here. Let's go ahead and just kind of play around with this further. What's crazy is that this isn't necessarily any less punchy, and it's way down at negative 20. Let's go ahead and compare those two. So about the same volume, but with the clipper, so much more volume, so much more impact. Let's go ahead and do it a little bit less. Let's compare that to this combo here. So there's parts about both that I like, but the principle is the same. We're pushing the fundamental kind of punch of the snare or the kick into a clipper to kind of maximize the punch and still retain headroom. Sometimes when you're dealing with something as dynamic as a vocal, it becomes really effective to use both static and dynamic EQ on the fundamental frequencies of the vocal. The fundamental, if you didn't already know, has to do with the frequencies associated with the main pitches we hear being played or sung. As the melody being sung progresses along, these fundamental frequencies move around while jumping up and down at different volumes. Basically, we end up dealing with varying dynamic ranges between each of the fundamental frequencies. A lot of times I can get a more natural sounding compression and retain a sense of fullness in the vocal by carefully and intentionally leveling out the volume of these fundamental frequencies. I'll show you this in action. So here I have an instance of the Pro Q3 on the vocal, and I've got both a static EQ dip at about 1.45 dB, right around these kind of muddy frequencies, which are also just, they happen to be around where the fundamental is. And then I've also on top of that have additional, this kind of blue area below that, this solid blue area is where we're cutting dynamically, right? So there's about 1.45 there static. And then if we go down here, you can see there's 1.5 decibels that we're cutting dynamically. And it's a very subtle difference, but there is a difference. I'm going to go ahead and toggle back and forth. And notice that if we were to kind of combine these two moves into one static EQ cut, it would total about 3 decibels of gain reduction. So if I just did 3 decibels of gain reduction, right, of just a static EQ that doesn't move, it sounds a little bit more thin, and I don't want that. Let's go ahead and listen. So here's with the combination of static and dynamic EQ.
I tried too hard to love with all I am. I gave my heart.
Okay, and then here's static.
I tried too hard to love with all I am. I gave my heart away without a plan. Don't
Combo.
I tried too hard to
Especially on the word hard, there's just a little bit more warmth in this combo here.
I tried too hard to love with all I am. I tried too hard to love with all I am. I tried too hard to love with all I am.
And this vocal is actually pretty dynamically consistent because the singer's really good. In situations where you have somebody that's more dynamic, this can come even more in handy. But this is one great way to sort of combine EQ moves that creates a more natural feeling of fullness, but takes care of some of those, fundamental frequencies that might jump up above the others at certain times. One of the biggest shifts for me that helped me improve both perceived loudness and clarity in my mixes came about by better understanding how our ears perceive the loudness of different frequencies that are at the same volume. Back in the 1930s, Harvey Fletcher and Wilden A. Munson published a paper titled Loudness, Its Definition, Measurement, and Calculation in the Journal of the Acoustical Society of America. In summary, the Fletcher-Munson curve basically reveals that our ears perceive frequencies in the 1 to 5K range to be much louder than lower frequencies when played at the same exact volume. The key term here that is so critical for you to understand is perceived volume, not actual volume. Let's take a look at this curve together and make some observations. I promise this is super important. This is the Fletcher-Munson curve graph, also known as the equal loudness contours. And I found this just on the iZotope website, but you can find it anywhere on the internet easily. And on the vertical y-axis, we have our intensity level, which is actual volume. So when we look at 0, 20, 40, 60, 80, 100, 120, this represents actual volume in decibels. The horizontal axis is our frequencies, and then these curved lines here are all based on our perceived volume. So that's why we have the word feeling here. So these lines don't represent actual volume at all. And what this is saying is that 30 hertz at around, 70 decibels sounds the same as, 3K or whatever, all the way down here in actual volume. So in order for us to hear 30 hertz at the same volume as 3K, it has to be this much louder, which is pretty crazy. And then as we get louder in listening levels, we start to flatten this curve out. And a lot of these frequencies, which, down here have a big discrepancy, now as we're listening closer to like 80 and 100 decibels, starts to flatten out here. But it remains the same, that this, mid-range set of frequencies is always going to be perceived as being louder when played at the same volume as the lower frequencies. This means that in order for a sub to sound like it's the same volume as a distorted electric guitar, the sub would have to be significantly louder in actual volume than the guitar. And this is fortunate for us as a human race, because it's been said that the frequencies we pick up on from the sound of a baby's cries falls around the 2 to 3K range, which is the peak of this curve. That's why mom and dad's sleep is disrupted in the middle of the night, even when the baby's down the hall and across in another room. And for good reason. We need to make sure they're okay. This Fletcher-Munson curve can also be referred to as the equal loudness contours. Since 1933, the curves have been updated slightly over time as technology and measurement tools advanced. So why do we care about this research that was done almost 100 years ago? And is there a tip here in all of this? Well, if we want our mixes to compete with commercial loudness standards, then we need to make sure that our mixes have just the right amount of these frequencies that our ears are most sensitive to, namely the 1 to 5K range. After all, the modern measurement system we use today, known as LUFS, measures perceived loudness by filtering out frequencies in a way that allows it to do so. This is why you may have heard that the magic of great mixes is in the mid-range. Don't get me wrong, there are several amazing records that don't emphasize this frequency range as much, and that's fine, because it's intentional for the genre those records are in. Just listen to some of the warmer tracks by Olafur Arnolds and Ryex. Their song Ocean has a pretty significant gap in the frequency response of the mid-range. For copyright purposes, I'll refrain from playing the audio, but you can see that the frequencies we've been talking about in that 1 to 5K range are missing pretty substantially compared to the rest of the frequency spectrum. Again, this is why references are so important when mixing. The tip here lies in both understanding the concept of perceived loudness as well as training your ears to hear this 1 to 5K range really well. Learn to hear when those frequencies are missing and when there's too much of them. If you nail the volume and frequency balance in that mid-range, you're on your way to a really great sounding mix. Now that we have a better understanding of the Fletcher-Munson curve and perceived loudness, I'm ready to give you this next tip, which is about establishing healthy listening levels, and we'll also discuss how it relates to the equal loudness contours. If you're on headphones only, still pay attention to this information as it will still apply generally and further expand your understanding of the importance of good listening levels. But for the most part, this does apply for those with speaker setups in their rooms. Looking back at these curves, we can see that as we get louder and louder with the actual dB levels we listen at, the curve starts to flatten out more, especially below 1K. This is why it's important to establish a good, healthy monitoring level, one that offers us the best perception of balance in the frequency spectrum. As we get louder with our listening levels, it particularly distorts how we perceive the loudness of the low end compared to the rest of the frequency range. If we monitor too hot, we run the risk of A, wearing out and fatiguing our ears much faster, and B, distorting our perception of the volume balance we're trying to establish in the mix. And volume balance is the most important foundation of the mix. Naturally, we enjoy listening to music louder because it's exciting, but it can cause us to lose perspective with regards to frequency balance and even transient details. We also start to introduce more of the decay of the room as we push volume too loud, which can negatively impact how we hear the decay times of different elements in the mix. And that can also distort our decisions with regards to things like decay times and reverbs and other spatial processing. Also, side note, some might think that listening at low enough levels can somehow take your room's frequency response out of the equation, but according to the physics of acoustics, this is simply not true. So, treating and learning your room is still always going to be the best solution. With all that said, a healthy monitoring level can be anywhere between 75 to 85 dB, depending on the size of your room and simply your preference as to what is comfortable for you. To give you a reference, I monitor at about 77 to 78 dB, and my room is 15 by 20 feet. I know plenty of mix and mastering engineers that monitor on the higher end of this range, somewhere between 80 to 85 dB, but that's just too loud and fatiguing for my ears personally. One common piece of advice you might come across is to set your volume close to or around a natural conversation level, specifically when mixing. This would actually be closer to the 65 to 70 dB range and will help to emphasize the mid-range, which can potentially help you make better decisions for getting things right in that mid-range. For mastering, it's typically recommended that you go louder than your mix levels. Regardless, if you're having to shout above your mix or master to communicate with someone in the room, you might be monitoring too hot. In the end, make sure that the level you set is what feels right to you, as long as it's within the ranges we've mentioned. This next part of the tip is even more important than the listening level you establish itself, and that is to stick with the listening level you settle on. The more consistently you mix and master at those levels that you choose, the more you'll create a sense memory and a feeling as to when things are properly balanced and hitting in the right way. This can't be overstated. Become intimately familiar with how your reference tracks sound and feel at this level. It's okay to push the volume up louder from time to time to see how it reacts. And in fact, on the flip side, you can check your mix at lower levels to focus even further on mid-range details like transients from drums. So if those things disappear at really low volumes, but you can still hear the low end, you know for sure you have a balance issue. This idea of lower listening levels to focus on the mid-range is one of the reasons you find the famous Yamaha NS10s in major studios, or even those smaller Oratone speakers. Those speakers are more mid-range heavy and don't put out very much low end. The idea is that by getting the mid-range just right on those speakers, the rest of the mix seems to fall into place pretty well. So, purchase an SPL meter or just get one on your smartphone. Don't stress over the subtle differences in how these read out because, again, what's most important is that you find the right level that works for you and stick to it. Also, you may already be doing all of this intuitively without the need of an SPL meter. You very well could have a specific point at which you keep your volume dial on your interface and never touch it. That is the type of practice I'm encouraging here. Again, consistency is key. With all this talk about mid-range and getting the mid-range right, one of the best ways to use your reference tracks is to intentionally narrow in on specific areas of the frequency spectrum by band limiting both the reference and your mix. You can do this easily with a stock digital parametric EQ by engaging both the high pass and low pass filters on both the mix you're working on and your reference track. Let me show you what I mean. So what we're going to do is literally just apply a standard stock EQ on the stereo out so that both our reference track here and our entire mix goes through this filter. And I'm filtering out everything below 300 and everything, above about 5K here. And by doing that, it just gives me more clarity as to kind of where I'm at compared to my reference track. And we can do this for any part of the frequency spectrum if we want. We can say, let's hone in on the low end and see how accurate things are compared to our reference in the low end, right? So you could bring this all the way down to 200 or 300, down to, 100 or below, totally up to you. But this just allows us to, again, really focus in our brain power to those specific frequency areas, when we're referencing. So let's go ahead and listen to this track. Here's no EQ. Here's our reference. You just have to volume match based on perceived energy, because this is obviously mastered and my mix is not mastered. Let's go ahead and listen to both though. Here's the reference. I'm going to move this over a little bit. And then here's our mix. Reference. So let's go ahead and put this filter on and kind of hone in. One thing I'm noticing right off the bat is kind of a lack of, on the low mid range, it's like on the higher end of the low mid range, if that makes sense. So they're on this like 500 to 600 range here. Right? Then the reference. And also, if we take our Paz analyzer here, we can also kind of hone in even further. So you can see what I was talking about right there. We don't have as much of that energy as they do here. Obviously, theirs is louder. And so comparatively, mine is more mid-range heavy, you know, in this like 1 to 5K range. And I'm actually fine with that, you know. There's some other kind of like vocal stuff going on in the reference track that I don't have. But there is a certain fullness in the reference that I might, you know, go back to my mix and maybe try to, you know, when I say fullness, I'm talking about that specific kind of 500, 600, 700 area. That's adding a little bit more warmth maybe to theirs. Maybe something I could do though is just kind of bring down, you know, this mid-range area here on mine. Again, there's some like shouting vocal stuff that's really sustained that's in the reference that I don't have in mine. And so that's partially why I think we're getting an excitement of that frequency area. But again, the point is we're narrowing in and getting more detail and able to focus in our attention on these specific frequency ranges by band limiting. When we say band limiting, we're limiting the frequency ranges that we can hear by just putting both a high pass and a low pass filter on both the mix and the reference. A particular piece of gear that engineers have come to love and revere is the Ptech EQP1A. And this is our hardware unit that has existed, I think, since the 60s. And it's known for its ability to sort of kind of clean up and tighten low-end instruments like kick and bass, while also boosting kind of the low end, making them fatter, tighter, cleaner. And the tip here lies in knowing what's happening under the hood, like what frequencies are actually being kind of shaped. And that way you can go and do that without the need of having the Ptech. You could actually do that with just a parametric EQ if you wanted and create a similar effect. So let's go ahead and actually kind of show you a before and after and what's going on here when we boost and attenuate. So I'm going to go ahead and play this kick. So you have a good idea of how that sounds. Let's go ahead and take this attenuate knob off. after. Something interesting is happening, which tells me what frequencies this is actually attenuating. It's not actually attenuating the shelving boost that's going on. By the way, these are all shelving boosts. These low frequencies, these are shelving boosts, and the attenuation is above that frequency. It's not actually attenuating in that same spot. And the reason I know that is by attenuating this, you can hear the bleed of the snare, which sits in that low mid-range between like 3 to 5 or 600. That gets attenuated when I push this attenuation up. Let's go ahead and take it off. Listen to the snare. We're left with a bunch of like high mid information in that snare bleed and like none of that fundamental. So let's go ahead and try to emulate this with just a regular stock EQ, right? So I'm gonna cancel this out. We're obviously getting a boost there, so let's maybe just bring this down, and then let's see. We'll go ahead and just introduce a stock EQ. Do a boost around there or so. And let's go ahead and do a cut around here. Okay, let's go ahead and just try to mimic everything going on here. I've got a boost at about 8K. These aren't going to react the same, but we'll try to do our best just to match it. So I'm going to go ahead and take this off. Take a boost here. I was using more of a narrow boost. A lot cleaner. Let's go ahead and compare that with the Ptech. I think I had them about here and there. I personally like the Ptech better, but that just goes to show you that, I mean, with this EQ, I mean, listen to the difference between on and off. This is still a major improvement. So here's off. So that's the tip. It's just knowing what frequencies are being attenuated. There's other videos on YouTube that show you actual analyzers and hone in on the exact frequencies. But as always, push these things to the extreme so that you can hear what's happening when you attenuate and then bring it all the way back down. And what's cool by attenuating at those frequencies that the Ptech is attenuating, whether you do that on the Ptech or do that in a stock EQ, it doesn't matter. What we're doing is cleaning out those kind of the low mids and boxy frequencies between like 300 to 600, because there's plenty of that information in the drum kit. And so we don't need that kind of stepping all over those frequencies overlapping with each other when the kick hits. And that just gives us a tighter low end, a more focused low end in that kick. Also, keep in mind that if this was like a sample-based kick, it would be clean already. It would have all the frequency elements that I want. I mean, that's how I choose my kicks when I go through like a sample library and find the kick that I want, especially for electronic-based genres. And I'm going to use a kick that already has kind of a clean, really, hard-hitting sound. So I wouldn't necessarily need to do what I'm doing here to the kick. One tip that really kind of opened up the possibilities for me with EQ and mixing is the practice of actually setting different EQ or having different EQ settings from section to section in your song. Let me show you what I mean. So this can be with virtually anything that you want to change kind of the tonality of a sound from one section to another. But a lot of times what I'll do is have a sound or an instrument more full-bodied that has plenty of low-mid information, a lot of warmth, particularly in a song where you have a verse that has just maybe a piano and a vocal or acoustic guitar and a vocal. In those verses, because it's so stripped back in instrumentation, you can afford to have all of that frequency information there in the lows and low mids. But then when you get to the chorus section, you might consider thinning that sound out, as other instruments that occupy those frequencies will now be there and be present and fill up the frequency spectrum. And so our ears can perceive like a piano or a guitar as being, full sounding in a chorus if there's other instruments that are filling up that part of the spectrum. We don't necessarily need all those low end frequencies or low mids layering on top of each other, because that's how we create, a darker, kind of muddier mix and lose clarity. The way to do that, this is a kind of a different approach to it, or not approach, but this is a different scenario where I have a lead vocal that has a layer that comes on top of it in the second part of the second verse. Let's go ahead and listen to this really quick.
Hit that shit, yeah, you gotta admit that you're down. Yeah, we're living in it cause we're chilling, we're not here to sell out. When I'm busting and you see me in a...
So what's happening here is I've automated this low frequency down here to go from, watch this frequency here. Watch the decibel levels change when I move it over. It goes to 0. So I've automated it from being more full-bodied to being a little bit more thin.
Here to sell out. When I'm busting and you see me...
So you can hear the difference there, and that's because I have a layer that's coming in here that has those frequencies in it.
When I'm busting and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday.
So there's plenty of that information there, and so I don't necessarily need all that. So let's go ahead and listen to this. If I were to just keep this at 0...
We're not here to sell out. When I'm busting and you see me and I make it look...
It's just a little bit overbearing in those low frequencies. So if I go back...
We're not here to sell out. When I'm busting and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night. Pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing gives me feelings that I don't want.
It cleans it up just the right amount to slot in this layer. So you can do that for pianos, or, for acoustic guitars. I do this with pianos quite a bit, where there's, again, a piano and a vocal and a really sparse instrumentation in a verse that then opens up or then gets attenuated in those lower mid frequencies, and you can do that quite aggressively depending on what information is introduced in the chorus, because again, those frequencies will be there. So you can kind of have the instrument go from being full bodied to being more of a skeleton of itself. And this is actually something I got from engineer Justin Coletti, so shout out to him. A while back when he talked about kind of EQing from section to section. But you can do this for virtually anything. and anything that you want, to sort of like fit into the mix, from section to section. And it works especially well in kind of those transitions from a verse to a chorus. I want to show you one of the most simple yet satisfying EQ curves that you can use. And this is especially effective when trying to take really dark sounds, sounds that are typically just dark by nature. For example, like a synth bus, if you were working with any electronic music, or just like pads and things that are just dark by nature. You want those to maybe come through a little bit more. A tilt EQ can often be a really handy method or EQ curve to use to brighten things up, kind of control, the balance between that low kind of mud information, below 1K, and then everything above that. So a tilt EQ is really cool because what you can do is, if I instantiate a new curve here on the Pro Q3, I go to my EQ curve types and go to tilt shelf. And what this does is it splits the frequency spectrum into two bands, essentially. And it gives me it splits it really into a low shelf and a high shelf. So right now, all I have to do is click and drag up, and it automatically creates a low shelf and a high shelf. And it attenuates one while boosting the other. And I can go the opposite way. So this is just a really quick and really easy, convenient way to get something darker or brighter without doing a bunch of other moves, right? Sometimes the answer is really simple. And this is one of the most simple things to use. So I can go here and I can make this less, steep in terms of the shelf by bringing down the Q. And so what I like to do is do like a gradual Q like this. And essentially what this would be similar to is doing a move that looks like this. Let's go to, it's arbitrary what frequency I grab. But I would turn this into like a high shelf maybe, and then boost that like that. And this would be like the center frequency, essentially, right? It's essentially the same thing. So if I go to tilt shelf again, this just allows us to really quickly brighten things up or darken things, right? So let's go ahead and show this in action on a synth bus. I especially like to do this on like my synth or keys bus, where I feel like I just want a little bit more energy to come through, a little bit more, mid-range energy, kind of shift the balance a little bit without, resorting to more volume. Let's go ahead and listen to this in the chorus. So got that nice synth that comes through, but when I play it in the context of the mix, it gets a little bit lost. So let's go ahead and play this. So what I'm going to do is instantiate this, and I'm going to hang around here, around 600 or maybe 700 or so. About 600 is fine. And I'm just going to gently kind of bring this up until I hear enough of that synth information pop through. Cool. Let's do it before and after. Comes through just a little bit more, just in the way that I want. So doing this, as with anything, in the context of the mix is really, really useful. time. Listen to how the synths pop through a little bit more when I turn it on. And this is something that I might do with automation, right? I might turn this off in the verses. This goes back to that tip I talked about where we do, automation with EQ moves from section to section. This is a perfectly good example for that. So I might actually just go and hit A for automation and logic, turn this from read to latch, and turn it off for here.
Feelings that I don't want to fight.
And while it's on latch, if I hit the power mode while it's playing, it has to be playing, just playing back. I don't have to hit record. While it's playing back in latch mode, all I need to do is click this power button to turn it on.
Feelings that I don't want to fight.
And it will create that automation point automatically for me.
Feelings that I don't want to fight. I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming down.
That's it. One of my favorite plugins that Logic has is the Bit Crusher. And I particularly like using this on snares where I want a lot of grit and energy and punch and kind of maximize loudness, because it has both the ability to kind of break up, and distort the sound while also, creating a ceiling with a built-in clipper. So you can do this in sequence with another set of plugins. I know there's Lossy by Goodhertz, and I know that Avid Pro Tools has their Lo-Fi plugin. So you can kind of recreate this. You would have to do it with 2 different plugins, I believe. Logic's Bit Crusher just has it in one. So let me go ahead and show you this snare here. It's already sounding pretty gritty, and I may not use it in this mix, but I just want to show you, just for demonstration purposes, just how loud you can get a snare to be while still retaining the punch with this Bit Crusher. I'm going to go ahead and put it at the end here and bring up my Bit Crusher. And as you can see, you have the ability to change the resolution, the bit depth, as well as kind of down sampling. And then there's these 3 different clipping modes: field, clip, and wrap. I usually just leave it on clip, and I typically will bring this threshold down depending on how loud the source material is. So let's go ahead and just start playing around with the knobs here and see how loud we can really take this. It's breaking up too much for me, so I'm going to change the resolution to 9 or 10 bit. So I'm going to go ahead and bring the clipper down. So I want a volume match. Now watch what happens when I just crank this drive knob up. I can get it really, really loud. That's not to say that I want that, but in cases where you want just a lot of grit, a lot of punch, a lot of energy from something like a snare, it tends to do really well on kind of the frequencies in that fundamental snare area, between 150 and 250. What I might do is actually mix this, so I can bring this down to like 30%. You can just hear how much more energy is brought up without losing that sense of punch. Let's go ahead and hear it in the context of the mix. Again, I don't know that I would actually use this, but let's just check it out.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shaking, showing everybody I can make it. 10 feet on the ground. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. Ready to bounce.
Really, really cool. And again, as a refresher, clipping is where we just lop off the tops of the transients. So it's actually not allowing any audio to pass above this negative 10 dB threshold. So it's not limiting, it's not compression. It's like those things in that we're reducing gain, but we're not actually bringing the level down, to reduce gain. We're actually just literally clipping off the tops of those transients. Whereas compression and limiting turn those volumes down, once the audio passes over a certain threshold, right? So this gives us kind of both plugins in one, a clipper and that distortion, that grit, with a little bit more of a unique algorithm that's based on kind of breaking down the audio, bit crushing it, has to do with just breaking down that audio, down sampling, changing the bit depth in a way that breaks it up, causes distortion in a pleasant way. Adopting a fixed first mindset really revolutionized the way I approach mixing. This principle pretty much guides every twist of a knob and slide of a fader, focusing on correction before enhancement. At its core, this mindset champions the idea that before we can elevate the qualities of any instrument in our mix, we must first rectify any existing issues. It's a straightforward yet transformative approach that ensures our enhancements shine on a solid foundation. Our primary tools in this endeavor address what I would consider to be the two sort of pillars of mixing, and that's the sonic and dynamic spectrum. For the sonic aspect, EQ is our tool, allowing us to sculpt frequency content with precision. Whether it's cutting out unwanted resonances or boosting frequencies to bring out an instrument's character, EQ adjustments is about balance and clarity. On the flip side, we address dynamic control with tools like volume adjustments, compression, clipping, and limiting. And these tools help ensure that every element sits comfortably in the mix, each with its own space to breathe, yet collectively creating a cohesive whole. The philosophy behind enhancements is to inject the mix with tone and character, which should always serve the emotional intent of the music. And these enhancements can range from the most subtle of touches to bold, dramatic shifts. However, these enhancements truly reach their potential only after we've addressed the problems or issues that exist in the instrument we wish to enhance. It's akin to painting on a clean canvas. The colors simply pop more when the surface underneath is more pristine. Let's demonstrate this mindset with how I approach processing a vocal. So here I have a lead vocal, and it's got a lot of character already in the production. But to further get this to kind of what I would call a baseline before applying any enhancements, I've done a combination of addressing either sonic issues or dynamic issues. As you can see, there's dynamics here that we have room to kind of control. And then there's some boxy frequencies that I took care of. There's this Pro G here that I'm getting rid of some of the noise in between, just cutting off any noise in between that's coming through into the microphone, mic bleed. So these are all geared towards fixing, or addressing issues before thinking about, okay, how can I make this sound better or shape the sound in a way that, I would consider to be an enhancement. And really the only enhancement I'm making here is with spatial processing. It didn't need anything else other than, all these plugins that I have here are pretty much all to solve, either sonic or dynamic issues. So we'll go one by one. Obviously pointed out my Pro G, our gate here. Again, that's just cutting off the sound after the singing stops. I don't always use a gate. Sometimes it makes sense to just, crop out the audio, get rid of it, create fades, etc. But here I just decided to use a gate. And then I've got EQ, where I'm cleaning up some of the low-mid information here. Let's go ahead and listen to before and after with that. In fact, let's go ahead and, we'll play this section here.
Gotta get back in it, cause I ain't about to quit it, hey, hey.
And we'll get rid of these moves.
Gotta get back in it, cause I ain't about to quit it, hey, hey. Gotta get back in it, cause I ain't about to quit it, hey, hey. Gotta get back in it, cause I ain't about to quit it, hey, hey. Gotta get back in it, cause I ain't about to quit it, hey, hey.
The other thing I'm doing is just kind of tightening or band limiting this to, restricting the high end. It just felt like it served the music more, just with this being a little bit more lo-fi in these verses. And then we go to soothe here, which is taking care of some of the sibilants.
Gotta get back in it, cause I ain't about to quit it, hey, hey.
Especially over here.
And everybody about to see me feeling steezy,
The words steezy and see me.
and everybody about to see me feeling steezy, cause.
Here's without.
And everybody about to see me feeling steezy.
Really kind of like pierces the ears, so I'm taking care of that. And then I've got a limiter to take care of just a couple decibels of bringing down some of the very tippy tops of these transients here.
And everybody about to see me feeling steezy, cause I'm up in the clouds.
Right, but notice I'm fixing some of the sonic issues before going into fixing some of the dynamic issues, and then I'm going into my first, what I would consider to be sort of an enhancement type compression, right? So this is really enhancing character and tone while also, further controlling dynamics.
And everybody about to see me feeling steezy, cause I'm up in the clouds. And everybody about to see me feeling steezy, cause I'm up in the clouds. And everybody about to see me feeling steezy, cause I'm up in the clouds.
It's adding a little bit more energy in the upper mids and highs, controlling the dynamics more, and then I've got a final limiter here.
And everybody about to see me feeling steezy, cause I'm up in the clouds.
And I believe this was just to catch the tail end of some of these phrases.
Check it out. Check it out.
Yeah, in fact, this isn't even doing much.
Check. Let's check, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my way.
Yeah, so it looks like I just had that there as a safety net. But essentially, all of that was done to help address issues before ever thinking about the spatial processing, the tone, any of that, right? And it just so happens that in this particular vocal, I achieved the tone through really just this LA two-way. I didn't need any other EQ on it. And then I went into spatial processing with, this EMT, I believe. Yeah, this is the EMT 250 to enhance it, right? So enhancement can be anything that, serves tone, character, vibe. It can be as simple as a dB, as little as a dB or dB and a half on a shelf to bring out the air, additional air, and enhance the feeling of air and presence in a vocal. Those are what I would consider to be enhancements. Or, shaping the tone and character, glue type compression, right? Gluing a group of tracks together so that they create cohesion, that can be considered to be an enhancement. But again, the mindset is that we're addressing issues, kind of cleaning the canvas, so to speak, right? So that we have a nice baseline to make those enhancements, shine at their best. So go through the whole mix and think, what problems do I need to address first before making any enhancements? And it's not that you always have to find a problem. The mark of a true professional is really when knowing when there is no problem and being able to hear what those problems are. And that's where all the ear training and doing lots of mixing really comes into play, because you're not going to know what those problems are unless you know how to identify them, and you've had enough experience with mixing, training your ears, listening for those problems, etc. So adopting that mindset also includes knowing when to leave a track alone. And maybe all you do is you add one enhancement move with EQ or spatial processing. That's really, really, really important, that you don't just go searching for problems. You hear the problem, and then that guides your decision making. While we're on this topic of hearing problems and having this fix first mindset, you might be thinking, well, how am I supposed to fix problems and address issues when I don't quite know how to identify them in the first place? That's a great question, and it's actually the most important question. It's, how do you hear problems? Well, that comes with ear training, as we've already said. And how do we ear train? We do that intentionally with like ear training platforms, drilling your ears on certain frequencies, but also just a ton of mixing, right? That's the most important part, is a ton of mixing. One of the most important skills, right, that you're going to need to refine as an engineer is your ability to listen critically for problems or issues that may not be obvious to you in the beginning of your journey. And as I mentioned in the previous tip, what's just as important as being able to identify a problem is the ability to identify when there's no problem or issues to address. And one of the things that I learned early on in mixing, and something that you probably come across, is this concept of search and destroy. This is the practice where you take a narrow frequency range and you boost that quite a bit, and then you sweep around the frequency spectrum to find whatever the problem is that you think you're hearing. The problem occurs for beginners or just novices, where they'll just boost because they think that's what they're supposed to do with every single track. They'll come in here, and before they hear a problem, they just start sweeping around. And then on top of that, they'll boost too much and too narrow. So everything boosted too much and too narrow is going to sound bad. So it's going to cause you to start, dipping here, and then you find another frequency, and then you dip it there, and you're like, oh, well, this one sounds bad too, so I'll dip this one out. Oh, well, I also thought I heard one around here, so I'll go ahead. Soon enough, you're going to have this like cottage, or this Swiss cheese EQ, right, where you have a bunch of holes in the frequency spectrum. And you might think it sounds good, but a lot of times this can lead to a very unnatural, kind of overly processed sound, right? It's okay to have a bunch of these moves as long as they're intentional, if they're actually solving problems. And a lot of times you'll see a bunch of little moves that are being done, right, over kind of across the spectrum. The tip that I want to give you here is, when you're boosting in the frequency spectrum, only boost because you hear a problem. If you don't hear a problem, don't boost. The problems that you should start to identify should start broad. And what do I mean by that? Well, when you're starting out, like I said, you're not going to hear very specific frequencies as much as you will when your ears are more refined later on. So the key is to say to yourself, what is wrong with this vocal or this guitar or this whatever? And use descriptive words. And then identify a frequency range, a broad frequency range within those descriptive words. I'll give you an example. This vocal sounds muddy, right? It sounds like congested and muddy. Well, those muddy frequencies are going to be anywhere between 200 all the way up to 400. And then once we get above 400, it starts to sound boxy, congested. We can use congested for the lower frequencies as well. But then from there, you now have a very specific area that you can boost. So that's what I did when I carved out some of these frequencies. Let's go ahead and see if I can't replicate these moves. And go to my EQ here. I'm going to go ahead and turn off. I think I had Soothe on Delta mode. There we go.
Fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my way. On the fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my way.
Okay, let's go ahead and remove these. and we're going to just start from scratch. Okay. So I'm going to actually, let's undo this. Actually, what we'll do is we'll save this. And then I'm going to go ahead and pull up the Pro Q3. And let's go ahead and search and destroy the right way. And the right way, here's the tip. Don't ever boost more than 12 decibels. If you're boosting more than 12 decibels, it's going to sound bad everywhere. Stay within 12 decibels. That's a major tip because that will force you to listen critically. So let's go ahead and do that. And I like to keep my Qs anywhere between like 3 and 4.
On the fast track, bouncing back there, things are shaking my way.
Cool. So already you can hear some, in the fundamental, just that there's those fundamental frequencies are sounding pretty woofy. Okay. So I'm going to keep note of that, but I'm going to keep going above that.
On the fast track, bouncing back there, things are shaking my way.
Right here, a little bit of boxiness.
On the fast track, bouncing back there, things are shaking my way.
Right around there. Let's boost it more so you can hear it. Let's boost it like more than we should. In fact, I'm going to turn off these.
On the fast track, bouncing back there, things are shaking my way. On the fast track, bouncing back there, things are shaking my way.
Right? So I'm going to cut that. I'm going to cut that out maybe 3 or 4 decibels. Let's go ahead and do that.
On the fast track, bouncing back there, things are shaking my way.
Okay, so here's before.
On the fast track, bouncing back there, things are shaking my way.
Here's after.
On the fast track, bouncing back there, things are
It's subtle, but there's an improvement there. Let's see if there's anything else.
on the fast track,
Immediately, 700.
on the fast track, bouncing back there, things are shaking my way.
Right around 6 or so. Just poking my ears.
On the fast track, bouncing back there.
Okay, and then there was one around like 700, so I'm going to go around there.
On the fast track, bouncing back there, things are shaking my way. On the fast track, bouncing back there, things are shaking my way. On the fast track, bouncing.
I think what we can do is just kind of like widen this. I want it to catch a couple of frequencies there. I'm going to raise it, bring it down.
On the fast track, bouncing back there, things are shaking my way. Gotta get back in it, cause I ain't about to quit it, hey, hey. And everybody about to see me feeling steezy, cause I'm.
And then I'm going to go ahead and just kind of attenuate this area just a little bit.
On the fast track, bouncing back there, things are shaking my way.
Little dynamic EQ.
On the fast track, bouncing back there, things are shaking my way.
Okay, here's before.
On the fast track, bouncing back there, things are shaking my way.
Here's after.
On the fast track, bouncing back there, things are shaking my way.
A lot cleaner. Let's see what we did here. We did about 360, one at 360, one at 442. So, okay, so I basically kind of split the middle on that one there. It's a similar move. And then I've got this one here at 635, and this one's around the same, right? I made it a little bit wider. So I just have the ability to change the frequency curve there. A little bit more unique kind of tabletop curve with this particular bell. But it's pretty much the same moves. Let's compare. I'm just curious.
On the fast track, bouncing back there, things are shaking my way.
Here's the Pro Q.
On the fast track, bouncing back there, things are shaking my way.
Let's go ahead and take this down a little bit further.
On the fast track, bouncing back there, things are shaking my way.
And then the stock EQ.
On the fast track, bouncing back there, things are shaking my way.
I almost like the moves I'm making here better.
On the fast track, bouncing back there, things.
But that's how you search and destroy. You start with, I hear a problem, whether that's harshness in the high end, whether that's boxiness in the kind of mid-range, the upper upper part of the low mids, right? Or the, woofiness or muddiness. And you use that as the starting place, and then you don't boost more than 12 decibels. That will force you to really train your ears to listen critically. And as you're sweeping, you'll hear it just pop up and accentuate these unpleasant frequencies. I want to show you a cool tip on using tremolo to get some additional width from, let's say, high-end percussive elements in your drums specifically. So that could be any like shakers, tambourines, especially ones that have, like 16th notes or just really fast, kind of like chugging along, rhythmic speeds, right? So we want to pull our ears out to the left and right by using just a really simple tool. You can use any tremolo, any stock tremolo, and this will work. So I have the Logic stock tremolo here. A couple of knobs to pay attention to. One is the rate, that's the speed. Super important to get that right, depending on what you're doing. And then we have our depth, which is going to be how wide or narrow this is, right? And then it depends on how you're setting this up. Right now, you can see that this is set to go back and forth and alternate from left and right. But if we had these lined up with each other, the symmetry that is, let's go, or no, it's the phase, I believe. Yeah, we can have these to where the phase is at 0, and that would be more of a volume thing than a left to right. So let's go ahead and put that back at 180. Really quick, what's happening with tremolo is it's actually just, it's a volume. It's a really unique volume tool. That's all it's doing. And 100% depth means that the volume is alternating between left and right channels 100%. So it's going, at this speed, at this rate of a quarter note, every quarter note, it's going 100% left and then alternating 100% right and going back and forth like that. And if I lower this depth, then that means, let's say if we're at 50%, that means we're going to get 50% more in the left than we would in the right, and then vice versa. It'll bounce back and forth like that. So it gives us this kind of narrowing effect as we go down in depth and a widening effect, right, as we go higher in depth. And let's go ahead and listen to this without any tremolo on it. I've got my hi-hat here. And then here's with some tremolo. I've got the depth, or in our case, the width, set to about 50% here. So I'm not going super wide. Let's go ahead and play around with this. And then by doing that, it's actually going to drop the volume. So we went from about 24 decibels to negative 29. So I'm just adding some gain to compensate for that. Here's before. After. We could go super wide if we want. Let's hear it in the context of the drums. Before. After. It just gives a little bit extra kind of feeling of dimension pulling our ears out. Now you got to be careful because once we hit this crash cymbal that's also built into or baked into this audio file. Usually I don't have crash cymbals baked in, but we do here, so I don't want that. I don't want that hitting my ears like that. However, I will show you that you can use tremolo to make this feel nice and big and wide, which is really cool. So you can slow things down and narrow it, right? So go to, let's say, like 1.5 T, and then narrow this in, and then listen to this. Let's go a little bit faster. A little bit more. So that kind of just like pulls our ears out a little bit and makes this crash have a little bit more dimension. Let's listen to a before and after in the context of the whole mix. Okay, here's without. After. Really cool. And in the context of the mix, it's not super obvious, right? We're not making ourselves seasick here with too much tremolo. But on these faster, more percussive, high-end, faster, rhythmic percussive elements, we can be a little bit more aggressive with that. So I'm going to do, again, 4. If we go to 8, 8th note, it gets a little bit dicey. Let's go ahead and listen to that. Gets a little weird, so I just got to use your ears and decide what's best. I like how that feels. Again, I wouldn't have it. Just pretend that's not affecting the crash. Let's go from here.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shake it, showing everybody I can make it. 10 feet on the ground. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. Ready to bounce.
It is subtle, but I hear just kind of my ears being pulled out just a little bit more than they were. So let's do it before and after again. Let's go from here.
Better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shake it, showing everybody I can make it. 10 feet on the ground. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. Ready to bounce.
Let's go ahead and just bring up the volume just a little bit more on our gain plugin.
Than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shake it. Than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop.
Really cool, adding some really interesting movement. That is subtle, but these simple plugins like a tremolo can be really, really handy and effective tools for adding some extra kind of width, pulling our ears out a little bit, particularly on these higher end rhythmic percussive elements. Another great tip for using tremolo is to use it on pads for extra kind of dimension and width. Let me go ahead and show you how I use it on this element in the bridge. Here's before. I have this like vocal humming pad that was created with our voices. It's already got some spatial processing on it, some width, some dimension, but we're going to give it a little bit of movement and introduce this tremolo here. So I've got a slower tremolo at half time or half note, I should say. And then I've got the depth here to about 80%. And then I'm compensating. Another tip here is to make sure that you are gain matching, because when you use tremolo, it'll lower the volume as it's bouncing from left to right. So it lowers sometimes perceived volume, sometimes actual volume. So you just use your ears to compensate. Okay, here's before. See if I go slower, what happens. Let's go extreme and go all the way wide. I really love using this on elements that are like pads that have a lot of spatial processing already, that already have a ton of kind of width, but it just gives it a little extra movement in the stereo field and gives us an extra sense of like expansion, right? And I love that, especially again, things like pads, things that are kind of like longer sustained elements in your mix that are play more of a background role. This is a really great way to add some extra movement. One of my favorite aspects of compression is the ability that it has to kind of shape the front end transient on snares, and particularly acoustic snares. I mean, really any snare that I'm trying to kind of shape things. And this shaping that I'm referring to is specifically for the purpose of creating a differences in depth, right? Meaning pushing the snare either further back, right? Sitting it back in the mix just a little bit more, or having that kind of poke out a little bit more forward. Especially if something is too pokey and it has too, I don't know of any other better word to use other than just pokey. It comes and jumps out and then it kind of like comes out. It's like in and out too much. And I was kind of thinking that maybe with this transient shape that I have, I'm getting the extra punch I want, but it's also kind of making it a little bit pokey. And so let's go ahead and just kind of listen to what I'm talking about here in the chorus.
Check it out. Second, I'm better than the rest. I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top. I ain't coming down. And I won't stop.
It's cool, but I want it to just sit into the mix. And I don't want it to be less punchy, or I should say less impactful. I just want it to kind of be shoved back into the mix a little bit while retaining sort of that sense of impact, right? So less pokey is what I'm going for. And compression is going to help me do that. If I do a super fast attack, I'm going fastest attack. So typically if you want more punch, you're going to want to let that transient come through and ease up on the attack and go slower. But right now I'm actually kind of doing the opposite. The reason I want to do that is because I want a little bit more sustain on the snare. I want it to kind of, the word that kind of comes to mind is like a smearing effect a little bit. So I'm softening the front end of the transient and it's giving it just a little bit softer, rounder front end punch, but it's still impactful. Let's go ahead and listen to this.
Check it out. Second, I'm better than the rest. I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top. I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shaking, showing everybody I can make it. 10 feet on the ground. I'm on top. I ain't coming down. Ready to bounce.
Let's go even slower on the release, and I think we'll hear this kind of sustain effect that I'm talking about.
Check it out. Second, I'm better than the rest. I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top. I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shaking, showing everybody I can make it.
It's very subtle, but it's just kind of giving it a little bit more depth. It's just setting it back ever so slightly in the mix to feel more blended with the track, in my opinion. And this is a taste thing. It does come down to a taste thing. You very well may be sitting here saying, you know what, I like it without that compressor, Dane. And that's fine. In fact, that's great. You should have your own opinions. But the point is, I'm showing you a tool for when you want something to have a little bit more depth, but still retain some of that punch. A lot of times, just fast attack compression can be the way to go. This is going to ease up on the transient, right? Soften the front end transient, kind of round it off, which has the effect of just setting it back further in the mix. The more attack that we have on something, the more forward it comes, right? So that's a depth trick with compression. That's where compression starts to become really useful as a tool for depth. While I've got this Focusrite Red compressor emulation open, I want to touch on a really important aspect of compression, and that's with regards to knowing your compressors, or just knowing that different compressor types offer different sort of character and react differently to your signal, especially as it has to do with kind of attack and release times. So different compressors or different compressor types will have different attack and release times. What do I mean by that? So if I actually put on this snare, this Focusrite Red, it's all the way at 0 milliseconds. This is a very fast attack, a very fast reaction time. So it's going to clamp down on the transient and give me kind of that limiting style compression, which means as soon as it's not letting any of that transient through, right? It's attacking it right away, attenuating it immediately. Let's listen to this. So now we hear some more attack on that. And let's go back and forth between, let's say, I don't know, 70 and all the way fast, and listen for the difference in the punch, right? So faster attack will be less punchy, more rounded transient on the snare, and then a slow attack will be more punchy. If I were to go to the Platinum Digital Compressor, it keeps the settings all the same, pretty much. Notice how it changed from, I think it was like 70 milliseconds to 180. So those release times are different. Threshold's the same. Let's try to match this. Immediately, this is way punchier. And that's because this has a slower reaction time. For whatever reason, this stock digital compressor has a slower initial attack time, even at 0. Listen to the attack and the punch of the snare at 0 milliseconds here versus 0 milliseconds on this Studio VCA. Okay, so let's go here. I take it back. I guess I did have the release time the same. Still keeps it the same. But the attack is what I'm talking about. Okay, the other thing too is that, all right, if I go to Studio FET, this is a more aggressive 1176 style compressor. This FET compressor is just more aggressive in sound. So listen to how much more grit this is going to have with the same exact settings. Even faster attack time, right? This attack is even faster and it's just more aggressive. I don't know how else to say it. So that's why this 1176 style compressor is used on things like parallel compression on drums, because a lot of times it's not something you want 100% of that effect on, on your drums. So knowing your compressors, knowing how the difference in character, or how there's just differences in character and tone and differences in attack time and just how fast these compressors are compared to each other, it's going to change your decisions as to which compressors you use. On snare, I love using the Focusrite Red emulation. That's what this is emulating, a Focusrite Red compressor. This Studio VCA, its clean VCA compressors are typically more transparent, less like giving you a bunch of character and grit. And so I love when I'm just like looking for tone shaping, meaning I'm looking for transient shaping, right? Do I want a softer attack? Do I want a more smeared attack, or do I want more punch, right? On the flip side, if I do want something more like a punchier, kind of grittier sound, I will go for this studio FET. So I'll bring the attack up, and then I'll take the release all the way down, and that's going to give me a ton of just like bombast and power. Turn up the ratio quite a bit. Let's go all the way. Really punchy, really gritty, but I preferred the tone shaping for this one. So I'll set it all the way 0, bring this to where it was. I think I just had a few dB of gain reduction. And I saved a decibel of headroom. So this is cool. Anyways, the point is, again, know your compressors, spend time with these different modules, especially if you have Logic. You don't have to pay for all of these plugin emulation or these hardware emulations out there. Learn in Logic what these different compressors do, what they are, because they are modeling all of the most famous hardware compressors that have ever been used in studios. Really quickly, Platinum Digital, not emulating anything. That's Logic's stock compressor. So it's very clean, no coloration at all, very linear. Okay, this is Focusrite Red, VCA style compressor. This is 1176 style compressor. This is I believe, a DBX 160. I think it might be the 165A. Okay. You can look that up. Vintage VCA. This is a emulation of straight off the SSL 4000, the bus compressor, right? So this is known for glue, kind of gluing tracks together, really cohesive compressor. Vintage FET. I believe this is the Silverface 1176, and then we have our Vintage Opto, which is the LA2A emulation, the Teletronics LA2A emulation. Opto compression has a very unique sort of way of dealing with transients. And I don't typically like to use it on drums, not to say that you can't, but this offers a really natural compression on things like vocals that are really dynamic and really can kind of help reduce dynamic range in a very transparent way on things like vocals. Knowing what these things do, how they react, is going to change the game for you with how you approach compression in your mixes. For those of you who wear the hats of recording engineer, producer, and mix engineer simultaneously, I have a tip that could fundamentally change the way you approach your music projects. It's about embracing the notion that mixing isn't just a final step, but a process that begins as early as songwriting and continues through arrangement, recording, and sound selection. This mindset, recording and producing with your mix in mind, is pivotal for achieving a really great sound. Let's break it down. First, let's talk about songwriting and arrangement. This is the foundation of a great mix. It starts here. When writing your song, think about how each element will sit in the final mix. Consider the arrangement, the density of the instrumentation, the role of each instrument, and how they interact. An overcrowded arrangement can lead to a cluttered mix, while a sparse one might lack depth. Striking the right balance is key. Also, understand that it's easier to get a mix to sound loud the more sparse your instrumentation and arrangement are. And remember the Fletcher-Munson curve we talked about? If you pick all low-end instruments that sit in the bass range between 50 to 200 hertz, you're going to have to accept that no amount of mixing will help you achieve competitive loudness levels. This stage is about capturing the best possible source material. A well-recorded track needs less fixing during mixing. Focus on getting clean, dynamic recordings. Pay attention to mic placement, room acoustics, and the performance itself. Each decision should be guided by how you want the final mix to sound. For instance, recording a guitar with the intention of it being a background texture will be different from recording it as a lead instrument. The sounds you choose, from the type of drum kit to the synth presets, will greatly influence the mix. Select sounds that complement each other and fill the frequency spectrum naturally. This doesn't mean every frequency needs to be covered at all times, but across the course of the song there should be a balance. Choosing sounds that sit well together from the start means you'll be relying less on EQ to carve out space for each element in the mix. If the previous steps are executed with care, you'll find that a significant portion of the mixing process can be accomplished with just volume faders. Achieving balance and clarity through careful gain staging is more effective than reaching for EQ or compression immediately. It's a testament to the power of good arrangement and sound selection. With everything recorded and produced intentionally, you might be surprised at how well the tracks blend with minimal processing. Embracing this approach doesn't mean your production process becomes rigid or simplistic. On the contrary, it's about making intentional choices that serve the song and the mix. It's a holistic way of creating music where each step informs and improves the next. This mindset encourages you to think ahead, anticipating mixing challenges, and solve them proactively. When you record and produce with your mix in mind, you're not just laying down tracks, you're sculpting the final sound from the very beginning. It's a shift in perspective that can lead to more efficient workflows and ultimately more satisfying sonic results. By considering the mix as an integral part of every phase of the music production process, you set yourself up for success, making it possible to achieve a great sounding song with just the basics: good arrangement, thoughtful sound selection, and strategic volume balancing. This philosophy underscores the importance of each decision you make, from the first note written to the last fader adjustment. One of my favorite ways to increase the sense of depth and just sort of vastness and expansion in my reverbs is by using modulation in reverb. So modulation is something that has been built into, it really came about because of the invention of digital reverbs. Digital reverbs often, when they came into, on the market, into use for the first time, would often kind of have like a metallic-y pulsing sound that wasn't very sort of natural sounding or desirable. And so they introduced a modulation parameter on these reverb units in order to smooth out this metallic sound, right? And then later it was adopted to use in more creative ways for things like, lush sustaining pads or anything that you wanted to make more sort of lush and unique sounding. But I want to show you really quick how modulation really changes the sound. All it is it's modulating the pitch of the sound of the reverb, much like a chorus effect would. So pitch is just modulating based on a rate that you tell it and a depth that you tell it. The depth would be the amount of variation in pitch, right? That would be, quite a bit of depth. But a slow, like a shallower depth would be very subtle changes in pitch. And so when we increase both of those along with the rate, we can really change dramatically the tail and the texture of the reverb tail. So let's go ahead and listen to this Valhalla on this vocal really quick. And I'm going to have no depth at all, which means we're not going to hear any of that undulating of pitch in the reverb tail.
I never cared for much but forest green and ocean's blue.
So listen to the tail end of that reverb. I'm going to go ahead and focus in on that with just this last word.
It's blue.
There's like a metallic-y, like a da-da-da-da-da, just a pulsing metallic sound.
Blue.
It's subtle, but listen to what happens listen to how that sound is smoothed out when I increase the depth of the modulation.
It's blue. It's blue. It's blue. It's blue. It's blue. It's blue.
Pretty cool, right? And if we increase the mod rate, we get some different textures.
It's blue. It's blue.
If we go crazy,
It's blue.
we can get some really interesting sounds and effects, and you can use that in a creative way, however you want. So I'm going to bring it back to where it was. So let's go ahead and listen to the difference in the context of this mix and see if we can't tell, because that's all that matters, is if it makes a difference in the mix. So let's go ahead, 0 depth, and listen to this reverb.
I never care for much, but forest green and ocean's blue. I never care for much, but forest green and ocean's blue. I never care for much, but forest green and ocean's blue. I never care for much, but forest green and ocean's blue.
It's for sure adding a sense of I think depth is really the only word that I can think of, and not depth in we're not talking about the same depth as we are in this parameter here. This depth refers to how much the pitch is going up and down, right, and changing. The depth that I'm referring to, that this depth adds, if not to be too redundant, is a feeling of just sort of more distance or more space. I think spaciousness is the right word. Listen to the difference again. I'm going to go no depth on the pitch.
I never care for much, but forest green and ocean's blue. I never care for much, but forest green and ocean's blue.
It just smooths it out and makes it more kind of it feels more separated from the vocal, which is what I want. Now, one thing that we can do further is we can actually use an actual chorus on the reverb, after the reverb, and further create a sense of separateness from the vocal and just make it feel nice and big and expansive. So let's go ahead and put micro shift on here. You can use any chorus for this, but this is pretty killer. Let's go ahead and play it without.
I never care for much, but forest green and ocean's blue. I never care for much, but forest green and ocean's blue. I never care for much, but forest green and ocean's blue. I never care for much, but forest green and ocean's blue. I never care for much, but forest green and ocean's blue. I never care for much, but forest green and ocean's blue.
Just an additional amount of expansiveness to the reverb and how it kind of separates itself from the vocal more. It's not adding more decay time, but it almost feels like it is. It's a really cool way to create additional kind of width in the reverb or spaciousness for the space. So what we're doing is we're expanding that. Now, some of you might be like, oh, phasing issues. Don't over obsess with phase, okay? We're fine. We have plenty of stuff down the middle, right? If we were to make this 100% wet and that was the only thing that was playing, right? Let's go ahead and see what's happening with our phase with just 100% reverb.
I never care for much, but forest green and ocean's blue.
Then yes, we have plenty of problems there. But I don't have the mix all the way wet either on the chorus that's going on after the reverb. And when we blend everything right together with other mono sounds like our vocal and our bass and whatever other mono stuff is happening inside this drum loop, our phase is totally intact. We're totally fine. So let's go ahead and check out the phase with everything. Let me back up here. Get my reverb back the way it was.
I never cared for much but forest green and ocean's blue. I never cared for much but forest green and ocean's blue. I never cared for much but forest green and ocean's blue.
Totally fine. Now look, the tail of it, as you can see, is going in the red, in or out of phase, but we're not concerned with that because we've got other stuff going on. It's taken care of keeping everything in phase. So if you want just a little bit more separation, a little bit more kind of width, and I would also say kind of detail, it's also adding a bit of detail to the reverb. It's almost like I can hear the reverb more and hear the space more because there's more separation due to that chorusing effect after the reverb. Really cool. Not only is compression a tool to control dynamics, but it's also a tool to shape your transients in the way that you want. And I'm going to use the Focusrite Red compressor emulation by Logic. This is their own Studio VCA. It's a cleaner sounding compressor, so it's not going to be as gritty as the Studio FET. But essentially, you can start to think of this as a tool to shape the front end transients, right? And also change the release time of transients. When we clamp down on audio and really compress it and then bring the noise floor up, we're essentially bringing up the tail ends of the audio. So that's going to create more of a sense of release. Let's go ahead and play around with this. One of the things that really like using compression for is if let's say the attack time on a snare feels too pokey and feels like too disjointed from the mix. Yeah, sure, it's punchy, but it's almost too punchy or too, I think pokey is the word. A lot of times in amateur mixes, I'll hear someone trying to get as much punch as they can out of their snare, but then it just sounds like completely detached from the rest of the mix. It doesn't feel like it's embedded in the mix the right way and sitting in the mix the right way. So one of my favorite things to do is use compression to kind of control that attack and just make sure that it's not as pokey. Now, I'm not saying that in the context of this mix in particular that this is too pokey, because I think I like it. Let's go ahead and just listen.
I never cared for much but forest green and ocean's blue.
But if I wanted to, and if I had the snare all on its own, I could decrease the attack time so it's all the way down to 0 and really crank up the compression and get that clamping down on the front end of that transient to kind of round it off. So let's go ahead and start playing with that.
I never cared for much but forest green and ocean's blue. I never cared for much but forest green and ocean's blue. I never cared for much but forest green and ocean's blue. I never cared for much but forest green and ocean's blue. I never cared for much but forest green and ocean's blue.
So listen to the snare now. I'm going to turn the snare off.
I never cared for much but forest green and ocean's blue. I never cared for much but forest green and ocean's blue. I never cared for much but forest green and ocean's blue.
Let's go even more aggressive.
I never cared for much but forest green and ocean's blue.
We can really start to hear that clamping down in a way that kind of rounds off that snare. So I might use that if I want that, if I want to set that snare back a little bit further. You can also see that hear rather, that by changing the release time, we start to change the way the tail ends of the transients sound. So listen to this. As I go from slow to fast, I'm going to make it really dramatic and go from here all the way to fast. Listen to the difference. I never cared for much but forest green and ocean's blue. I never cared for much but forest green and ocean's blue. I never cared for much but forest green and ocean's blue. I never cared for much. Especially listen to the hi-hat. Listen to how the hi-hat, as we slow down the release time, the hi-hat's transient, like the tail end of the hi-hat, gets tighter. I never cared for much but forest green and ocean's blue. I never cared for much but forest green and ocean's blue. I never cared for much. What's happening is the energy is brought up more. It's brought up faster, right? Because we're letting go. The compressor is letting go faster with a faster release time, right? So think of release times as the compressor, it's letting go of the audio. And because of that, it's now being brought back up in energy faster. So we're getting this grittier kind of tail end transient that has the feeling of sustain. It's like we're taking the attack all the way down, right? We're clamping down on the front end transient and making that the same volume almost as the tail, if that makes sense. So now that creates a feeling of sustain in the drums. I never cared for much. And when we really clamp down on this, you'll even hear it more as we compress more and make up the gain from that. I never cared for much but forest green and ocean's blue. I never cared for much but forest green and ocean's blue. I never cared for much but forest green and ocean's blue. I never cared for much but forest green. I never cared for much but forest green and ocean's blue. I never cared for much but. It's just changing transient information, changing the tone, all that stuff. So when you can really start to think of compression as more than just a tool to control the dynamics, it really starts to open up the possibilities with what you can do with this tool, which just gives you more control over shaping the sound that you want. So this is going to be a tip to simply go grab a plugin that will help you to maintain kind of mono compatibility while also being able to widen certain sounds. The plugin is Polyverse Wider, and it's totally free. And I'll just go ahead and demonstrate what will happen when you try to widen certain things in a certain way, particularly when you try to double, let's say like an acoustic guitar. And I've got an acoustic guitar for an example right here. A lot of times what people will do is they'll duplicate that, try to spread it left and right, and then they'll offset the two in timing. And yes, that'll make it wider. But what also can happen is you can run into, let me get rid of this. You can run into some potential phasing issues. So as you can see, we're dipping into the red quite a bit, which, you know, it's generally speaking okay if you've got some other things to offset it. So if I was to play this bass line with it, Yeah, it's fine. But if you're, wanting to do something like widen an acoustic guitar and all you have is an acoustic guitar and maybe it's an instrumental and you got some other things with stereo processing, you're just wanting to kind of protect yourself from, potential phase issues, Polyverse Wider is a really great plugin for that. So let's go ahead and demonstrate that really quick. For whatever reason, they've just set the widening up on this to be compatible, or to be mono compatible, so there's no phasing issues. If I turn this on here, I can actually change the crossover, the mono crossover, so anything below this frequency stays in mono, which is great. And you'll see that in a lot of different plugins. The chorus plugin by Soundtoys, which is Microshift, that has essentially the same thing. I have the ability to change the focus, which is essentially the same thing, right? So anything below 90 hertz is going to be mono. If I change this to 400, everything below 400 will be mono. Same thing. So that's how you can basically keep mono compatibility and, using other methods. But what if you don't want, something like microshift or chorusing, which includes both timing and pitch, and you just want the timing aspect? So Polyverse Wider does that somehow without causing those phasing issues. And as a refresher, the reason we want or care about mono compatibility is because if there are phasing problems in your track, there will be potential volume, like literal volume dropouts with certain frequencies when the track is played back in mono. So by having other mono information paired with things that are really, really wide or potentially out of phase or coming in and out of like phasing issues, then it'll offset that and create that mono compatibility. So we get that like expansion, that width, and let's go ahead and check ozone. It's writing the line, but I've got it set to 100%, but it's still maintaining that compatibility. So if I bring it in just a little bit, that doesn't really work to have those drums. I just wanted to pull in this guitar to kind of demonstrate that though, and show you that, there's a free plugin out there that's really, really great for widening things. So you can use this on virtually any instrument to give it some extra width. And by this time of you watching this video, there could be a number of other widening plugins that are more mono compatible, just like this one. But as of this time, this just happens to be a free, really great plugin for that. So while we're on the subject of mono compatibility, I want to offer a tip that might help you not overly concern and stress yourself out with this idea of mono compatibility. It's important to check for phase. It is important, and it's important to check for that compatibility just to make sure that your stuff plays on different systems that are in mono, and that you don't get serious dropouts. The way that you've seen me do that so far is with this Ozone 9 imager, and I know that I'm out of date here. I believe they have Ozone 11 by now, but this has worked just fine for me. And what we've got here is a correlation meter. This is a horizontal correlation meter. If you look on the left-hand side, there's a little tiny 1 here, which represents all the way mono, right? So if I play this guitar, which is in mono, you can see that it is pinned up at the top, and you can even see in our vector scope here that it's right down the center. The little blue line right there shows us it's right down the middle. And as soon as we introduce wider, we can see that there is stereo information, and it starts to go more towards 0, which anywhere between 0 and 1 shows us that there's stereo info. Yeah, and as long as we're above 0, right, within 0 and 1, most of the time I would say you're good. You know, occasional dips below that are just fine, and I'll show you. One of my favorite tunes, I can't play it for fear of copyright issues and getting this ripped off of, YouTube, taken down. The artist's name is Weevil, and the song is called Intro. So if I go to Weevil, it's this song right here. If you play this, there's a lot of really cool, unique kind of stereo information going on in there. So what I'm going to do is put Ozone on here directly on the track so we can see what's going on. And I'm going to go ahead and just not output this to anywhere, but we should still get the signal passing through Ozone before going to the output so we can see what's going on. So right off the bat, you can see that there's some dips below in the red, right? Okay, we're good, we're good, we're good. Oh, there we go. More red. More red. More red. You get the point. Let's go further when it's more dense. It's probably going to be, yeah, it goes in and out, but it's, for the most part, it stays above, right? 90% of the time, it's above that 0 line, right? So you can go and listen to that and kind of listen for the stereo information. There's a lot of really cool stuff going on. A lot of really great records, aren't 100% mono compatible. Again, as long as we're not pinning down below here, somewhere below 0, more than we are above 0, I think we're good. I think if we're somewhere in the vicinity of 80% or more above that 0 line, you're going to be good. And obviously the most important thing is for you to just check it in mono and make sure that like all of your favorite parts aren't completely lost, right? Like the low end, if you're doing hip hop or electronic or anything that's really, where the low end is really important. You just want to check and make sure you listen in mono that it's not killing your song completely. That's really all that matters. Don't overly obsess with this being constantly above that 0 line in the correlation meter. And really what matters is that, if you've got really interesting stereo information, for example, like a synth that on its own can really be in the red. Let me go ahead and show you, in fact. I've got one of my sounds in this little track here. We'll play it.
'Cause I ain't never cared for much but forest.
Let's go ahead and put our correlation meter over here. So that's up higher in frequency, right? But let's go ahead and drop this down where there's potentially more phasing issues. You get more potentially phasing issues when you're down in the lower registers. Lower frequencies have greater potential to have phasing issues in stereo. Let's maybe find something else, another preset. Lots of phasing issues there. Phasing issues there. So when we actually combine this with the rest of the track, the key is to have other elements in the track that are dead center, right? Because that's going to offset things in a way that keeps the entire track mono compatible. So that's another tip, is to make sure that to maintain that compatibility, you can have sounds with really interesting, potentially on their own would have phasing issues, but paired up with sounds that are dead center are going to create an overall mono-compatible track.
'Cause I never cared for much but forest green and ocean's blue. 'Cause I never cared for much but forest green and ocean's blue. 'Cause I never cared for much.
Next time you go to grab a compressor, try using a limiter instead. And I want to be specific, of course, as to why I would do that, why and when. For one thing, limiters are really simple, but they also just work really well to help reduce dynamics in a very transparent way. Their super fast attack and release times make it great for really straightforward utility-based dynamic range control, especially on instruments where you don't want to hear the gain reduction kind of at work or happening. I think of things like pianos, vocals, guitars, acoustic guitars, or anything that carries melody and chord progression, that contains some percussive information as well in those instruments, and therefore would have kind of the occasional spiky transient information. And the way I think about using a limiter is just to kind of similar in the way I think about clipping, when I want to reduce dynamic range by really just maintaining control over those rogue peaks. Let me just show you really quick. I have a couple of instances in this piano here, just at a high level look. You can see right off the bat where those really spiky transients are. There's one right here, and there's one here. There's one here. It's really just the tops of these transients that I want to control with like 2 to 3 decibels of gain reduction. This is going to help me to do it in a really transparent way using a limiter, just a really straightforward limiter. I'll show you my favorite one that I go to, which is just super simple, is the L1 limiter by Waves. It's got this link feature here, which allows me to pull the ceiling down at the same time, because if I just pull down the threshold, it gets louder, and I don't want that. Again, looking for utility. I'm not going for loudness here. This is going to help prepare for loudness, because by controlling several different tracks, controlling the dynamics on several different tracks, a little here, a little there, that's going to help for when those transients overlap each other. We're not getting even greater spikes, on the master bus, on the stereo out. So by controlling it here with the limiter, I can do that in a really transparent way. Clipping, sure, you could use that, but realize that that's going to introduce some kind of tone that you may not want. For me, in this particular instance, this piano, I didn't want to introduce any tone. In fact, a clipper kind of darkened it and felt like it made it feel less open. And so let me just show you here how I would dial this in. I'd basically just find where it's outputting, and you can see that on the meters here, of course. So it's all the way up to, what did that say? Negative 9.3. So what I want to do is just do a couple decibels of gain reduction. I'm going to bring this down to about 11. See where that gets me. You can see it already took about 1.5 decibels off of that one transient there. But you're not going to hear that. So that's too much. I'm going to go ahead and bring this to about there. What's crazy though is that it's really transparent. I'm doing 6 decibels. Actually, I'm doing less than that. I need to reset it. It's about 4.5 decibels there. Let's do a before and after. So here's before. I don't hear the gain reduction on that because it's happening so fast on these really kind of tops of these peaks here. I'm going to go a little bit less though, because I know we're going to run into some, potential issues here. Let's go ahead and listen to this. I'm going to back it off just a little bit here. Do about 3 decibels of gain reduction. It's perfectly fine to lop off the tops of those transients, make it more dynamically consistent, and it's doing that in a really transparent way. You can do this on vocals, you can do this on acoustic guitars, particularly anything that has really kind of transient, I wouldn't say transient heavy like drums, but where there's a lot of percussive, rhythmic information in the waveform, and you want to just kind of clamp down on that transparently without hearing that and without coloring the sound. This is just a really great transparent way to do that. And of course, you can take this too far, right? But you can also get a lot of really great control over certain things that, play maybe a background role that you don't want those spiky transients, poking out in the mix and coming up front and then coming back. You want to keep things really nice and consistent. You can go more heavy-handed with this type of thing, especially with things like background vocals. I'll limit background vocals quite heavily to really make them consistent and be able to better place them, behind the lead vocal. So again, really great way to get some compression, right? Limiting is just fast attack, fast release compression, but without sort of the artifacts that compression will often introduce. But also, just a standard compressor might not have the fast attack time that you need to really grab the front end of those transients. For those of you who wish to get the sound of analog in your mixes, you can actually put in a console emulation plugin like a Neve 1073, SSL, G channel strip, or any of the SSL's channel strip plugins, or any really analog emulation EQ, that has like tubes and transformers and transistors. If you put that across all of your tracks, or even just all of your like groups and buses, that's essentially summing, right? Summing in and of itself without any of the kind of analog circuitry doesn't really do much. It's really when you pass audio through those circuits, through transistors, transformers, those are what have a particular sound. And there's different transformers that are kind of used in different pieces of like outboard compressors, EQs, and things of that nature that create sounds that are unique to those units. So what I've done in order to really emulate this, you really need to, push the audio into that gear at a certain level in order for it to kind of introduce the coloration of that piece of gear. So you have to keep that in mind. If you run low levels of signal, like well below, I would say negative 15 dBFS, you're not really going to get much of that sound. And so what I've done here is I've put the Neve 1073 across all of my major instruments. UAD, I don't have enough processing power to do more than this, but I've got about 10 instances here across the board. I believe I've got about 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, 10. And it's on my main instrument. So let's go ahead and listen before and after. I've engaged the EQ so that it's going through that circuitry, because if you don't do that, it very well might not do anything. I've tested it and it doesn't really do much. It's really when we engage the EQ and start kind of twisting the knobs that we're going to get the sound of that unit. And it doesn't take much at all. I've only boosted just barely anything on the top end here and just barely anything at all within like one notch here of both 3.2K and this high shelf. So let's listen to the before and after with that. So here's before.
It's all over this town, the highs and lows. Couple years in hell, all by myself. It's all over this town, the highs and lows. Couple years in hell, all by myself. It's all over this town, the highs and lows. Couple years in hell. It's all over this town, the highs and lows. Couple years in hell.
Cool. And you could have it set up to where maybe half of these plugins have the 3.2K boost, or maybe none of them and just the high end. You can do any combination or configuration that you want. But you can hear just how it's coloring the sound and really changing that beyond just, a shelving boost and a 3.2K boost. We're getting the sound of that gear. And let's do the same thing with this Ptech emulation. We'll go ahead and do before and after. I've gain matched as much as I possibly could as well.
It's all over this town, the highs and lows. Couple years in hell. It's all over this town, the highs and lows. Couple years in hell. It's all over this town, the highs and lows. It's all over this town, the highs and lows.
Cool. So without turning any of those knobs on the Ptech, just running it through, 10 different tracks, I'm getting a little bit of like saturation in the upper mids and highs. That's kind of what I've noticed coming from the Ptech, at least. On the SSL channel strip, native channel strip, this is a very transparent channel strip. And so you wouldn't get much of the sound until you start twisting the knobs. So let's go ahead and see if we can hear a difference between no SSL and SSL channel strip. So here's without.
It's all over this town, the highs and lows. Couple years in hell. It's all over this town, the highs and lows. Couple years in hell. It's all over this town, the highs and lows. It's all over this town, the highs and lows.
It is kind of interesting how, and maybe this is my brain playing tricks on me, but it feels like there's a little bit of additional, almost separation kind of. Let's see if you can hear that.
It's all over this town, the highs and lows. Couple years in hell. It's all over this town, the highs and lows. Couple years in hell.
So you can do this across as many channels as you'd like, and I'd encourage you to go and try this out. And when you do this, try pushing the levels into the gear, like into the plugins, to find where kind of the breaking point is, and then back off on that to find, okay, where am I getting the sound of this unit in terms of like the input of the audio? Because that's going to change the sound of the gear, is how hot you drive, your audio into it. And then once you get that sound, you can duplicate that across, I would say at least 8 channels is going to get you probably the most noticeable results. And so it's often common for you to find like analog summing boxes that have as much as like 16 channels of summing. So you would get, a pair of like 8 pairs of stereo channels to run all of your groups through. So try that out. It's up to you. You don't have to do this. This isn't going to make or break your music, but it's just additional kind of color options to maybe explore and discover, new kind of sonic possibilities. This tip is more of like an admonition to spend the time understanding and knowing the different saturation types, like becoming familiar with the different famous saturation types. One of the ways that you can do that is by, go either get this plugin or get a demo of it and spend a lot of time driving signal into these different modes. These are different saturation modes that are emulating very specific pieces of gear. They're modeling very specific units that have been kind of famous and known throughout the decades of audio engineering. So this is Decapitator by Sound Toys, and we've got this drive knob here, which just increases the level going into each of these, and it's going to provide a different sound. Let's go ahead and just first of all listen to how this changes the sound. I've got this here. Let me go ahead and move it actually over to this particular vocal, and we'll just kind of listen.
It's all over this town, the highs and lows. Couple years in hell, all by myself.
Okay, here's off.
It's all over this town, the highs and lows. It's all over this town,
So it's adding a little bit of high end. Let's go ahead and drive it even further.
It's all over this town, the highs and lows. Couple years in hell, all by myself.
Let's go to E.
It's all over this town, the highs and lows.
Wildly different and a lot more in terms of like sparkle and high end.
It's all over this town, the highs and lows.
I'm hearing an emphasis in the mid range.
It's all over this town, the highs and lows.
Interesting.
It's all over this town, the highs and lows.
So this is the most aggressive so far. Okay, let's talk about what these actually emulate. Not that it really, I don't know if you care, but so A is an actual tape preamp by Ampex, right? So this can add weight to the low end because that's what tape usually will do. This is the EMI preamp. This is an EMI like Abbey Road's sort of like, I think like a channel strip, individual channel strip unit. And so that has its own character. This is based on Neve, N for Neve, a very specific Neve preamp. I don't think it's the 1073. I can't remember exactly which one. But then the TNP actually comes off of the Thermionic Culture Vulture. I believe that's what it's called. Yeah, the Culture Vulture. That's a really famous unit that has two of these kind of harmonic saturation types, T for triode and P for pentode. And triode offers an even harmonics, which is not as aggressive sounding as P, which is pentode, and those are more odd order harmonics. So odd order harmonics are generally speaking going to add more grit, a little bit more you could hear it like when we switch between the two.
It's all over this town. It's all over this town.
Yeah, triode is not as aggressive as P, and the point of this tip is to simply admonish you to go and spend time and become familiar with how these change the sound. Because then when you go to, if you want a certain particular tone or, shape the tone of your different instruments in a very particular way, you have additional kind of tools and paintbrushes or colors to do that. And that's going to help you achieve the sound that's in your head even quicker when you're at work. If you have Logic, you can also just go to the Fat effects. This is really cool because you have 11 different distortion or saturation types that you can choose from and blend all three of those. So again, we have, it's just so much different sound. Like we can play around with these and really drive the input of those.
It's all over this town, the highs and lows.
All right. What's diodes sound like?
It's all over this town.
Really aggressive. Tube.
It's all over this town.
Scream.
It's all over this town.
All different sounds.
It's all over this town.
Squared.
It's all over this town.
Dirt is the loudest. I'm going to turn this down.
It's all over this town. It's all
Maybe it's grit. I think grit is the loudest. Yeah, exactly.
It's all over this town.
Okay, bit crush.
It's all over this town. The highs and lows. Couple years in hell.
Interesting. Down sampler.
It's all
Kills my ears. Exciter.
It's all over this town.
Ah, top end. There's some high end excitement for you if you want that. So becoming familiar with these is the point of this tip, because that's going to give you more, again, colors that you can choose from, to add to your mix. One of the things that I like to do from time to time on my mix bus is add a little bit of saturation or distortion in parallel. And here I've actually got a multi-band saturator, Saturn II, and I'm using mostly this band here in the mid-range by creating these crossover points. So by default, if I go to the default setting, defaults to warm tape, right? I'll go back to where I had it. And what I've done is just I click a plus sign anywhere, and then I can create multiple points of like crossovers to focus on saturating different areas, which is really handy. I wanted a little bit more of this mid-range, and so I'm kind of centering in around 3K or so, and driving some warm tape saturation into that. And then what I'm doing is I'm actually mixing that back in parallel. So it's at 68% here, and I've got these at 20%, the top end at 20%. So it's just giving it a little bit more life and energy in those kind of upper mids especially. Let's go ahead and listen. Here's before.
I'm seeing now. It's all over this town. The highs and lows. Couple years in hell. I'm seeing now. It's all over this town. The highs and lows. Couple years in hell. All by myself. Heart to moving on. Had to.
Okay, just subtle enough for me that it gets me what I want. Let's go ahead and, you can do this as aggressively as you'd like, really. Let's try some decapitator and see about blending in. I want to use this triode and then take the mix all the way down and then blend it in.
I'm seeing now. It's all over this town. The highs and lows. Couple years in hell. All by myself. Heart to moving on. Had to feel. I'm seeing now. It's all over this town. The highs and lows. I'm seeing now. It's all over this town. The highs and lows. Couple years in hell. All by myself.
Kind of cool. Giving it a bit of a lift. And so that's something that you can do on your mix bus to add a little bit more tone shaping, some character if that's something that you want. Again, you can go as aggressive with that as you'd like. You just got to be careful because it can really start to easily break things up, especially when you have vocals. Vocals will easily can be easily overcooked in this type of situation. One of my favorite tools for getting rid of or removing, or I should say softening, the harshness that you'll get from cymbals or just like bad recordings, cheap recordings, digital brittle top end. No one likes digital brittle sounding top end. It just sounds terrible. And so one of my favorite things to combat that or soften it is tape saturation or just tape, period. So tape has this kind of like soft clipping effect that softens the high end. It can tame it. Let's go ahead and listen to this drum groove that you're familiar with by now. There's an open hi-hat that just kind of drives me crazy. And so you're going to listen to that kind of soften up with the J37 on. This is a Waves plugin. I've got the saturation knob up here. It usually is down at 0. Just have it up a couple notches to 2.2. I could go crazy with it, but I'm not looking to break up the drums. They're already crunchy enough. There's already plenty of character. I just want to soften that top end. And I've tried to do that with this Pro MB, but it's still just not quite doing it for me. So listen to this.
I never cared for much but forest green and ocean's blue.
That open hi-hat right here. Listen to when I put on this tape. It just does exactly what I need.
I never cared for much but forest green and ocean's blue. I never cared for much but forest green and ocean's blue. I never cared for much but forest. I never cared for much but forest green.
And you can hear that it's kind of softening the snare a little bit, but I don't mind that.
I never cared for much but forest green and ocean's blue.
One more time. Listen to the hi-hat without and with. It's pretty crazy. The more I push this, the softer it will get, but I have to kind of make a trade-off there.
I never cared for much but forest green and ocean's blue.
Really cool. So if I had these stemmed out, I could actually apply heavier saturation to just, let's say, the overheads or, on an individual track. So again, I do have to make that trade-off here because I don't want to blow up the low end of the drums too much. But it's working. It's giving me a little bit extra softness that I want. I've used this on cheap recordings, on vocals, recently did it with I think it was like a banjo that just had some brittle top end, and this just can work wonders. So try that out. One of the things that even the very best engineers will admit are the times when they think that they're making a difference with some effect or some plugin, and then they realize that they weren't actually engaging the plugin, and yet they had a reaction. Like they said, "Oh yeah, this sounds better." We're all guilty of that at some point, and the reason that happens is because our brains, there's the placebo effect. When we're conditioned to expect something to happen, then your brain can actually trick you into thinking that you're hearing it. So to combat this, for when you're training your ears and you're wanting to know, hey, is there actually a difference here? All you have to do is invert the phase of a copy, like the print of the copy of the track that you're affecting. So what I've done here is I have put a gain plugin, which allows me to invert the phase. On one track, there's no emulation at all. There's no there's no Neve, and then on the other one, there's Neve across like 10 channels, just like I showed you. And in this one, I didn't even engage the EQ. So there's no EQ going on. It's literally just gain going through the plugin. And let's first of all, see if we can hear the difference. I'll turn this off. Here's no emulation.
It's all over this town, the highs and lows. Couple years in hell, all by myself. Hard to moving on, had to face all my back. It's all over this town, the highs and lows. Couple years in hell.
There's a couple things that I hear. One is like a taming of the high end, just barely, but it's doing something to the high end to tame it. And the Neve is known for its kind of like more mid-rangey kind of tone, so maybe that's has to do with it. And then there's also kind of like a compression going on without using compression, which is interesting. This is almost sounding quieter, but also like more cohesive. So let's see if you can hear that again.
It's all over this town, the highs and lows. Couple years in hell, all by myself. Hard to moving on, by myself. Hard to moving on, by myself. Hard to moving on.
When he says had to move and on, that is like more tame in the high end to me.
By myself, hard to moving on. By myself, hard to moving on.
So let's go ahead and prove it. Is there a difference? Or is Dane, is Dane just cuckoo? Well, all we have to do is invert the phase on one of these and we'll hear the difference. Let's go ahead and do that. And play them at the same time. Really interesting sounding, but all that's doing is subtracting the difference between the two. So it is indeed proving, because if there was nothing happening to the sound, these would cancel out. The waveforms would line up totally perfectly. Also, look at the top of this waveform, just at a glance here. It almost looks like there's a little bit of compression. You can see the very tip of this right here compared to the very tip of this one. So there is indeed something going on. This is actually creating some, like I said, a feeling of compression. So you're going to get that, right? Look at this. Look at the top of, let's see here. Zoom in. Yeah, it's mostly on that other one that I could see some of these. Yeah, that little spike is like gone right there from this one. And so you'll get a little bit of compression going into, depending on the level at which you're going into analog gear. But again, this is a tip just to show you, if you're wondering, am I hearing a difference? You can easily find out by just flipping the phase on one of them and play them at the same time, and you'll hear it. While we're on this subject and while we're here with this exciter, I'm going to show you how adding this in parallel with your vocal can really help it to kind of sparkle without without it sounding too harsh, right? So let's go ahead and dial this in and see what we can't get out of it.
It's all over this town, the highs and lows.
I'm going to push it pretty hard, okay?
It's all over this town.
And then I'm going to turn it down all the way, the mix.
It's all over this town.
Okay, let's go ahead and level match this really quick on the output.
It's all over this town. It's all over this town. It's all over this town.
And what I'm going to do now, I'm going to turn this on. I'm going to bring the mix up until I like it.
It's all over this town, the highs and lows. Couple years in hell, all by myself. Heart to moving on, had to face all my now. It's all over this town, the highs and lows. Now, it's all over this town, the highs and lows. Now, it's all over this town, the highs and lows. Couple years in hell.
Yeah, I really wanted to bring it back even more. So just 6% of this. Let's go ahead and listen in the context of the mix.
Now, it's all over this town, the highs and lows. Couple years in hell, all by myself. Hard to move and now. It's all over this town, the highs and lows. Couple years in hell, all by myself. Hard to moving on. Now, it's all over this town, the highs and lows. Couple years in hell, all by myself. Hard to
Adding a lot of really cool kind of air to that. So I'm going to show you another same thing exactly with this decapitator. I really like this Culture Vulture triode mode. I'm going to mix that and blend that in. So I'm going to drive this kind of hot here, turn the mix all the way down and blend it in.
now. It's all over this town, the highs and lows. Couple years in hell.
And what I want to do is actually change the tone. I'm going to bring the tone up on the bright side here and cut the low end. Let's go ahead and do that.
Now, it's all over this town, the highs and lows. Couple years in hell, all by myself. Now, it's all over this town. Now, it's all over this town.
In the context.
Now, it's all over this town, the highs and lows. Now, it's all over this town, the highs and lows. Now, it's all over this town, the highs and lows.
Cool. Just different options. Let's switch between the fat effects and the decapitator.
Now, it's all over this town, the highs and lows. Couple years in hell. Now, it's all over this town, the highs and lows. Now, it's all over this town, the highs and lows. Now, it's all over this town, the highs and lows.
Very subtle, but just give me a little bit of something extra with working this in parallel. So that's what I'm doing. I'm doing parallel saturation by blending in the mix of that and the fat effects. I want to show you another situation where I had kind of a harshness coming from like a percussion loop that had a clap and a shaker in it. And because I have both of these in one, and I wanted to be a little bit more careful about how I rolled off the top end of this or just kind of softened the top end of this. So the EQP1A has an attenuation select knob. And for whatever reason, when I set this on 20, I don't know exactly what's happening behind the scenes here, but when I go to 20 kilohertz and start attenuating that, I can just get so much precision with how I soften things that are harsh. And so I'm going to show you this loop really quick. Let's go ahead and take the EQP1A off. And in the context of the mix, it just felt like that shaker was just poking too much to me. And I didn't want to necessarily like shelve it for fear of losing some of that like snappiness from the clap, etc.
Now, second, I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around, I'm on top, I ain't coming down.
So listen to what happens when I instantiate this and just listen to the, like how that shaker's interacting with everything else and just how much more controlled that top end feels. So I'll go ahead and do before again, and then I'll instantiate it halfway through.
Now, second, I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around, I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shaking, showing everybody I can make it. 10 feet on the ground, I'm on top, I ain't coming down. Ready to bounce.
It sits like way better in the mix, and I don't feel like I'm necessarily losing a lot of the snap from the clap. So let's hear this on its own. I love these kinds of tools that can just help with like anything that's brittle on the top end. It's just does such a good job of attenuating that in just the way that I want. So again, it's just selecting 20 hertz here. You know, sure, maybe I could go with 10. It's a little bit darker. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure just use your ears, 10 and 20. Use your ears in the context of the mix and just listen. But this just did exactly what I needed. So there you have it. That's another way of kind of helping to soften, top end sounds. You don't want things to get, you don't want the high end to really build on top of each other. And so you got to be really kind of careful and selective about what top end parts get what part of the frequency spectrum and how much, because all that stuff can quickly add up and just kind of wreak havoc. And a lot of times people are fooled into thinking that the high end is really exciting and energetic, but in reality, a lot of problems arise because there's other elements like overheads, cymbals, things that like when they pile up on top of each other, it gets out of hand. This tip has to do with not being afraid to use, sort of more aggressive filters on vocals that maybe need it. Let me show you an example here where I've got this low pass that goes all the way to 12K. Usually it's discouraged, or you might feel like it's discouraged to not roll things that off aggressively. But in the context of this mix, it just felt like it worked. And you can also do, more aggressive shelving too, where you lower the shelf, especially when you have like cheaper microphones. A lot of times it's best to not have as much high end in there than to have like really cheap, brittle sounding high end. I think that is a really great tip and something that you should train your ears on and be aware of is just hearing brittle high end in things like vocals or just cheap recordings. Again, it's often better in cheap recordings to not have as much high end, to make that trade-off of not having as much high end so that you can get rid of kind of that brittle nature of those sounds. Anyway, that's not necessarily what this was for. It wasn't like this was brittle sounding. This was very much a stylistic thing. But let's just kind of listen for how things change in the context of this particular mix. And in my opinion, it just worked a lot better to not have all of that extra air and sparkle in there. So let's go ahead and do a before and after with this and notice what's happening. So we'll go ahead and leave it in, and then I'll take this low pass filter off.
Yeah, things are shaking. On the fast track, bouncing back. Yeah, things are shaking my way. Gotta get back in it, cause I ain't about to quit it. Hey, hey. And everybody about to see me feeling steezy, cause I'm up in the clouds. On the fast track, bouncing back. Yeah, things are shaking my way. Gotta get back in it, cause I ain't about to quit it. Hey, hey. And everybody about to see me feeling steezy, cause I'm up.
It's just enough. I have just enough high end in there for this particular mix. I'll do it one more time. Here's off.
On the fast track, bouncing back. Yeah, things are shaking my way. On the fast track, bouncing back. Yeah, things are shaking my way. Gotta get back in it.
Right? At least for me. Maybe you're thinking, I want that high end in there. That's totally up to you. But I think the point is everything needs to be contextual. And in this situation, it very well could have been a thing where I'd be afraid to roll off all that top end. Because usually when we're trying to take the blanket off the speakers, our attempt is to really push the high end. But once again, we have plenty of high-end information throughout this entire mix. This is a really dense mix, and so we have to really be careful and intentional about how we manage that. So there may be situations where it makes sense to roll off this much, maybe even more, and maybe you automate things to where you have this more narrow in the verse, right? And you can be even more aggressive, and then it opens up just a touch in the chorus. Those types of contrasts can also be super, super effective in creating contrast and, excitement from section to section. There's situations where rather than, a high cut, I'm doing a shelf and having to actually do some really aggressive shelving, especially if I've got a brighter, beautiful, open sounding, expensive sounding microphone. My production partner and I use a Soyuz the tube microphone. I can't remember if it's the 017. I think that's the model. And that thing is so crispy and clear and beautiful on the top end. But I had a singer that actually just sounded too bright. It sounded way too bright on his particular vocal. And so I had to shelf a ton of that down. And that worked. It worked to do that and to kind of restrict those frequencies and just contain them. Let's talk about drum replacement. Drum replacement is one of those things that can totally transform an otherwise pretty terrible sounding drum kit, especially with things like kicks and snares that are recorded in a bedroom. Maybe the sound of the room is bad. Maybe the mic technique wasn't great. And so you might have a drum kit that ends up sounding really weak in the context of the mix. And so by replacing the drums in a really efficient way, which I'll show you, you can either replace or double them. So you're layering and kind of keeping the live feel, right? While layering samples on top of that, or just completely replacing them. Let me go ahead and show you actually the difference a sample layer can really be in the context of the mix. Here's this snare sample that I have, and then here is the combination of the live snare. On its own, the snare sounds great, but in the context of the mix, that snare combo alone just wasn't cutting it. Now listen with this sample in. For me, it's like night and day. It has to be there. Let's pretend we didn't have this and see how we can really quickly generate some MIDI information based on this audio, based on these transients, so that we can audition, different snare samples. So in Logic, you do Control D to bring up drum replacement, but you have to have obviously the right track highlighted. So I'm highlighting this one because it's got enough variation to pick up on just the snare instead of the kick. In fact, this is actually a trickier one to do, but we'll show you how we'll get this done. We can see the kick is almost, like the kick bleed is almost just as much in transients as the size of the snare transient. So what we have to do is set a threshold that says, okay, whenever transients go over that threshold, it's going to create a trigger note or a MIDI note. And so I go Control D, and I have already set this up. I've done it behind the scenes, but I've just set it to this so that it would pick up that note for me. And I got it set to doubling so that it's not going to erase my track. I'm going to keep that there. And yeah, I just kind of leave everything else auto. You can also preview it if you want, but I'm going to hit OK. And here we have our snare. And you can see that it didn't pick up on that kick there, but it did pick up on the snare. So let's go ahead and play these together. Okay, so there's some like really fast drum rolls here that I noticed that it didn't pick up. So what we'd have to do is just put those in manually. And we can easily do that by just copying this one over. Like that. That's not the one we want. This one prior to. That's this one here. And that should work. Great. And then you would just proceed to do that with any others that are missing, but we got them for the most part. Had I picked up the kick, it would have created a kick trigger note for every single kick, and that would have been a lot more time to manually remove every single kick MIDI note that was generated. So now we can go through and select whatever sounds that we want. And personally, what I like to do is fill up my own sampler that I like to use, which is Battery 4. So I'd come in here and go Native Instruments Battery 4, and I would drag and drop all my favorite samples into Battery 4, and then I can audition those one by one. So, great. But you get the idea. You can fill all these up. And then what I like to do after filling them up is audition this by highlighting all of these. And then I just do Option arrow down or up to test them out one by one. And there's other programs out there. I know Slate does, I think, like Drum Trigger 2 or something like that. I think I even have it, and I just haven't really cracked it open enough to learn it. And that's because Logic's free drum replacement is great. It works just fine. As long as I can get the MIDI notes and the MIDI information really quickly, that's all I need. And then from there, I can go and use whatever kind of sampler that I want. Battery has the ability to kind of further shape the sounds and ways that I want. I know that the sampler in Logic does too. It does a really great job. You don't need to get Battery. I've just used this a lot, and I like using it. And you can, again, further shape the envelope of the sound. One extra little tip for kind of drum layering. If you've got the attack that you want from one layer, but you just want a little bit more energy in the mids or high mids or any other frequencies, or maybe you want the sustain of another drum, you can actually like shape the envelope of the sound. So give it less attack on the sound that doesn't need any attack because you already have attack on another snare. You get what I'm saying, right? Like this is matching things together to fill up the envelope. There's ways that you can fill up the frequency spectrum by frequency slotting, and you can kind of do both with drum layering, right? You can have one snare act as the low end and as well as the attack and the punch, and another snare that doesn't have much attack, right? Because if we're adding more transients on top of each other, we might not need that. Maybe what we need is just maybe the snap from another kind of a snare. And you can kind of offset those two transients in a way that they fit together, and you're not adding unnecessary transient information and losing headroom. So these are just kind of unique ways that you can layer these things together, and different options to pick and choose what samples you want. One thing I really like to do to 808s sometimes is to get them sounding nice and open, yet still, down the center in the frequencies that I want them to be, by saturating and then going from saturation. This is just the free soft tube saturator. Really simple single knob. Love this kind of stuff. And then I go into micro shift. You can go into any chorus here. Sometimes I'll go into like an ambience tone as well, but the really important part of this is actually making sure that I set the crossover point. In micro shift, you can actually turn this focus knob from 20 hertz all the way up to 10K. Basically, this just sets a crossover point for making everything below this frequency mono. So everything below 400 is going to be mono. Anywhere between like 300 and 400 I found was working for me, and just kind of opening this up and not overwhelming and making the low end feel like it's stuffy. I think that's what the feeling I was getting. So saturation, let's go ahead and just listen to this one by one. Here's before. I'll go ahead and turn this down to level match. Okay, and that's cool. It's a cool layer. And I dig it. And I feel like I could go either way. But for this, what I kind of liked was just the feeling of, just the big feeling of spreading out sort of those like low mids and above after saturating it. So here's with saturation, kind of add this one by one. So now it's like same perceived loudness, but we've got all of this dynamic control. Now it went from like -22 to -34. So it's like tons of compression just from the saturation there, clipping. So I'm going to bring this up. Let's listen to that now. Okay, cool. My problem is that the low mids tend to kind of step all over this mix in the center, that is. And so by turning on micro shift and really bringing up this focus well above those low mids, not well above, but just like around there, it kind of opens it up. It's almost like those frequencies are just muddying up everything. And so by spreading them out, this created some extra clarity. And then little low shelf to just attenuate, just bring down low end that I didn't feel like I wanted, about 4 decibels. And then I'm running it into a limiter. This is really important because without the limiter, check out where we peak. About -19, and then with the limiter. Actually, before I had it coming up to about here, I think. That was just the right amount for me, okay? Again, let's go ahead and bring, and then one more thing I want to kind of show you is that if I bring this focus knob down too much, it was actually canceling out some low end frequencies and losing impact. So let's bring this down. No bueno. Bring it back up. More punch in that kick. So saturation, going into some chorusing. Saturation is just gritting, making it more gritty, emphasizing some mid-range, also dynamic control, and then we feed that into micro shift, spreading out some of these frequencies above those low mids. And then depending on where things are at, you can attenuate or bring this up, right? It just depends on how much low end you want in that sub. And then going into your limiter as the final processor to just really control further the dynamic range of that 808. One thing that you might hear on the internet is this idea of kicking your kick. It's not necessarily worded this way. I like to think that I've cleverly made up this phrasing of kicking your kick out of the drum bus. And basically the purpose for this is when you add any sort of like drum compression, like drum bus, drum group compression or dynamic control, whether that be limiting, clipping, compression, all the above, saturation. The thing that feeds the most amount of energy and hogs up the most sonic real estate is the low end from your kick out of anything in your drums. Sometimes your snare as well can equally kind of feed that dynamics processing. But the way that I like to think about this and the reason for this really is to make sure that you're not triggering all of your compression with that kick, like all of your dynamics processing with that kick. And so by removing the kick out of the drums group, if I were to go like this, then you can kind of retain both the punch from your kick, just treat it differently, right? Because a lot of times we can, if we saturate and do too much, the kick can kind of break up and lose its impact. So we can separate that and just have more control over that. And then if you want, you can route it all to like a drums all type thing in addition. Let's go ahead and just see what the differences are. If there's any sonic differences, there may or may not be in this case. But at least for me, it's usually when I have hip hop type drums that I'm looking to separate, the low end of the drum group, which would be the kick. So you can kind of think of the kick as like a bass guitar, as you would with any other low end element that's going to add low end to the overall mix. Because the kick is so low, it's so low compared to everything else, you can really have more control over the low end of the entire mix by having that as a separate fader outside of the drum group, right? Because as soon as we start adding compression on top of that, on top of the drum bus that has the kick in there, when we adjust the kick, it's really going to change the way the compression and the dynamic control causes everything else to react, and you might not want that. So we're just going to go ahead and experiment with this. So here's how it sounds just as is right now. I spent a long time kind of getting these to where I want. I'm feeding it into, really this is all dynamic control except for one thing. And that is my SSL channel strip here, where I'm doing just a 3 dB shelf at, above 5.73. Nothing else going on in this at all. At least I don't think so. Let me see if I have the compression going on. Yeah, not using the compression or the dynamics. I do have it engaged though, so it'd be interesting to see if that's doing any kind of non-linear work. Anyway, I digress. So dynamic control with the J37, that's giving it some tape saturation. Then I'm going into, also tape emulation tends to give a low end bump to our kick. And then I'm going into, after the channel strip, some clipping here, as you can see, lopping off. What's interesting in my case, the snare is what's actually feeding most of the dynamics and the peaks there. It's not even catching that kick. So I'm just bringing the punch and the transient of the snare closer to the kick. And then I've got some bus compression here. And I'm really only doing just a couple decibels of gain reduction. So really just doing a bunch of dynamics processing here. So let's go ahead and listen to the context of the mix.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around, I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shake it, showing everybody I can make it. 10 feet on the ground, I'm on top, I ain't coming down. Ready to bounce. Watch out.
Okay, let's go ahead and take the kick out. It's actually just this one in the chorus.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around, I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shake it, fake it. I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around, I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shake it, showing everybody I can make it. Fake it, I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around, I'm on top, I ain't coming down.
So really, the purpose of this would be, I don't hear a ton of difference, although I do prefer in this situation to have the kick actually inside of this drums group, because I like the way the dynamics processing, the J37 and everything are kind of, it's like giving it that low end bump going into clipping, and as well as this compressor here. So, obviously it's going through this SSL as well, so all of that kind of combined is helping it do its thing, which I really like. But in situations where the kick is definitely more predominant, even over it's taking up all the energy in terms of what's hitting the compression or the dynamics processing, that would be a case where you might want to actually bring that out of the drums bus, process that differently, have that as a separate fader, kind of additional control over the overall low end of your track, right? By having that outside of the drums bus. And then you can really slam kind of your snare with your top end percussion and everything, or not slam it, or just do whatever you want, distortion, whatever you need to do to get that nice and kind of glued together, cohesion, grit, and then have that control over those two elements. So speaking of dynamics processing on the drum bus, one of the ways, or one of the best ways to get cohesion and, this overly used audio term glue, it just works as a term to describe sort of how we can stitch elements together and make them come together as one, like they feel like they belong together. Best way to do that on drums often is to use the SSL G bus compressor, or any VCA style bus compression, or just like VCA style compression. And this just works really well. This auto release function particularly it just works great. It's like program dependent, which means it's going to react, based on the information feeding it. And it just does it in a natural way. I've taken the time to really set the attack so that I get the right amount of attack that I want in the drums, the right amount of punch. I got it just where I wanted it, and then just basically pulling back the threshold until we get that feeling of cohesion. So what I'm going to do is turn the bus compression off and on in the context of the mix. So here's off. One more time. Here's without. With. There's a sense of depth now that is injected into the drums, and especially I hear it on like the way that the snare, like the attack of the snare blends with the high end kind of top end percussive elements. Listen to that again. Listen to how when I disengage this, the snare almost feels too bright to me in the way that it reacts with the top end elements. It's gluing the kick to this clap and shaker element. There's like a clap that happens along with the snare. If I play, where is it? This clap and shake. That almost kind of pokes out with the attack of the snare when I don't have the compression on. Off. On. And you could go as aggressive with this as you want. If you want to get a lot of compression. Not exactly what I want. I'm going to bring it back to where it was. I really, really like using that. Oh yeah, and I want to turn oversampling on. That's another topic. Go look up aliasing. That's a completely different topic. But this just helps to make sure that there's no frequencies folded back, into the drums. That can come from aliasing. All right. But that's it for kind of this tip. It's just with regards to, bus compression. It's VCA style compression, which has a very, really nice kind of like transparent, doesn't add a ton of like character per se. The character that it is adding though, in terms of tone is what I mean. It's not adding a bunch of like grit necessarily. So you can get a lot of like transparent volume type shaping. Rather than like frequency type shaping. It's more of a, okay, we're going to bring these elements together to make them fit better. I want to create some sort of clarity around the whole mono making practice where you take a high pass filter or a low cut, to like your bass bus, let's say, that has some stereo processing on it, especially, and you want to keep the low end in the center. There's a couple reasons for that. One might be like mono compatibility. There tends to be a lot more phasing issues down in the low end that can happen when you start to spread out and make your bass stereo. It also just can kind of lose definition because without that center, that low center, that is a lot of times what can ground the mix, right? And really ground it on a solid foundation. It's just having that dead center. It doesn't mean that you have to do that though. You can easily spread your bass information out. I would set 60 hertz to be about the place where you don't go any lower than that, right? Because that's where you can start to really wreak havoc on that mono compatibility, and just things can start to sound really kind of muddy and loose down there. So 60 hertz, if you want to spread out 60 and above, totally up to you. And I would say if you're going to vinyl, make sure that you're setting that crossover to 100 hertz, because the needle can jump out of the groove if you've got, too much stereo information going on down below 100 hertz. So for vinyl, make it 100. For pretty much any other format. Digitally, you can make that as low as 60. And the way to do that is, if you haven't seen this on the internet already, you would simply come in here and on your stereo out, or maybe just like your bass bus, you could do it on either of those. You would come here, create a high pass filter, instantiate this. I like to make it, relatively steep, and turn this from stereo to side. So what's going to happen is this is going to remove and filter out all the information down below whatever this is from the sides and leave it mono. So that's what's happening. So I can leave this like that. And this may be something that's more utility than heard, right? Depending on how you've processed things. I've got a lot of stereo information on my bass bus, I believe. But I think I'm actually, let's go ahead and see if I'm making it mono. No, I'm not. Let's go ahead and listen to this. I am through this. It's going through this ultimately. Let's go ahead and take this off. Let's make it a little bit higher. I do feel like it's tightening it up. I'm totally willing to claim placebo effect here. But to my ears, it feels like there's a tightening of the low end, keeping it center. Let's go ahead and do that one more time. Here's without. It's going to be very subtle, if anything. So there you have it. That's how you would do that. Again, you would just create a high pass filter and then set it to whatever crossover point you want. And then make sure the key to doing this is you have to filter out the low end from the sides only. And that's why you set the filter to side mode, right? If it's in mid, it's going to remove it from the mids, which is right down the center. If you do it in stereo, it's going to leave all that information in there. And so we do it on side mode in order to leave whatever is below this frequency in mono. One of my very favorite ways to kind of set high-end percussion behind things, give it some depth, behind some of the other elements like the kick or the snare. In this particular case, I just have a couple kind of top-end percussive elements going on. Let me go ahead and play the kick, and I have a shaker and this really interesting percussive element that I made. I believe that it's like yeah, it's like cloth folly flag shake flap. And so imagine that they're just like shaking some cloth and recording that. And I put that through some tremolator to give it some movement and groove. What I wanted to do though was to set this kind of behind stuff and give it a sense of depth. And so I just used Valhalla's Ambience, very small ambience setting as just a preset. But you can use any short room, any short ambience, any very short decay sound. But what this allows me to do is if I set it to 0 milliseconds and really short decay and just blend it in right, it really makes it feel like it's in its own room rather than having like a decay of any kind. It just literally feels like it's in a room. And that's what I'm going for. I'm not looking for, hearing any decay or like hearing reverb. I almost want this to be just as equally a part of the sound itself, right? Rather than like, oh, I put some reverb on it. So let's go ahead and do a before and after in the context of just these 3 elements here. So here's before. So without, it brings that element really up front, and there could be times where you'd want that. In this particular case, I thought it was really cool to kind of have it sit behind, especially in the context of other stuff going on. Let me go ahead and play this here.
I lost myself. I gave you all I had. My mental health was carving you cement. Don't know me well. A codependent mess broke down my shell. I'm seeing.
I love how that just adds a greater sense of dimension, like things have a place, right? Or it has its own space amongst all these elements. Let's go ahead and do that one more time. Before.
I lost myself. I gave you all I had. My mental health was carving you cement. Don't know me well. A codependent mess broke down my shell. I'm seeing.
And you can use this on anything that you want to kind of have its own space without feeling like, oh, I added reverb to this. This just sounds like it's in a room, which can be really effective for helping to create separation and depth. One really helpful way to get backing vocals to sort of sit just behind a lead vocal is to put some sort of like really short ambience or room tone or delay. In the case of a delay, it would be like a slap back delay. Anything that's got a very short decay time, and just barely kind of blend that in is really going to help to just set the vocal behind, then give it some depth behind the lead vocal. Let me go ahead and show you in this song here. I've got an acoustic guitar with 2 different background vocalists. One is being panned a little bit to the left and one a little bit to the right, but I wanted to just get some additional sort of like depth with that. So here is the section here I'll show you.
How it goes when you're no longer searching, it finds you. Could it be anybody? Somebody like you. It's never felt so easy. Like home when it's true.
Might even want to bring this in just a touch.
How it goes.
On the panning, that is.
How it goes when you're no longer searching, it finds you. Could it be anybody? somebody like you.
Yeah, I like that. And so let's go ahead and remove the things that I'm doing here. I do have a little bit longer of a reverb here. It's actually not super long though. It's about a second. So it's on the shorter end. But what I'm doing mostly for that depth is I'm actually using this Kramer tape slap delay here. So let's go ahead and engage that. Looks like it may not be on the slap, but I just have a really short decay. Let's go ahead and listen to this really quick.
Couldn't be anybody. Couldn't be anybody. Couldn't be anybody. Couldn't be anybody.
They're both about the same because I've got the decay so short. Right now it's like percentage.
Couldn't be anybody.
So that alone, without the reverb I'm sending to the plate, is working quite well, I think.
Couldn't be anybody. Somebody like you. It's never felt so easy.
And then here's with the plate reverb.
Couldn't be anybody.
It's just giving a little extra something. So you can use an ambience setting on like a room reverb, just a really short decay. I would say shoot for well under a second for sure, but even going as far as 40, 50 milliseconds is going to get you that really nice, tight kind of just ambience. That's all we're looking for. We're looking to just barely set it behind in a way that gives it some depth and separation, but doesn't detach it too much, from the lead vocal. I don't want to completely feel like it's totally disjointed. Now, I rarely ever mess with mid-side processing. Honestly, it can get really dicey, and you can really start to quickly introduce some phasing issues, and just things will sound weird and fall apart in the stereo field. But if you do it rather intentionally on selective sort of either groups of tracks or selected tracks, you can get some additional width sometimes with using mid-side. The plugin that is most commonly used for this type of thing is the Pro Q3, but you can really use any plugin that has mid-side, any EQ. So what's cool about this is I can go to side, and then I can also expand instead of like the typical attenuate dynamically. I'm going to go ahead and expand it beyond the boost that I'm doing. One of the things that is really important is that if you're going to boost anything in side mode, you want to boost in an area that's actually going to, affect it most audibly, but yet kind of back that off and do that subtly. Right now, I've got not very much in the way of like high-end information. So if I were to try to boost the top end here, it wouldn't do much. So let's go ahead and try that. I'm going to go ahead and take this down. And let's just stick with the top end here and see what happens. So just so you know, I have some synth information, some pads, some sample kind of synth string stuff like plucky elements, and then I have a couple, top end percussion elements here. But everything's very kind of lo-fi sounding. But let's see what happens when we boost the high end, specifically in side mode. So that could be kind of cool. Let me go ahead and bring this down a little bit. I just wanted you to be able to hear the effect. And this could be one of those things where we do it dynamically by expanding. Yeah, see, that's not doing it for me quite. I would want it to move with that shaker. I'm going to bring this to be the same. And then we'll just boost this. Let's listen in the context of the mix.
I lost myself. I gave you all I had. My mental health was carving you some man. Don't know. I lost myself. I gave you all I had. My mental health.
That's actually pretty cool. So it's doing something there. Now, I might want to back off just a little bit here. And then I'm going to do a second EQ move right here where I've got this other one instantiated. This is more in the mid range where a lot of information is gathering, like the reverbs, the sound of kind of reverb and spatial processing. A lot of like audible information is right there. So by boosting that as well, I think I can get some additional sense of sort of like separation and clarity in, or just like expansion in all of that spatial kind of stereo information.
I lost myself. I gave you all I had. My mental health was caught. I lost myself. I gave you all I had. My mental health was carving you some man. Don't know me.
Cool. And I might back this off even more and just have it be even more subtle. Highlight both of these, bring it down like a dB or so. Again, you want to tread lightly with this stuff and not go crazy. It's safer to err on the sides with like high-end information. You're less likely to run into phase issues, right? You know, all of the sonic information is so tightly packed in the high end that it's just less likely that you'll have those kind of phase problems. So in the mids, you know, what you could do is just have a mid channel and boost that, let's say on the entire mix if you wanted, and maybe do some expansion on the low end. So whenever the kick comes in, you know, you could kind of center in just on the mid channel and only boost on the mid so that you don't, you lose that tight sort of clarity in the low end. You'd put this on mid. That's if this was like the actual stereo bus here. And then you could boost, and then you could boost again kind of dynamically a little bit and have that kind of react.
I lost myself.
Obviously not doing anything right now because there's no low end information here, but you get the point. So there are uses for mid-side processing, but again, tread lightly and make sure you really know what you're doing before you kind of go crazy boosting the snot out of these things. The concept of contrast that I mentioned in one of the earlier tips on in this video is everything when it comes to creating a huge sounding chorus section. It's the difference between light and dark that makes the light feel brighter. This goes for almost every aspect or dimension of your mix. If you start your song with everything in full blast mode, full width, full height and depth, then by the time you get to your chorus section, you have nowhere to go. So to maximize the illusion of having a huge sounding chorus, one of the best methods to do that is to restrict those three dimensions of the mix. We already noticed what happens when we roll off a ton of high end. Not only does the mix shrink in height, but it also narrows in width. Even the most subtle restriction of high and low frequencies, when fully let out in the chorus, can have a big impact on the perception of power and expansion in that transition. The other thing that you can do is narrow in the stereo field of a few different elements to restrict the width dimension and then let that out when the chorus hits. So if you combine all of these things with even the slightest dip in volume prior to the chorus and then return all those elements back to their kind of full spectrum with EQ, width, all those things, it can have a dramatic effect on that sense of impact. Let's check this out. So one of the things that you can do in Logic is apply a direction mixer to, any stereo information to narrow that down and restrict the kind of width, the stereo field, and then open that back up when we get to a chorus section. Now, the transition into this chorus section is not huge. It's not really meant to be this giant change, but I do want to create some change. So what I've done is I've applied this direction mixer at the tail end of this plug-in chain here on this pad. Let's go ahead and listen before I apply any of that, how it sounds. And then here's what the direction mixer automated down before that section. So listen for when it transitions, it'll open up. So it'll be subtle in the context of the mix, but let's go ahead and listen to that.
I lost myself. I gave you all I had. My mental health was carving you cement. Don't know me well. A codependent mess broke down my shell. I'm seeing now. It's all over this town. The highs and lows.
And maybe we can do that as well to some of these elements here. Yeah, so this one can be more narrow because we have this other layer here of plucks. Kind of ping-ponging back and forth. So let's go ahead and apply it in the same way. And change this to latch. Bring it down. About there. Let it open right here.
I lost myself. I gave you all I had. My mental health was carving you cement. Don't know me well. A codependent mess broke down my shell. I'm seeing now. It's all over this town. The highs and lows. Couple years.
Cool. So we have that working for us, and then we also have another kind of like lift in this section is, or like contrast in this section is with this kick going from every kind of whole note rest to quarter notes, hitting every quarter note. So every beat, right? And that kind of just drives it forward even further. This kind of effect is really great to use in the beginning of the production, right? The arrangement, the way that things are kind of put together from verse to chorus, having a more sparse instrumentation in the verse than going into the chorus. It's all the same. It's all contrast. One more step that we can take is to kind of limit the frequencies of, let's say one of these percussive elements if we wanted. I'm not going to do that here. I like the way things are, but you could literally have like guitars, for instance, that are restricted in the verse in terms of their frequency content, where you have all the low end rolled off up to, 150, 200, 250, not all the high end, but just enough, maybe down to 6K. And then those two ends of the spectrum are fully let out. as soon as the chorus hits. That kind of difference can make a huge impact on the way that transition feels. Contrast is everything. Sometimes you want to tighten up the low end of a kick by removing some kind of like flubby, tubby information below a certain frequency. But what can happen is when you add a minimum phase EQ and filter out the low end on that, because there's so much energy down there, when you filter that out, you start to create a phase shift with minimum phase EQ. And that phase shift will create a spike in volume that's not audible. It's not actually raising the perceived volume, but you're getting a literal jump and spike in the dBFS readout. I'll go ahead and show you what I mean. So here's my channel EQ by Logic. This is just a stock minimum phase EQ. Before, let's go ahead and play the kick without any EQ at all, just to see where the readout is. Okay, 12.8. When I engage this EQ, it's a jump. It's not a ton, but I don't want that. I don't want any of that. So the way to combat that is to use a linear phase EQ. There's other reasons why you'd use a linear phase EQ. We won't go into that right now, but just know that this linear phase EQ keeps things linear, meaning what goes in comes out, right? It's the same. There's no change in the phase. So voila, no jump in volume, no spike in volume. It just maintains that linear phase relationship. So the other thing too is just the pure act of filtering out that low end removes some of that low end tubbiness that I don't necessarily want. It's subtle, but it tightens it up in the way that I like. Let's go ahead and listen to before and after in the context of the mix. So here's before.
About to see me feeling dizzy 'cause I'm up in the clouds. Pick it up where I left it. About to see me feeling dizzy 'cause I'm up in the clouds. Pick it up where I left it, but this time I'm gonna shred it. Check it out. About to see me feeling dizzy 'cause I'm up in the clouds. Pick it up. About to see me feeling dizzy 'cause I'm up in the clouds.
And I could go a little bit more aggressive with this if I wanted to. Let's go up to like, I don't know, there.
About to see me feeling dizzy 'cause I'm up in the clouds. Pick it up. About to see me feeling dizzy 'cause I'm up in the clouds. Pick it up where I left. About to see me feeling dizzy 'cause I'm up in the clouds.
Even tighter, but I liked where it was down here. We're splitting hairs a little bit, but you decide where you want that cutoff to be when you have maybe some excess, really low end information that you may not want. Maybe I would want this in there if this was like a hip hop track, but being that this is like an indie rock track and we're in the verse, I want to kind of restrict that really ultra low end. And again, the best way to do that is with a linear phase EQ if you want to keep the volume from spiking up. Now, this topic is less a tip and much more a mindset than anything. And it's a mindset that if you adopt at any point in your journey in audio engineering, especially in the beginning, it can honestly completely change the game for your progress in mixing. This has to do with the idea of mixing with the master in mind. Now, mastering is one of those skills that people tend to paint as the elusive dark art, reserved only for the audio wizards of the world. And while there certainly are audio wizards that have the skill of mastering is so much more simple than people think. When it comes down to it, there's really just two things that are involved with mastering. There's the sonic spectrum and the dynamic spectrum. That's it. It really doesn't need to be more complicated than that. If you become intimately familiar with the tools used to manipulate those two spectrums, then you are well on your way to being able to not only master your own music, but also mix in a way that better sets you up for the mastering process. What are those tools? Well, for the sonic spectrum, we have EQ and saturation. Saturation is simply a way to introduce new EQ or harmonics that wasn't there in the first place. For the dynamic spectrum, we have compressors, clippers, and limiters. If you master your understanding and use of these 5 very basic tools, EQ, saturation, compression, clipping, and limiting, I promise it will elevate everything you do with engineering yours and other people's music. Really great mixes of really great songs and productions don't need a ton of work done to them in mastering, because the needs of the sonic and dynamic spectrum have already been met. The sonic spectrum was first achieved through a really awesome production with really great sound selection. The mix simply took that production to another level. This makes a mastering engineer's job even more fulfilling of elevating that mix to its final 1 to 5% of quality and polish. By the time the mix is finished and ready for mastering, all of the depth, width, and height in the mix has already been established through EQ, saturation, dynamics processing, and stereo processing like panning and spatial effects. I think the thing that eludes people the most about mastering is the amount of subtlety that can go into mastering an already great sounding mix and production. Moves are made in as little as half a dB increments sometimes to enhance a song and bring it over the edge to its finished state. I've seen boosts by mastering engineers as little as 1/10 of a dB. Now, I don't question whether or not the engineer actually hears that move, but I do question whether or not that had any kind of real impact on listeners. I digress. The point of me saying all this is to help you simplify mixing by adopting the mastering mindset. That mindset is simply to keep the end in mind throughout mixing. What a concept. Know where you're going. This applies to production and recording and all the way back to songwriting. In fact, at mastering.com, the more our students truly understand what goes into the mastering process from both a sonic and dynamic perspective, the more clear and intentional their mixing decisions become. Otherwise, there's just a lot more wandering and getting lost in the weeds. This is really kind of a big hill that we die on because, well, for one, mastering is in our very name. But more importantly, we've witnessed a real transformation take place with thousands of artists, producers, and engineers when they better understand where they're ultimately supposed to end up at the finish line from a sonic and dynamic perspective. One simple example of this that I think will make this concept more tangible is with regards to the struggle that some people have when trying to get their tracks to sound as loud as other commercial releases. If your track hits the mastering stage too dynamic and too dull and dark, then it's an uphill battle with trying to apply too much EQ, compression, clipping, and limiting to get it to compete. The two things that prevent loudness are so simple. It's frequency balance and peaks. The greater these peaks are in the mix, the more difficult it becomes to reduce dynamic range so that you can bring up loudness. And improper frequency balance will also prevent loudness by not emphasizing the frequencies that highlight perceived loudness. Doing that much heavy lifting on the master with dynamics processing or EQ rarely ever yields favorable results. So what's the solution? The solution is to get your dynamics and frequency balance under control well before mastering in mixing. And you do that through the same tools used in mastering, which manipulate and control the sonic and dynamic spectrum. In mixing, you can apply EQ and dynamics processing on the individual track and bus levels in much the same way you would in mastering. When you think about it, mastering is simply mixing at a high level. But instead of volume faders, you have individual EQ bands. Those essentially become your new volume faders. There's simply less control from that perspective. And guess what? This is why volume balance, as we mentioned earlier, is the very start to achieving the right frequency balance in your mix. If there's too little dynamics, on the other hand, and everything is overly limited in the mix, then you're not left with much room to enhance the dynamic aspects of the music. And maybe that's what you want. That's ultimately up to you. I cannot believe we're actually at the end of this video. But that concludes our 100 mixing tips. If you've come this far, I really want to commend you for your dedication to this craft of mixing. But I'll leave you with this last bonus tip, and that's to get out of your house or apartment or flat or off your phone and go live your life. Put your head up, get out in nature, socialize with friends and family, enrich your relationships with people, because that will bring a lot more meaning to the work you do in the studio, I promise. If you want to dive a little deeper and see the process of mixing at work, head on over to our free courses website and you'll find full courses on mixing, mastering, production, and more. Oh, and don't forget to apply everything we've talked about, but do that later. As for me, I'm going to take a nap. We'll catch you later.